Good morning and welcome to Sambazon Dawn Patrol here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico. The big names already on the beach. Morgan Siblick, former top 5 in the world, looking at the morning conditions, and he's happy what he sees. An increase of swell today. Always smiling, Jarvis Earl prepares for the first heat of the day. Had a killer heat yesterday, coached by Brett Simpson. Nat Cy Young from Santa Cruz will be joining Jarvis. And Joao Chianca setting up for Heat 4. Had one of the best performances in Tahiti. Now here to perform in the beach breaks. Keijiro Nishi had a lot of trips to California in his lifetime. And Jacob Wilcox, the man from WA. A fun warm-up, and look at these conditions. Glassy combinations. It's on. Round of 64 for the men today. All day for the men as we'll get through some big heats, some huge names, the top-seeded surfers. How good is this? Joe Turpel with Mitchell Salazar and Rosie Hodge. Mitch, it's always just really exciting when you see better waves. You know, hard working day yesterday, and they've earned these conditions this morning.
And it's truly showed up today. I mean, you can definitely see the south-southeast swell showing up today, Rosie, and I think the most important part, there's more opportunities out there for a lot of these surfers in a really important round of the event.
Yeah, I was going to say, I mean, straight into it. These heats are absolutely stacked. We've got qualification implications and surfers that were going off yesterday that have had that warm-up that are going to go into this round of 64.
Great opportunity to get insight on the conditions with one of the best in the world. Joao Chianca is standing by with AJ McCord.
That's right, Joey. Joao getting out of the water this morning. Tell us how it feels out there.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. Yeah, swell finally up here, so it's really fun day of US Open. We are on for the round of 64 of men's, and waves are really good. The south swells are finally showing up, so everything is good for a good day of competition.
It's been a busy few days for you coming back from Tahiti, the Olympic experience. Here you are competing at the US Open. How are you feeling?
I mean, yeah, US Open is such a special event. I really wanted to do, even before all happened of the Olympics, I really wanted to do this venue like at 2024, so here I am. It's sad because I really wanted to be in Paris, but like I really like everything about US Open. I really like everything about California, Huntington Beach, so yeah, here I am.
Well, we're excited to have you. Good luck today.
Thank you.
Thanks so much, AJ. And Joao for commissioner. What a great update for everybody on what we're doing today. Absolutely rips, and for a lot of these surfers, it has so much meaning to them to try to put their name on the list of champions at an event like this. You know, we see guys like Jadson Andre still showing up. That's still a big goal for him to join that big list of champions. As we saw the waves look better today, let's get more critical as we open the Surfline forecast. Looking at the swells and the storms that we have out in the Pacific, Mitch.
Yeah, that tropical activity has truly shown up today, and I think the most important part is the consistency of waves. A shorter period, there should be a ton of waves out there, which means opportunities for a lot of these surfers. I'm really excited to see a big south swell in the water too, Rosie, because it just means the left are going to be peeling down the line towards the pier.
Yeah, definitely, and with that little bit of easterly direction, it's not going to be too steep, so it's still going to have that bit of wall to it, but not completely run away. And also to note, I mean, look at the size of that, and it's going to grow throughout the day, which is super fun. We've got a gradually building swell.
And then looking at the next 3 days into finals weekend, Friday we'll see the most size, 5 to 7 feet, and then trimming down 3 to 5, and then 2 to 4. That's really fun.
Yeah,
beach.
And tomorrow's going to be a difficult day, especially for the people that are starting off the day. Low tide heats. You're going to have to be very prepared, especially knowing there's going to be a lot of steep sections out there, Joe.
Now let's set the first heat of the morning in the round of 64. Brazil's Ian Gouveia, a man who has a chance to clinch a spot on the championship tour as early as top 4 of the Challenger season, will follow his road in this event. Keijiro Nishi representing Japan, one of 3 brothers, all pro surfers, spends a lot of time in Southern California, moved to Chiba and is having a blast as a pro surfer. Nat Young, a familiar face, one of the standout performers of the championship tour, earned Rookie of the Year honors and has featured in major CT finals. And we've got Jarvis Earl, a world junior champion, relying on the coaching of a Huntington Beach legend, 2-time U.S. Open champ Brett Simpson. Holy smokes, who's going to get out of this heat? Rosie, this is a really, really solid one.
2 former championship tour surfers up against the world junior champ and a young up-and-coming talent from Japan. This is a very stacked heat, and Ian Gavey has had such a great run on the Challenger Series so far. Hopefully he can just keep that roll going, but this is a stacked field, 4-person heats. They're not easy.
Goofy
Not at
foots
all.
everywhere, Mitch, and with these really fast left-handers that we saw this morning, they should be able to keep up to the pace of these sections. Nat Young will start things off for us today. Off the bottom, going for a cool blowtail reverse, and he will right away. Got a lot of that board out of the water and saw that it was just going to be a single maneuver opportunity, and he gives us a highlight on the opening wave of the day, Rosie.
Yeah, that was good from Nat. I mean, it's a good little opener. You could tell when he was going along that wave, there was that first section. He was kind of in 2 minds which part of the wave he wanted to hit. He kind of flies past the first section and opts for the closeout. So you watch him right here. He's thinking about which section he's going to hit and decides to deliver his first maneuver on that closeout section. It was a nice opening wave. We'll see if it comes into context come the end of the heat. What do you think of this one, Mitch?
Yeah, Nishi right here, another solid turn, and as Joe was mentioning, very successful over there in Japan. They have a great professional tour, which is the JPSA as well. And you know, I just think it comes down to the experience at a beach break like this, Joe, where you're seeing the comfort level of a lot of these surfers in the water right now. Just going back to Nat Young, though, to me, he was always a super complete surfer. You mentioned multiple finals on the CT, and look at the locations. Fiji, Bells Beach, and he was nearly beating De Souza in that final over there in 2013, a kid that truly deserves to be back on the championship tour.
And then the final with Kai Otten in Portugal.
Yeah.
He had so much success early in that final at Bells with Adriano. He had time on the clock, sitting with priority. He went to some visualization. He said he closed his eyes for a moment. He just imagined a set coming. He's like, a set's coming. It's going to happen. Best set of the day. He just kept saying that to himself. Next thing you know, stacks to the horizon closed out the entire beach. Visualization worked too well, and he had to duck dive the entire set to close out that final. But so much success early, and definitely one of the coolest names in sport. Nat, Cy Young.
Yeah.
Does it get any better than that?
Baseball fans galore out there. Cy Young, one of the greatest baseball pitchers of all time, and then you also get named after one of the pioneers of surfing too, Nat Young. So really cool to see him still be at this level right here, Joe.
The Australian Nat Young surfer, the family of Taylor Jensen. It's amazing what he accomplished in the early days of competitive surfing. So Nat's opener, a 4.5. Nishi starts with a 5.0. Keijiro Nishi, like you mentioned, a JPSA champion, but enjoys spending time with the Kobayashi family in San Clemente. I don't know if you could ever surf lowers without seeing Misaki in the water, Rosie.
Yeah, and I've also had a couple of sessions with him at uppers. Just, yeah, such a good, you know, I think when the traveling surfers from Japan come through town, he's taking them surfing, he's taking them out of the town on San Clemente, and it's just so rad to have that connection to home when you're in a foreign country.
And it's similar to the O'Leary household in Australia, you know, with Akemi, Connor O'Leary's mom, a competitive surfer for Japan. As we see Nat hold back, it's just nice to have some people hosting you when you're on the road, and especially when they can speak your own language and make you feel really comfortable.
And Masaki actually runs an all-Japanese contest in October over there at Churches, and Keijiro's been part of it before, and talk about a very successful family from Southern California too. Kei Kobayashi, former Challenger Series surfer. Shaw, one of the OGs of the sport down there in San Clemente, and got to give him props for always getting me my boards on time over there at Make Him too. Big part of the deal.
Dude,
but
Shaw rips. Wow.
You
What
know,
a cool style.
This heat, you mentioned the different kind of aspects of competition. World Pro Junior Champion with Jarvis Searle. I think a lot of people have been surprised about his results. Mixed results on the Challenger Series. This kid so far this year, Rosie, has been outstanding. The courageous flip over there on the Gold Coast, and obviously the win in Bolito.
2 fifths and a first place. I mean, talk about building, you know, solid results. He's just such a veteran competitor. Yeah, it's great to see Ian in this kind of form. And it's hard to do that when you fall off to come back on.
Let's focus on the chase for qualification. Ian Govea on top of the rankings for the Challenger Series. Ian will automatically qualify if he advances to the round of 16.
2 heats.
So an equal ninth or better. He's back on the championship tour.
Wow. He's really got to simplify that for himself, because right now he's in a big heat. It's easy to, you know, just get too far ahead of yourself with 2 heats that just seems so within grasp.
So a little bit further to qualify, making the final would automatically qualify Samuel Pupo. So I'll focus on the Brazilians that have been on the championship tour, that are ready to make a serious comeback. And Ian's been really fun to watch, man. Semi-final at Pipeline in the past, that result actually saved his spot on tour. Said he couldn't sleep for about a week and just sent it. Crazy ones at backdoor as well on his backhand. It was a moment that we'll never forget in his career.
I still really like the claim in Brazil where he did the replay box, where he's like, oh yeah, you guys see that again? You want to watch the replay again? But, you know, he's such a cool kid. He's always smiling. It seems like he's having a good time this year. And Dad Fabio still rips, and I'd be really excited to see him in a Masters event soon, too.
Fabio Govea, one of the best ever to come out of Brazil. Here comes Jarvis Earl. Getting some speed up. There's the ramp, and whips the backhand reverse. You can see his foot got disconnected in the rotation. So starts off underwater, an incomplete score. And now first priority goes to Govea. Jarvis Earl taking a World Junior title. Gets to have his name next to surfers like Ethan Ewing, Andy Irons, Joel Parkinson. Such a prestigious title to win, and then it just prepares you for everything that's ahead of you in big events on the Challenger Series. What happened here, Rosie?
Yeah, you see him start to widen his stance. He's anticipating that section, but like you said, the board and the feet kind of lose connection. And I think on the right with that southerly swell, it's going to be hard if you don't get the amplitude and that launch out in front of it to land those maneuvers.
That's exactly it. You need to be facing towards the beach rather than just going straight down the line still. And especially with the easterly part of the swell, that's going to be even more precise in their attack, Joe. And it seems like Govea might be having a look at against the grain right here.
Ian Govea needs to get through 2 heats to qualify for the Dream Tour. Number 1 on the Challenger season, smacks that first section, and a solid combination of power turns. He looks confident and prepared to get through this heat. That'll be a monster score, Ro.
Yeah, that was great. I mean, for Ian to open up his account like that, you can tell it's just that pressure valve that's releasing some of that steam for him to get this going.
Nat Young looking like he wants this right. He's got a speed down the line, really made him get going. No turns off there for Nat. So still just counting his 4-5 start, but anticipating a big switch with the 2 backhand hammers from Ian Govea. What do you think, Mitch?
I thought this was pretty darn strong, to be honest. Just the composure, the ability to be able to fit in 2 right there in a real short space, but I just like the use of the speed, Rosie. Off of the bottom all the time, especially with this low of a tide, that's very difficult to do.
Yeah, like you said, in a short amount of space, to fit that combination of 2 maneuvers. We know the judges are rewarding that type of surfing. The first 2-turn combo that we've seen.
Scores coming in for Ian Govea of 5.4. So I think I got carried away. I really enjoyed the aggressive 2-turn combinations. I was expecting it to really separate over Nishi and Young, but they're right in the same zone. A 5.4 to a 5 to a 4.5. So not too much separation there.
Smaller wave, you know, I think the judges are really demanding in terms of the actual potential of the good waves out there. It'll probably take a while for those ones to arrive throughout the heat, Rosie, but with the combination maneuvers, you still need to be on the right wave. You saw the 5-point ride from Nishi. It was a solid turn on the left, you know, and it was a bit of a bigger section, so I feel like they're going to be keeping the scale down with that combination on smaller waves. They want to see you on the right wave out there right now.
They've left themselves some space on that scale. They know what's out there. Like you said, there's quality surf on offer and obviously quality surfers.
Big names coming up today to look forward to. Miguel Pupo, a man who featured in the final at the U.S. Open, was runner-up to Julian Wilson years back. He'll be with Jadson Andre, so two giant Brazilian surfing names. Edgar Grosjean, who was lethal in Bolito, throwing a lot of big spin rotations, looking for him to have some liftoff, and he'll be compared to California's Levi Slauson.
Ooh. I like that heat. Levi's been on a roll too. I'm really stoked to see this year good diversity of nations within the top 20. I felt like there was a while where it was really just the one nation dominating, and we see a lot of Brazilians in the top 10 right now. They're making a comeback, but it's really due to experience, Rosie. Gouveia, you see somebody like Samuel Pupo right there in the top 3. Those are people that have achieved top tier status, and they're just looking to regain that. They don't want to be able to lose that superstardom.
Yeah, and I like the new faces that are coming into the qualification picture. There's still, a couple events left, so a lot can happen.
Gouveia just stepping into a closeout. Had third priority, so took a chance on that one. WorldSurfLeague.com is a great resource to keep yourself up to date with all types of big events, but especially with this Challenger Series. You can go back to check out the highlights of Bolito. And I think one of my favorite moments of the entire event was when Ian Gouveia was on stage and he redid his father's podium speech from years back. He said he's been waiting his whole career to copy his dad's accent even, and everything, every word. And then he just started cracking up. Like, Ian's really funny.
Yeah.
And he said he just couldn't wait to quote what his dad said years before him. It was a really cool way to honor his dad, and you can see the love in their family and support. A huge win recently in South Africa. 18:10 on the clock. Check out Felicity Palmatier enjoying this morning light in the Bonsoy athlete area. How's it going, Flick?
Hi guys, it's going really good. The athlete zone is actually pretty packed this morning. Obviously, we're getting into the seeded rounds now of the men. You've got Zhao Janka down here. I've seen Miguel Pupo, Jacob Wilcox, George Pitar. Everyone's down here getting pretty amped because I spoke to Cale earlier this morning in Coach's Corner, Cale Bell-Warren, who's looking after a bunch of the Aussies, and he said that he's been here for 10 days and this is the best surf that they've seen in the last 10 days. So everyone's just super excited to get out there, and get their first heat underway.
Good energy right there. Thank you, Flick. As we speed down the line with Keijiro Nishi moving very quickly on that racetrack left. Already had the 5, and judges will love the speed and how tack sharp he was on his decision making there, Rosie.
Yeah, I really like that combo from the young Japanese surfer. Just so impressive to see the way that he kept that speed and that flow.
One more look here, Mitch.
Yeah, what excellent use of priority too. Kept Jarvis off of it and converted on a solid wave. The floater down the line, and to be able to fit in that second one was very difficult. I mean, he used so much of that distance off of the bottom turn right there just to be able to get to that second section. Impressive stuff though. Should be a backup score, I would think. Seems like Jarvis might be having a look here, Joe.
Driving into an opening turn. It's a setups turn to hit this end section. So a cool way to set up 2 maneuvers. Kept his speed through the first, hack off the top, and then drilled the finish. Jarvis turning in his best so far. And Keijiro Nishi enjoying this lineup. Had the 5.0, then to a 3.93. As we check out Jarvis on the replay row.
Yeah, I like the way that he contemplated this wave, gets that kind of check turn in, but then really hammers it on that last section. I think with the southerly sweep, that wave is kind of pushing you down the line, so you've really got to be intentional about where you place your maneuvers.
The World Junior Champ starting to heat up, getting his best score in just a moment as the judges will make their comparisons. Not a ton of separation on the scale right now with these athletes. And we'll see if Jarvis can make his mark in this match. 15:30 on the clock. We'll take a Bonsoy brew break and more action right after this break. Let's go back to Bolito earlier this season where we saw Ian Gouveia take a huge win over Nolan Raposa in the final. He was lights out, big turns, huge airs. He gave us a little bit of everything. Got past Edgar Gojia, who was really ripping through the early rounds, and also Japan's Hiroto Ohara, US Open champ, at a big quarterfinal heat over in Bolito, South Africa. Big airs are one of my favorite aspects of Gouveia's surfing, but showed his depth. When we were rights, he would just match it with power and flair, mixing up his grabs, and a celebration up to the podium. And that's where he ended up unloading that beautiful speech to honor his father, Fabio. What a cool moment in Gouveia's career. Now at 13 on the clock, we see Ian Gouveia out in front now and looking interested in another wave. He ends up holding his position, and now driving down the line is Keijiro Nishi up and out. Catching up to the end of Jarvis's wave. He taps it shut. Now Gouveia committing. Hits it off the lip. Really cool. Tight transition, but loses the last turn.
It does seem like Jarvis Earl's probably going to get the score that he needs right now, 383. And, you know, you talked about the long list of world junior champions before him, Kai Barger, Ethan Ewing, and even the people that have made the final. So I think to his own expectations, he hasn't performed the way that he's maybe wanted to so far, Rosie, but I'm a big fan of the way that board's looking right now. It's an ECT by Channel Islands and seems to be working quite fine out there as we look at Nishi's last.
Keijiro getting a little closeout hack in during the break, and then Ian Gouveia turned in this wave when we were away.
Yeah, solidifying his spot on the top there. And Jarvis Earl, like you said, he got this little wave. Two-turn combo. Keeps him in contention. And I think about Ian's previous wave where he fell on that ending maneuver, and when you compare his waves, that was for sure going to be his best score. You see him shaking his head as he paddles back out. He knew he made a little bit of a mistake there by falling.
Yeah, and it seems like, to me, he kind of recognized that. He probably thought that he had to push a bit harder just to be able to improve on his scores, but as of right now, I think 11, 12 points is a good heat, but as conditions do get better and we see more consistency with waves, I'm feeling you got to be up into the 14-point range to make a lot of these heats out there right now.
Mitch, you want a coffee?
Yeah, sure.
Oh, it's fantastic. Good way to kick off the morning.
Just wait for the...
Oh, wow.
That's a good sound. Shout out Sir Coffee.
What a great way to kick off the day. Sir Coffee providing the cold brew. Let's get fired up.
I thought I already was, but you know, the coffee is a little additional thing to that right there.
Delicioso.
Delicioso.
Oh,
yeah.
Well done.
We got to get a Rosie on the Spanish train too.
Yeah, maybe a one word a heat.
Yeah, I watch a lot of Dora the Explorer, so that actually gets thrown out there a lot. So.
Is that theme song stuck in your head a lot?
Yeah, but the word delicioso.
It's like when you have kids and then you have to call one of Yago's heats. You're like, uh-oh, here it comes. Dora, 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 the Explorer. How good is that?
Joey.
Jadson Andres here. What a legend. He's a dad now. He's got a son named Felipe. He's so happy. When Jadson made the tour, he had two events that he would just tell us he wanted to win. One was Tahiti, and one is the US Open. And Tahiti became his favorite location on the Dream Tour, pushed himself, absolutely charges, and he's still focused as a veteran to try to go all the way.
And he's been very successful at both of them. He's actually come close and made finals day both times at both events. Looks very motivated this year. And I'm just such a fan of his personality. He's such a rad dude, and really excited to see him showcase what he's got in the next heat, which is a tough one. He's going up against Miggy, Josh Burke, Michael Dunphy, who had a great heat yesterday, Joe. Should be a real fun heat the next one.
Wow, looking forward to it. Jadson was just ahead of his time when he was throwing those crazy inverted air reverses towards the beach. He'd be upside down and tail high every time, and he could land him.
He had a heat with Simpo in Portugal that You know, I thought Brett won. I think Brett would probably say that he won too, but it was just one of those heats where it's back and forth, and I think Jadson got a wave at the end and he pulled 2 airs on the same wave. But it goes to show you that's what you're talking about. His generation kind of elevated the performances back then, and it opened the doors for Medina and everybody else to move forward.
Whipping it in the lip line is Jarvis Earl. He's got a little corner to play with as well, so a few solid backside turns, looking much more stable on that wave than he did on his wave previous. So looking at better is 397. Already had him into second. Now he's fighting for the lead off Gouveia. Kejiro's in third, and Nat Young holds priority down to fourth. Nat's only taken 2 waves. His 4-5 start on that blowtail, and then just an up and out. Big heats to come as well in this morning matchup. We've got Pupo, Jadson, Mike Dunphy, and from Barbados, Joshua Burke. Josh Burke coming from an incredible surfing family. He's had some big highlighted career moments, even getting the call up as wild cards on the big stage, all focused in the Bonsoy Athlete Zone. A couple of comments from Brent Powers from Channel Island Surfboards, and he's got his earphones in as well, probably listening to some music.
Yeah.
Staying focused.
Not sure what Berkey's into these days, but, you know, does have a big taste of music-wise. Hangs out with Tyler Gunter and the crew around here in SoCal quite a bit, and an outstanding young surfer, too. I don't know if you guys have ever seen him surf Super Bowl the way he does, but, man, he rips.
Last wave for Jarvis Earl. Rosie, what'd you think?
Yeah, just love the flow that he's finding. There's definitely a lot more aggression in that wave. He does improve his situation.
So Jarvis gets rid of the 3, turns it into a 4. You see a lot of 4s and 5s on the screen, so not a ton of separation with these athletes at the moment, which just goes to show it's wide open. The judges are saying, hey, show us something, really make us get closer to the excellent range. And with Nat having priority, he knows how to max out a scale. Late takeoff, a fun-looking left for Ian Gouveia. Speed turn just to keep up with the pace of this stretched out wall, and then punches the fins towards the beach. And a tough landing. Situation for Gouveia. It needs to make the round of 16 to officially qualify early here at stop 4 of the Challenger season, as he's leading the rankings. Missed opportunity on the fall on the air. As you can see, these glassy conditions this morning. Everyone's spreading out a bit. Nat Young wearing the white jersey still holds priority. Nat being from Santa Cruz, pretty far away from Huntington.
6-hour drive, yeah.
6, wow. What road are you taking? It always takes me about 7 or 8. Here comes Jarvis. Nice quick whip in the pocket. Oh, and another big vertical re-entry. Going vertical, judges are always gonna love that, knowing how difficult that is, but a tight space to frame it up to 12 o'clock noon, back to back, Rosie.
Yeah, that was really, I mean, I think Jarvis saw that window of opportunity. We've seen Ian Gouveia fall on both of his waves previous to this. Kind of left that little bit of space out in the lineup for these guys to get going, and Jarvis recognizing that he's got to kind of up the ante if he's going to get the judges' attention, and I definitely think that's going to be his best wave. This is Ian Gouveia, his previous Mitch.
Yeah, just the one setup turn, and you know, can't blame him for the attempt right here for the air reverse. It was really the only thing that would have potentially improved one of his 5s. Goes down on that, and I want to point something out that you mentioned just a while ago, Joe. Priority, and it's really the use of priority and maybe being too conscious about it right now in this heat. It's costing both Nishi and Nat Young, because if you look at Jarvis Earl, he was in 4th priority when he caught that wave right there. And Simpo was probably able to tell him before the heat started, be aware of your surroundings and know that a lot of those smaller rights probably double up well on the inside, especially with the lower tide. So great use of 4th priority, but more than anything, great awareness out there by the young Jarvis Earl.
3:55 to go here. Nat Young with priority. Has a ton of people always supporting him around the world as we watch Jarvis quickly to the lip line. Second turn, trying to get a little more out of it. His wave before, though, a 6.83. Gouvea's now in second. And he needs to keep that spot to advance if he wants to try to clinch a spot on the championship tour. Needs to make the round of 16. And Nat Young down to fourth position with priority. He's had some tough decisions this year. Matty Myers mentorship program has a great stable of athletes. Had a really cool pro career representing Santa Cruz. Super easy guy to get along with, and has a great program that's just building every season. All eyes on Nat Young for Matt Myers.
Yeah, and a great program, as you mentioned, one of the best in the business, I would say, and former broadcaster with us too at certain events. Really love working with Matt, but right now it's Nat who's been out there at Rosie for a long time waiting. He's only caught 2 waves, and really those 2 waves that he caught were in the first 5 minutes, so holding down a priority. He needs close to a 7. He needs to match the best wave of the heat right now, and has all the talent to be able to do so. Just needs to be on a wave, and that's the one thing I will say about priority at a beach break. You maybe start thinking about it just a bit too much and how to use it to your advantage, and maybe not play around a bit more.
I feel like, I touched on it, like Ian Gouveia making those 2 mistakes. Like Nat and Nishi have to recognize that they have those pole positions in the priority. Nat obviously has first pick of it, but with these 2 minutes remaining, that door is still open. It's a mid-range 6 and a higher echelon 6 for both of those surfers. So Ian Gouveia is probably not feeling very comfortable looking over my shoulder. There's not too many bumps in the lineup. Hopefully we see something come through and these guys get an opportunity.
Yeah.
Nat Young has had some heartbreak on the Challenger Series this year.
And when I think of a wave that would get him back in the seat and potentially advance, I just can't stop thinking about his backhand and how lethal it's been in his career. Great forehand as well, but the way he surfs backside is really unique. It doesn't look like anybody else. He can throw down big power turns in small sections and really surf a wave up. But he's down to a minute 20 against the clock, as he has had so many heats here at the Huntington Pier. Growing up through the NSSA, it was a constant trip for him to come down to surf this south side of the pier, and he picked up a lot of wins.
Yeah, he did. Made finals day earlier this year at the Jacks Pro too, like just a few months ago. So he's got the recognition of the right waves. Just a wave that's appealed to him hasn't showed up so far, Joe.
54 seconds. Keijiro Nishi looking for a 6.33, and he's not going to find it. And now he'll expect to have some defense played on him. Nat still has some time, adjusting his position, trying to stay calm. And the ocean at the moment looking flat. What a quick start, and then just dropped anchor for the rest of the heat. Waiting for a certain type of wave that didn't come through, and Nat Young, one of the big names in the draw, a championship tour athlete, multiple finalists on the big stage, is going to get knocked out here in the round of 64, heat number 1, and we'll also lose Keijiro Nishi from the draw. Jarvis Uro with a solid victory, and Ian Gouveia 1 heat closer to clinching a spot on tour.
Well, he's a heat away now after this advancement, but today, Jarvis Uro back-to-back heat wins, Joe.
What a great performance from the World Junior Champion. Coming up next, Miguel Pupo takes on Josh Burke, Jansen Andre, and Michael Dunphy. We'll be right back. This is the Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico. We're into the round of 64. Heat number 2 already starting. Miguel Pupo in red, Josh Burke in blue, Jadson Andre wearing the white jersey, and Michael Dunphy in the green. Josh Burke for Barbados. Michael Dunphy from the Mid-Atlantic region on the East Coast, Virginia Beach.
Well, New Smyrna too, so it's kind of an in-betweener right there.
Good call, good call.
I feel like he spends so much more time in New Smyrna now that I'm almost like not being able to call him from VB anymore.
Oh, wow. Everyone in VP's going, no way, we've got him.
I know. I love you guys over there, Virginia Beach Board Riders Club.
But I mean, New Smyrna Beach has so much consistency for waves and gets to surf with the Geiselman brothers all the time. Aaron Cormican.
Blake Jones also from that area over there.
Blake Jones? Guy who did rodeo flips back in the day.
Yeah.
Probably still does. And then Jadson and Miguel, the talented Brazilians. Miguel Pupo, Sao Paulo, near that Maresias region. Jadson Andre from further up north in Natal City. Jaddy winning his event, the one event he won on the championship tour in his rookie season in Brazil over Kelly Slater.
Unbelievable. I mean, you just knew what he was capable of in the air. Was he wearing a white wetsuit? Because I feel like like the white boards, aerial maneuvers, just this new kid on the block coming in as a wild card and just destroying the field.
That was such a big event for him, and being a rookie, and that was the season Owen Wright's a rookie. What a cool era for pro surfing. And everyone knows Pinga now, the great manager who has discovered talent of world champions from Adriano de Souza, Caio Abelli, Italo Ferreira, and beyond. He was working with Jadson, and he said, hey, you're a rookie, but you can make a semifinal here. If you make the semifinals, we're going to throw this big party. And he just threw all these things that he could get, you know, a trip somewhere of his choice. He just put a lot out there for incentive for this young rookie. And when he won the event, he went to Pinga. He's like, here we go. Where are we going? Are we planning this trip? And he's like, no, that was for a semifinal.
That was
You won the event. We didn't make the deal on that. And he's like, are you kidding me? But yeah, Pinga's amazing. He always knows how to motivate his athletes. Jadson's still waiting for the party. As we look at Mike Dunphy driving into the end section and blasting it out in front, catching up to the finish of Andre. Jadson loves a competitor's area. He's not one to pack up and leave. He loves everything here. The chiropractors, the food. It's such a smart move to stay close in that Bonsoy athlete zone. How quick is Josh Burke moving on this stretched out left? The wind up for the finish. Cool, framed up vertical end section turn. And everybody's getting on the board. Pupo now with priority.
Yeah, and this should be a strong opener right here for Berkey. And Mike Dunphy, you were mentioning he's been around for a very long time too, but the Lone Bayesian in the heat out there right now, super local. Josh, second generation pro. His father Alan also very successful back in the day, and you know, I think a lot of people probably wouldn't expect him to be this good on the backhand, Rosie, but he's quick and you know very nimble when it comes to this attack.
Low center of gravity too. He never fully extends his body. Always keeps that little bit of attack in the bent knees.
And then Jadson on this one, Rosie.
Yeah, nice little connection. He's had a couple closeouts, so it's good to see him get those couple turns in.
And then Mike Dunphy going left.
Yeah, and Mike's been doing this a very long time. You mentioned VB, New Smyrna. These are his types of waves right here, and comes in at a 4.67. That's a good opener right now, Joe. So in the first 6 minutes, you already have something above a 4. That's a solid start for him.
Josh Burke anticipating an aerial. Nice launch. A slow rotation around, and he will lose the landing as he sinks in transition, but he got some good pop on that one.
Close to riding out of it too, and for a lot of people that don't know, you know, a lot of Bayesian surfers actually travel to the East Coast for NSSAs too, Amateur level, Joe.
Quick punch off the lip, and laying into it is Michael Dunphy. Blowtails feel cool, they look rad. When you do it with flow, it's a nice combination to throw to the panel. Mike Dunphy can always provide an extra gear in waves like this. And it's really cool to see carves and then tail releases. It's not always airs for Dunphy. He can really set a point of difference out there in smaller conditions. So top two move on into the next round. And judges just playing some serious catch-up because they've had quite a flurry. Jaddy 5.83, Burke 4.17, Dunphy 4.67. More scores to get locked in. And here's Miguel Pupo, Rosie.
Wow, huge first turn. Love the smooth style on the second. To me, that's looking like the best wave of the heat as we watch Jadson Andre, Mitch.
Yeah, and Jaddy right here, he's looking for his backup, finds the rotation, and was close to pulling it off. Maybe just a bit too much speed right there. And this is the one where I thought if Berkey's able to ride out cleanly of this one, he's getting a big score. But right there towards the end, not enough speed. Nils just gets a little pearl towards the end. But then Dunphy right here with the answer back row. I mean, beautiful second turn right there. And the variation of maneuvers to me is the thing that stood out, you know, and that's huge.
Miguel Pupo live, going for a big upside down backside air. Had a snap in before it. But even though he's a veteran, he's reminding us all how cool his style is above the lip. Always so smooth. His style doesn't change when he launches. It's really reliable as well. And that one he was going for a crazy end section aerial. Miguel 7.67 on his opener for some incredible backside turns. And a quick 2.0 for his last. So he's in second, Dunphy out front. Let's catch up with the winner of the first heat of the morning, Jarvis Earls with AJ.
That's right, Joey. You mentioned him being in the first heat of the morning, and Jarvis, we were talking about that means that before your heat, instead of watching the heat before you, you're watching the free surfers. How does that change when you get in the water? What's the adjustment you have to make?
Yeah, it was pretty crazy watching the free surf this morning. There's like obviously 100 of the best surfers in the world out there, so there's so much action, and I was kind of expecting it to be non-stop out there, so had to like kind of slow it down in my heat and make that adjustment, and it ended up being a bit of a grindy heat, but I was stoked I got the win.
Well, you waited until there was about 5 minutes left to get the best score of the heat for you. What did you see in that final few minutes that you were able to say, this is the wave that I know I can get the score on? Yeah, I kind of just wanted to stay busy once I hadn't had a major score like halfway through the heat, and then got a couple of those waves underneath a few of the boys' priority, and yeah, ended up getting my best score, so it worked out well for me. And also can't let you go without saying happy birthday. Congratulations on getting the heat win. Yeah, thank you. Definitely a good start to my day. See you in the next one. Yeah, thank you.
Thanks so much, AJ. Nice, comfortable, happy Jarvis Earl. Moving on to the next round, and what a heat that was. Losing names like Nat Young. Had a lot of CT talent already knocked out of this event. With now 19:45 to go. Ocean settles down for a moment to let the judges play catch up here. Dunphy drops to second. Pupo just got a 4.77 to take the lead. Jansen with priority down to third. Josh Burke fourth. Berkey needing a 7.17. And Jansen needing a 5.52. Flashing back to a 17-year-old Jadson Andre. Went to go compete in Michael Dunphy's hometown at the ECSC, one of the longest running surf contests in the United States. And the fired up 17-year-old ended up making the final with Aaron Cormican. Gorkin at the time was looking to go back to back. And the final started, and there was thunderstorms and lightning. They actually had to get the finalists out of the water, and they were able to send them back out, and it was an absolute hassle fest. Gorkin was able to hang on to the win, but he came in, he was a bit rattled at the energy from Jadson Andre. But it was a cool time in Jadson's career. He was learning to win on the road. And I was always impressed with how he carried himself. He didn't know a lot of English at the time, which can be really challenging. spent some time in Australia. Then we got to know how funny he is. One of the brilliant personalities, and one of those guys that's friends with everybody on tour. You know, from Mick Fanning to anyone. Doesn't matter where you're from. Jaddy became just a class act and an all-time favorite of a human being for the top 34.
I think Jadson too does such a good job of being a mentor to the younger Brazilian surfers. I remember when Miggy's just asking for the situation from the beach announcers, but when Italo made it onto the tour, Jaddy was like, watch out for this kid. Like, I've known him for a long time and really was instrumental in like getting Italo comfortable on tour, like introducing him to everyone. So yeah, he's done so well at that. And then, you know, just watching Italo start to beat him in a couple of heats, they had some good banter going back and forth.
Such good banter and so many good memories from Jadson. At this event, maybe a score that could have gotten a 10. Looking back to 2017, Jadson Andre getting an 8.33 on this wave, Mitch.
Yeah, look at how good the waves were that day, too. A big barrel on the outside for Jaddy and made it through the piling. So shooting the pier, no doubt, but then fits in one more just for good measure on the left. Rebounds towards the right, and this is still a continuation of the same wave. So the judges, if they can see you, they're still going to score you. But you can just see the amount of energy that he had on this wave. That's typical of Jadson Andre, Joe, and that's the reason why he's one of people's favorite surfers.
What a performance. An 8.33. Why are my scores all off? I was a 10. What a great memory at the U.S. Open. Shooting the pier. Rosie, we talked about that a lot yesterday. Fearless, getting barreled, and then had a ton of maneuvers on the north side.
Have you ever shot the pier, Joe?
No way. I'm with Rosie. I try to avoid it as much as possible.
That's one thing about Jaddy. He is not afraid to sacrifice board and body. There were so many times coming in from Tahiti or whatever, I'd be getting ready to interview him, and he's just like lacerations everywhere. And he's just like, nah, it's fun. Just like rubbing it. And I'm like, oh.
Yeah, that pier is crazy looking when you're heading towards it with speed. I like to jump off. Other people like to go through the other side. It's amazing how important it is, though, for scoring, especially when you got those sweeping lefts with a big wall and scoring potential. What an element to bring to contest surfing when there's a cement piling in your peripheral vision.
With
and
barnacles.
You still got to slam it if your career's on the line,
Yep.
if you still want to be in the event. You've got a decision to make.
Piece of advice for all those people listening from home, though, if you're kind of in the point where you almost need to shoot the pier, it's better to go through it than try to straighten out, because if it's a south swell, it's still going to push you towards the pier. So if you kick out before, you're still going to end up there anyways, and it might even be more dangerous. Your leash could wrap around it. There's so many different things. So to me personally, it's better to at least try to go through it than try to stop before getting there. Not recommended, though. I will say that. So just
let's make safety a reflex.
exit out. Yeah. Close to the pier, kick out.
Miguel Pupo leading this one, a finalist at this event with Julian Wilson as he looks to win it this year. Having a look on this inside right. Pupo, quick speed turn, ramping up, and a quick air reverse. And he'll ride away. He's trying to ditch the 4.77. Putting together a solid heat. Let's get an update now with the conditions with the wax head on the sand.
Good morning. Down here on the sand and confirming that those pylons, they are huge. They're dangerous. The barnacles are exposed because we're 2 hours off the low tide. But as we pan across, you can see the pier bowl right, once again, is not really there. These surfers are about 100 or 200 feet up the beach, and they're surfing. It's a fun little bowl, but it's different to what we usually see at Huntington. We have a bit of a combo swell, northwest with that new southwest swell starting. A high tide about midday, a little bigger than yesterday. I think we'll start to see some of that Huntington hop come in, but more energy, great surfing, and I think we're gonna have some fun waves this morning.
Excited. Thank you so much, Waxhead, also known as Matt Chinaski, formerly. As we look at the right, off the bottom, nice cool snap. Michael Dunphy deep off the bottom again, and we'll just shut it down. Cool surfing there. I love how much of the wave he was able to use, and here comes Jaddy. Speed float and get stuck. He split it with Josh Burke. And now taking the next wave is Miguel Pupo. How smooth and calculated does he look, punching out the lip, able to regain his balance for the finish. But gosh, he kind of looks like he's in another world with that CT talent. His rail work so refined, and the speed that he's getting out of the gates is really impressive, Rosie.
Yeah, he's just looking that little notch above his competitors at the moment. Even on the waves that don't have much, you know, even these little kick-out waves, he just looks so much more engaged.
He looks like he's having a lot of fun, too. And at this point of the event, round of 64, first heat you're surfing, you want to go out there with a big smile, Joe. You want to come in the same way. And I want to point out, too, Jason Stevenson made a major signing with both him and his brother earlier this year. And that carbon board looks great underneath his feet. Dunny right here, he's looking to improve on a 4.67. A high 5 would give him the lead. Could have happened right there. It was a solid wave. And right here, this is what we were talking about, Rosie. He just carries so much speed down the line. Well, maybe got a bit too ahead of himself right there on that second turn. And it seemed like Berkey was able to go right there and threw the tail around Joe. That's going to be a strong score for Josh. This one, though, Rosie, very strong by Miguel.
Yeah, I love the way that he anticipated that first section. Gets a little bit hung up on the bottom there before going for that third turn.
Ton of scores coming in, important ones for Heat 2. Miguel Pupo, 4.8 on the wave previous. We'll see if he can improve. Josh Berg throwing down a nice punt to get into the mix. We'll give you the complete update right after this quick break. The Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico is brought to you by the all-new Lexus GX. Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer. By Hurley, born from water. By Shiseido, official sunscreen of the World Surf League. By Eventbrite, on or off your board, you've got plans with Eventbrite. And by Rad Power Bikes, the official e-bike partner of the US Open. A lot of happy fans down here on the beach watching Heat 2 of the morning. Gosh, great weather here in sunny Southern California in Surf City, USA. Huntington is really proud to be called Surf City, USA, and they've even given away keys to the city to legends like Kelly Slater. Remember, Kelly gave a cool speech on Main Street, a huge crowd there to try to talk to the GOAT, and he had some amazing stories of coming here as a little kid and competing.
I got a question, Joe.
Simon.
When are you getting inducted?
Oh, Mitchell.
Right, Ro? I mean, like, it's about time.
Hey, here comes my transition. 8:42 on the clock. But it's fun when you go across the street and you get to see all these big names in surfing being honored in the Walk of Fame. Jeff Deffenbaugh.
Finally.
being
Finally.
announced this year. How cool is that?
It's awesome, you know, especially for us local surfers. First person from the area to qualify for the Championship Tour, and, you know, his success both on the CT regional qualifying series, and I think the importance of him in the Board Riders events too has been pivotal for both Huntington and right here in North Orange County. Really stoked to see Diva in there, Joe.
Yeah, it's really cool, and all the speeches that happened. We had Brett in here the other day, and I still remember the photos where he had lays up to his head and how emotional it was for him just to be honored. And in his hometown, there's a category as well. They have a local hero across the street, and I love that representation. Now things settling down for consistency, but the scores that we're waiting for, and remember the air from Josh Burke, 6.87, still third, but needs a 5.73 now. Burke was second priority, a higher priority than Dunphy.
Ooh.
Dunphy's hoping for the switch there on priority.
Yep.
And it will move. So Dunphy has a higher priority now than Josh Burke, but he's going to let him take this wave. Driving hard into a big backside power hook with a reverse. Interesting that Dunphy didn't take that wave off him. Maybe he didn't get the message that priority had switched in time.
I think it was a smart move, though, just because Josh is needing close to a 6 row. With the one turn right there, there's a possibility he gets it. But when you look at the 687, which is the big air on the right, much steeper section, maybe a bit more dynamic of a maneuver, I think it was smart for Dunphy to let that wave go with priority now.
And on the South Peak, Miguel Pupo, Rosie.
Yeah, Miguel's kind of, wow, that was beautiful. Lands it clean. That's going to up the ante.
Hey.
That's going to really solidify his pace at the top of this heat.
And then Burke on the power blast reverse.
I mean, it was a cool maneuver. I just don't know if it's going to go as high as a 6.
And then Jaddy throws down the air reverse. So a lot of things for the judges to take in right there as we see Pupo flowing down the line. He's got a ramp again. Cool little layback. Ends up losing it. That thing really guttered out below him. 5:55 remaining. And let's check out Jadson's wave, Rosie.
Yeah, so Jadson gets started with that wrap. He eyes off that section. You see him start to widen the stance, get the speed up. No grab. Looks at the judges, asking, begging the question. Is it the 677, Mitch? It's...
I don't know. Kind of a flatter air, especially when you compare it to the 687 of Josh in the seat. And then we got to think that Miguel's number is going to be massive too, Joe. I'm thinking that's the best of the day so far, just on a single maneuver too. The height, I think the complexity of the maneuver too, and if it's not better than the 767, it's got to be very close to it. So
I'm right there with you, Mitch. That was butter.
Yeah.
Smooth. So we see a last of Miguel. Went for a big finish on this one, Rosie.
Yeah, I like him just kind of showing us that little bit of variety, but you can tell that steeper section with that push, that rail kind of got disengaged through the midsection there. So no surface area in the wave and unable to control it.
Previous of Pupo, the punt, 7.13. That was one of my favorite airs so far this week, and Pupo using it to a pretty giant combined heat total, 14.8. Dunphy hanging on to second, but we're still waiting for the scores of the power blast reverse from Josh Burke. And like Salazar was thinking, a good leave with priority from Dunphy. We'll see what the judges do when they complete that score. Jadson 2.10, he's waiting for his air reverse, and Josh Burke won't get it. Stays in third, a 4.43, so smart move on Michael Dunphy's behalf.
Yeah, nice attempt by Josh, though. You got to give him credit for at least trying. He paddled for the wave previous to that one, was forced to go on that one, Rosie, and it was a smart move. You know, Dunphy let it go. Josh took advantage of it. Unfortunately for him, it wasn't necessarily the section he was looking for on that one.
Yeah, he surfed it well, and also, you know, he's just lost priority to Michael Dunphy. He gets that wave, and you could tell there was that little bit of frustration and anger that he put into that maneuver.
Yeah.
We were mentioning Jeff Deffenbaugh, the local hero. We're talking about the Surfing Walk of Fame inductees for this year. Surf Culture Award goes to Doug Warbrick and Brian Singer, the founders of Rip Curl. Surfing champion goes to Felipe Pomar, legend from Peru.
Yeah.
As we look at a fun-looking ride, Jadson gets to the first section, harder off the bottom, ends up getting hung up. Looking a little sticky on that one and tries to really force the completion. When you just looked at the wave itself, it looked like a great opportunity to improve.
Oh, and he changed the situation with this previous one, Joe. Just barely gets the score.
So Jadson's error that he finished up on, he gets a 6.87. So Dunphy did move to third, Burke to fourth. And we look at Jadson's last, Rosie.
Yeah, this was shaping up to be a really nice wave, but just a little bit sticky off the top there. And just being that fraction out in front,
Yeah.
just threw off his rhythm on that wave. But he'll be stoked. He's just taken that second place position. But yeah, with 2 minutes 20 on the clock, there's been a lot of opportunities in this heat. Will we see Jaddy get challenged for that second place? I think Miggy's looking pretty safe with those 2 sevens in his scoreline and just the caliber of surfing that he's doing.
I agree with you right there, Rosie. It's the board. He just looks happy. He's enjoying himself just outside of the top 10 right now in terms of qualification. But, you know, third and fourth right now, Joe. Priority with Mike Dunphy. He's needing just a low 6, and Berkey right around the same thing. So this is still a tight heat, and talking about two guys that probably, out of the 4 surfers in the water, maybe have spent the most time out here on the regional qualifying series. So when it comes down to recognition of waves, we have 2 of the finest out there in the green and the blue jerseys.
Great point, 90 seconds. Michael Dunphy chasing a 6.04. And he's had a higher number than the requirement. The 6.67 he had on his second wave. So he knows what it feels like. Josh Burke needing a 5.83, and his best is 6.87 on the frontside punt. And now down to the final minute. These guys splitting up the area. The 2 Brazilian Goofy Foots in the top 2. They don't have the top priority. So Dunphy and Josh Burke need the ocean to help them out so they can get a final shot at the next round.
Well, this is just a testament to how good the Challenger Series is nowadays, too. Like, you come up into this round, Rosie, round of 64, the seeded round, everybody's as equally as talented, but the biggest difference here is can you make the right decisions in the right moment, and I think that's why both Miguel and Jaddy are advancing right now. But props to both Dunny and Burke. They surfed another great heat this day.
Yeah, they totally did, and I'm going to go out and make a bit of a bold call. I'm going to say Miguel would be one to watch to win this event. I know we only second heat of the round of 64, but wow, he's looking sharp.
I love it, Rosie, as we see this last wave in. Cool little pop off the lip, and then there's a throw tail reverse to try to save himself for Josh Burke. And this one just a little bit too late for Michael Dunphy. Horn goes off, and he just got up right after it. You can tell how well he's surfing at the moment. And Berkey will wait to see what happened on that last decision. Was able to get a little air section right on the inside corner. And we'll see his entire wave right here, Mitch.
Yeah, so a lot of speed down the line. It was just the air. It wasn't bad either. More of a nose pick. Just to know about the size of the wave, Joe, especially when you look at a 6.87. That was a larger one. It has to be just under a point of that, and I feel like he's going to come up short. But, you know, to me, this is really a testament to how good he is. Put on a good showcase right now. It's just going to come down to being on a little bit of a better wave in the next 2 events for him to potentially qualify for the CT.
Yeah, that was just a tough section just with the wave being so small, Rosie.
Yeah, that was tricky. I mean, you're also thinking about what Jadson was able to do to get the 6.87. Just a smaller wave. I mean, not for lack of trying. We're going to wait to see what the judges say.
Last score coming in for Josh Burke, not enough in the 3 range. Dunphy stays in third, and the 2 talented Brazilian Goofy Foot veterans move on to the next round. Solid one for Jaddy and a big win for Miguel Pupo. Exciting times here in the round of 64. More action continues right after this break. We'll bring in Kaipo and Flick for the call right after this.
Lexus US Open of Surfing. Round of 64 for the men. The pathway to the championship tour. This is stop number 4, and so we're down the path. I'm Kaipo Guerrero along with Flick Palmentier. This is the path. Flick, this is how you get to the big show, but you got to get through Huntington Beach first.
Yeah, you do. And you know what? This morning, I've already noticed we've got live action. We'll get back to that in a second. Looks like Rafael's up and riding.
Rafael Teixeira, a veteran on the qualifying series, 31-year-old Brazilian with a quick backhand. Here we go with Levi Slauson from Encinitas, California. Levi, dynamic finish there for the San Diegan. So Slauson on the paddle back out. 21-year-old out of Encinitas, California. Levi currently number 20 on the rankings coming into this stop number 4 on the Challenger Series, Flick.
Yeah, you know what? Levi really impressed me this year. I got to see him in Sydney, and he finished with a 17th there, but some of the surfing that he was doing on his backhand, and we just got to witness a little bit of that just then, really impressed me. Just these, you know, Narrabeen was only really offering this one big meaty section, and, for one turn you were scoring big numbers. Let's break it down here. But this is the kind of backhand surfing that we got to see. Really explosive. This last turn here, he really puts it all on the line, throws the fins, and rides out with control. But he was doing those kind of turns on, sections that were 4 to 6 foot. So we see Edgar, this is his opening wave. So nice little tail high air reverse there. And a couple of backhand hits from Rafael. Finishes off with a little third foam climb.
So I got some impressive numbers already on the board. Edgar Gojia, edgy, coming in with a 5.67 on his opener. Rafael Teixeira, quick work for 3.5 and a 6.17. And then we saw that replay of Levi Slauson. That was a 5.27. So rapid fire numbers up on the board, and an exciting heat. We have not talked about the man with priority right now, Owen Moss, out of North Carolina, Wilmington, North Carolina. The 20-year-old on his first year on the Challenger Series was impressive in the round of 80 with a win in that opening round.
Yeah, he made the post show yesterday, as a standout performer, surfing really well. And, obviously this morning, conditions have improved a lot. We've seen the swell pick up a little bit. But for what was on offer yesterday, this kid here, Owen, really impressed us. I think just, when you can have great wave selection, when the waves are so, it was tricky out there. It was a mixed bag, and he just did such a good job, made the post show, couple of really good scores. So let's see if we can continue this momentum through to this next round.
Yeah, I enjoyed the speed that Owen had in his surfing in grovelly conditions. Conditions better today. That south wind not as evident. Classic conditions. Swell on the rise. This is the kind of California you want.
Yeah, it looks really dreamy out there this morning, and so much more opportunity than yesterday. You know, I think you can afford to be, yes, okay, it's a 4-person heat still, so you do want to get the ball rolling, but I think it's going to be a little bit easier today to identify which wave is actually going to be good.
Yeah, they'll be real obvious, right?
Yeah.
There's Teixeira looking for the paddle there. Over a decade on the championship, on the qualifying series, searching for a spot on the championship tour for Rafael Teixeira. And here he goes on the backhand. Pretty quick in his surfing. Snappy style. And looking limber for a 31-year-old.
Yeah, no, that was some really well put together surfing. And he's already locked in a 617, so he's just trying to get rid of that 3.5 now. Be interesting to break this one down. Kind of looked like he was a little bit late on those first couple of maneuvers. And then at the back, Edgard.
Eji looking for a ramp. He's brought to the QS, the regional Brazilian Tour, as well as the Challenger Series. I've always been a fan of Edgard, especially in smaller conditions like this. This is right where he can dial things in. And Edgard, in the context of the rankings, is number 10 on the Challenger Series rankings coming into this event. So if he keeps up with great performances, coming off of a semifinal finish at the last event in South Africa, he could find his way onto the championship tour.
Yeah, I was looking at that prior to this heat. Let's have a look here. You can see he was setting up for this air straight away. Launches, full rotation, little head nod here from him as well. Yep, he likes it. A little claim, love to see it. And it's the replay. We're going to have a look at Rafael now. Little turn here, gets up to this section a little bit late, gets a little bit caught and throws it up for a third little snap. So he's actually improved on that 3.5, so extending that lead, but only for a short period of time.
So 2 Brazilians out in front right now. Grosjean with a 7.33, Teixeira with a 4.33. Both Brazilians on top. Levi Slauson scratching, needs a 5.24, and Owen Moss not in the conversation. Edgy on the backhand now. Couple of snaps. Don't know if that's going to better his scoreline.
Yeah, I definitely wouldn't say so. Go Levi.
Levi tosses it up, nose picks it down, comes around that section without any hindrance, continues his forward momentum. Levi Slauson putting together some great surfing.
Wow, that was super explosive, and to put it all on the line for the first maneuver, I mean, that's so critical and really speaks to the criteria as well. So I think that's going to really be beneficial for him this morning.
Replay here one more time. Let's check Levi out.
Yeah, putting it all on the line. Tail high air reverse there. Finishes it off with a little tap on the end. I really love that. I just loved how critical that first turn was. You know, you put something on the line like that, so risky. You fall, you blow the whole wave. I really like that. And yeah, just leaving Owen Moss out the back, basically trying to play catch up.
Yeah, and just, you know, continue your momentum right down the line and not being slowed at all by that air and the rotation after. Teixeira with priority, white jersey. Took a look at that one. We'll see what the priority judge says. Edgar says, I want another one. Has to toss that away.
Yeah, just a throwaway there for Edgar. But looks like we got a little bit more movement out the back. Another set coming through the lineup.
I'm enjoying the consistency that we're seeing at the beginning of this heat.
Yes.
10 minutes into it, and we've had, a ton of waves ridden.
Yeah, I like it. And really good waves. Some even excellent.
Owen Moss did get a wave, and this is what it looked like, Flick.
Yeah, so this is the first wave of sort of substance really in this heat for him. I mean, that was very reminiscent of yesterday. A couple of quick turns, looking very spicy on that board. Got the fins free on that last turn, but I think he's got a lot of work to do considering, you know, the context of this heat.
Nice looking right hand wall.
Wow.
And Teixeira unloads multiple times on the backhand. He's a little excited, as he should be. Look at, yes, okay, paddle out now. Stop yelling at the beach. Get back out there. You're still in the heat. You got a good number, but you're going to have to get a better number because Levi Slauson with an 8.17, dropping that number. And also gliding into the round of 32 is Miguel Pupo.
That's right, Kaipo. Miguel certainly looking strong, solid, confident on your board this morning. A brand new one for you. Give us the rundown.
Yeah, I just got those boards a couple days ago from Jason, and I had one surf yesterday morning. Got some new fins from Futures, the JS template, and put on the board and went straight to the heat.
So straight into the heat, no adjustment time necessary for you. How did you find your rhythm in that heat?
Actually, I was like looking for laps, and I kept getting right, so I'll just go with the rhythm and got a good scar straight away, which it was really good for me. You know, just it helps to come down. And after that, I was just looking for a backup. Got another 7, another 6, tried a couple airs, and just trying to feel the board.
Well, it worked out well. It's been such a wild ride for you the last few years, from injuring your foot in Portugal, needing to get the surgery in 2023, wildcard 2024 on the CT, falling off tour. How have you just stayed mentally ready, prepared, and focused to try and make a return to the tour?
It's been hard, you know, like I'm not that young anymore, and I'm 32 now, but I still have some energy on me, and it's been a tough few years, but you know, the last injury I had was 2013, so it took me 10 years to have another one, so I'll take that. You know, it's a positive, and just try to stay healthy now and to get back on tour.
Well, we're excited to see you in the next round here in Huntington. Para o Brasil, você pode descrever seu mindset para o Challenger Series?
Bom, é difícil, o Challenger Series é muito difícil, então eu tento ficar o mais calmo possível, tentar guardar a energia e tentar colocar o meu melhor que tem altas ondas.
Parabéns, see you in the next one.
Obrigado.
Owen Moss finds the left. And struggles for a finish, but I don't know if that's going to count.
Look, I think he knows it already, but the moment that you have to start, you know, getting down, really compressed and start patting the kitty to try and make it convincing to the judges that you rode out of a maneuver, already in my mind, it's just not a good finish to a wave, and he's going to know that. And considering the scores that have already been dropped in this heat, there's an 8 on the board, there's a 7 out there.
Well, this guy right here, he was excited before we went to that interview, and the reason he was excited was because look at this number that just came through, Flick.
Yeah, massive number for Rafael, 8.57, highest wave of the heat so far, and for beautiful backhand surfing, you know, and it just goes to show there's 2 ways to do it.
What about the IC replay? Can I see it again?
Let's go. Let's break it down. This first turn here, beautifully timed. Doesn't get any better than that. Straight up into a second one, vertical. Another little carve here. He's not done yet. Gets the little finish. And, well, yep, write the number down. He is excited.
Oh, bora.
Yeah, he's fired up.
Look, he's still fired up.
Fired up. He is fired up. But you know what? It's interesting. You just look at Levi. I mean, obviously, Rafael got the jump with the 8.57, but you look at Levi's 8.17. Totally 2 different approaches to getting that sort of 8 range, that excellent score. 2 different ways to do it. You even look at Edgard as well with a 7.33.
And Edgard's got a lot on the line in this heat. We mentioned that he was number 10 coming into this event. He's dropped to number 11 in the live rankings. He's already has a throwaway. He got a 49th over at Snapper, 17th at Nara, which is borderline. That semifinal finish in Bolito, very important for his ranking. But if he was to lose in this heat, he's got his 2 throwaways in the can, and it's going to put a lot of pressure for him on the rest of the tour.
Oh, completely. I think, you know, he did get that 3rd in Bolito, right? And that's a sign of good things. And you're hoping that he can continue that momentum into the back half of the year, but it's a lot of pressure.
Levi currently in second, looking for a ramp, pops it up, puts it down, no problem for the surfer from Encinitas.
That was so easy for him, right? You could just, there was just like an effortless nature just as soon as he stood up. And you're just like, yep, he's going to make this. You could tell as soon as he stood up, he just had this confidence about it. You know, after you lock in an 817, you're going to be feeling pretty confident.
Yeah, Levi working with Matt Myers' surf mentorship, and Levi has a great personal filmer in the way of Brady Lawrence, following him around everywhere, all type of angles captured. Let's look at a replay again of Levi.
Yeah, just so much confidence, effortless, landed in the perfect spot. And yeah, Brady there on the tools, capturing all the action.
Yeah, there's his coach in the green hat. That's Matt Myers, and there's Brady right there on the camera with the Shaka with the Captain Kino's. Speaking of Encinitas, with the Captain Kino's t-shirt on, a legendary establishment in that man's hometown, Levi Slaussen's hometown. And Levi just improved upon his scoreline with a 5.57 flick.
Yeah, that was a healthy number, and he's got to back up that 817, and he's done that beautifully, right? He's making that job for Edgar just that bit harder. Edgar's now chasing a 6.42, and I'm just interested to see how there's two surfers in this heat that have 8-point rides. So you've kind of got to keep it paced with that if you're considering getting through this. You know what, it's such good positive signs for today. You know, obviously we've come up into the seeded round, but it's a good sign that the conditions have improved.
Yeah, well, let's see if Edgar Grosjean and Owen Moss can start to keep pace with Levi Slaussen and Rafael Teixeira, who's currently in the lead. We'll be back with the conclusion of this heat after this. Lexus US Open of Surfing, stop number 4 on the Challengers Series, taking a look at our live rankings, where Edgar Grosjean has dropped a spot to number 11, right outside that top 10 window that you need to be in to qualify for the championship tour. Levi Slaussen is in the lead right now. He's actually in the advancement position in his heat right now. He's number 20 on the live rankings. Big opportunity for both Grosjean and Slaussen. Here goes Edgar. Edgy struggles kind of through that first turn, swings a little better on the second one. Looking pretty amped, and I felt that from the beginning. He was a little bit off timing.
Yeah, I also feel you can see that desperation in the surf because he knows what's on the line. I mean, we just saw these rankings. He's already dropped a place. He's going to know that Levi's sitting, below him as well. And I feel like as soon as he took off, wave selection was maybe a bit wobbly. There was a few lumps and bumps in it. But I feel like you could really see that he was just, going against the grain and just trying to force it. Let's have a look. Gets into that first section, gets caught. Up into the second lip. He's pumping here, trying to get the job done. But just gets caught up the top there and can't ride out of that last turn. But yeah, I feel like you can see that, the desperation and like the want and the need to get through this heat.
Yeah, and it's odd out here at Huntington. I've been actually surfing quite a bit here, just when I can. But these waves, some of them have push and are just like, you just skate down the line. And then some of them just, like that one with the warble.
It's like you're on a reverse travelator,
and just,
like running up in the opposite way.
Yeah, you just can't get going.
Yeah.
And it's really frustrating, and it's actually difficult to identify because they're just mirages. They look good, and you stand up on them, and there's nothing behind it. You know?
It's like you're running down the escalator the wrong way, or you know, the opposite way.
Maybe this one will be better for Edgy. No. The other thing is that I've been battling with here is my fear of stingrays.
Oh, yes, I've heard this, but keep going. Scary things, aren't they? You don't want to stand on one of those.
I've been spotting them, and I don't know if that's just like something that is just a message to me or something, but I keep on seeing them.
You know what? That's the theory that you obsess over something a lot, you will,
yeah,
your eyes
you know
will find it.
Flick.
It's like when you think about buying a yellow car and then all of a sudden when you're driving, all you see is yellow cars. That's what's happening.
Thank you for pointing that out, because I will erase the thought of those creatures out of my... I'm not going to even say the word again this week.
Yeah, I think you need a shuffle when you enter the lineup and when you exit.
Yep.
You know, you stand on one of those things, you'll know all about it.
Yep. Don't know what even... Not going to acknowledge that thing anymore. It's not in my universe anymore.
Okay, good.
I'm thinking only of pelicans and dolphins, which I enjoy surfing with.
That's good. That's
a lot.
Good.
Owen Moss needs to come back right now. A couple of times to the lip. That could do... well, it will reduce his requirement, I feel, but he's still going to be behind in this heat.
Yeah, I think beautiful surfing for the wave that he had on offer, but he just needs to find, you know, you got two surfers sitting out there with 8s, and he's just going to need a better wave quality so that he can really open up, do that same surfing, but on a bigger and better wave.
Hey, where's AJ McCord? I wonder where she is.
A really cool thing happening down here at Huntington Beach, a public cleanup for our WSL One Ocean activation. The Surfrider Foundation providing volunteers with bags so that they could go up and down the beach here at Huntington, cleaning up this beautiful area that we love to come to every single year for the US Open of Surfing. So the WSL One Ocean has so many activations, so many ways that you can get involved. If you want to learn more, head to worldsurfleague.com, and thank you for the 50+ volunteers who came down here this morning to clean up the beach.
That's right. Thanks, AJ. WSL One Ocean partnering with Project Blue from Shiseido. We were at the Santa Ana watershed yesterday afternoon cleaning up upstream of the Santa Ana River because it all flows downstream into. We had probably 60 people there from different high schools and the Surfrider Foundation, and good kid from San Clemente, Jet Schilling, was there cleaning up with us, getting his hands dirty. He did such a good job. So proud of that young man.
Yeah, what a good Samaritan. We like it when our surfers get involved.
That's good stuff right there. Shout out Jet Schilling. We'll see him, I think this afternoon, Heat 15 maybe?
Yes, you're correct.
How did I know that off the top of my head, Jeff?
Very good.
With Gatian Delahaye, Jackson Bunch, and Heitor Mueller, who was really impressive in the round of 80 in the opening round yesterday, Heitor.
There is some cracking heats coming up. I mean, even look at the next one that we're getting to call.
This is what I love. This is why I love the Challenger Series, because the CT is like eating at a fine restaurant where you know you got the best of the best, you know, but this is a smaller menu. This here, the Challenger Series, this is like an all-you-can-eat buffet of surfing talent, where there's trays and trays and trays of various different delectable surfing that you can view and characters you get to know on the Challenger Series. Like Edgar Grosjean, who needs a 6.5, and he's gonna get it right there. Yeah, we saw.
Okay, look out, Levi.
Here comes Rafael Teixeira, who wasn't sure his spot in the round of 32.
Hey, that last air from Edgar, that was big.
That was Emrod-ish.
That was very big. It was very lofty. There was a lot of space between him and that wave.
Yeah.
I dare say he might drop that score, and Levi Slauson, he's giving something to Okay, I think he needs to probably catch another wave as we see Owen.
Owen Moss. Quick snap to work down the line and caught up there. And the pressure, I feel like, is getting to the 20-year-old in this heat.
Look, he did find a better way. Oh, yep, that's it right there, that frustration.
And rightfully so. I mean, he sat with priority, nothing came his way. Meanwhile, this guy just catching all kinds of wave, Rafael Teixeira. But the highest wave count going to Edgar Grosjean, and we're waiting for the score for wave number 8 for Edgar. And let's see what the number's going to come through for this.
Yeah, this thing was giant. He's setting up for the air, gets so lofty, gets that tail so high. Wasn't a full rotation, but I mean, look.
Look, and he wanted to show everyone, like, yes, we know, you got the slob grab. He touched it slob. Of course, slob, lead hand, toe side rail. That's a slob air. You do the same air on your backhand. We call that a mute.
Whoa. Wow.
Look at this guy.
Okay. Hey, there's been a few claims go down in this heat, hasn't it? Everyone's really fired up. Everyone's really fired up this morning.
I love
Drinking
it.
a lot of coffee.
I love it. It gets me fired up when I see these guys.
It's good. I like to see the passion, and I like some emotion, and I like some personality.
Yes.
Bring it on.
Just describe me. Levi Slauson. Oh, that's not going to help him.
No, I think this is do or die right now for Edgar, and he's really performing well under this pressure. You know, we did just see those live rankings. He dropped down a place. Super important score for him coming through right now because he wants to continue that momentum on from Bolito. You know, he dropped that 3rd place finish there, semi-final. He needs to keep moving through this draw if he wants to keep this CT dream alive.
Let's check out our heat recap. And Mason Gold with Sugar. Well, back to live action, and we did get some scores in. We were waiting for score for wave number 8 for Edgar Grosjean for that slob air. Comes at a 6.57, so enough to put Edgy into the 2nd place and advancing position. Rafael Teixeira remains in the lead. Levi Slauson now needs a 5.73. And let's take a look at his 9th ride.
Yeah, so this was just so late up into the lip and gets the spin there. I mean, that was really critical. I mean, just how quick he had to think on his feet. He just had to react. There was no thinking, just reacting. Oop.
Yeah, that wave 8 that he did that slob air, 6.57. Maybe it was the wave size, but the air was impressive. My opinion, underscored. But that's just my opinion as a commentator and not a judge. We can look at it again because this is a big, technical, corked out air.
Yeah, let's have a look. I'd probably agree with you as well. I think this was pretty massive. You know, I kind of compare it to the one that Levi did. You know, Levi dropped that 5.57. I feel like it was at least more than a point better. I mean, this is saying it's only a point better, but I mean, exactly what you said, Kipes. I mean, obviously this is just our opinion. And a couple of the, you know, if you look down the breakdown of the scores, a couple of judges did agree with us as well.
Yeah. Kind of a big spread.
Yeah, it is a big spread there. So a couple of judges were agreeing with our opinion, but this right now is going to sting for Levi. I mean, he's sitting out there with an 8, and not being able to, you know, not being able to advance through a heat with an 8.
That hurts.
Mate, that stings. It stings.
Yeah, and you can see.
Look at disappointment.
Edgar's not going to stop. But he got the job done, and he had to come from behind in this heat. So impressive surfing, but also just fortitude to come from behind, get the number, and get the advancement.
Yeah, no, he's surfed his way back into this heat because the waves previous to that, he took off on that left and it looked like he was all over the place and he was just really like desperate to make it work. But I mean, he surfed his way back into it and he ended up finding the 6.57. So well done to Edgar.
Sigh of relief coming from the Brazilian, and it was a Brazilian sweep in this heat. Rafael Teixeira, Edgar Grosjean moving on to the round of 32. Speaking of Brazilians, we got two great ones coming in the next heat. Samuel Pupo, Joao Chianca will be matched up against Maxime Husno and Ryaru Ito. Hey, bro. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, we made it into the round of 32. Edgar Grosjean, Rafael Teixeira, Brazilian sweep in the third heat of the day. We're on to heat number 4 in this round of 64. We got two good friends, speaking of friendship, coming up against each other in this heat. Sammy Pupo up against Joao Chianca, Maxime Husno, and Ryaru Ito. Kaipo Guerrero, Flick Palmentier, Joao Chumbinho, and Samuel Samuka are the dearest of friends, but they're going to have to do battle with each other in this matchup.
Yeah, they are. I mean, they're probably going to draw some inspiration from that last heat, though. I mean, both of the Brazilians in the previous heat getting through, you know, but they both got a job out here, and for different reasons as well, you know. Obviously, you know, Sammy trying to fight his way back onto the tour. Joao just obviously wanting to surf in the US Open, knowing how iconic this event is, wanting to get an event win here, wanting to get some reps on the board, some competition, more experience.
Yeah. Well, good news is that man right there, Chumbinho, Joao Chianca, we will see him on the 2025 Championship Tour. He was granted an injury wild card, so that's going to be great news for the 2023 male Rip Curl Pro winner. And I'm glad to see Joao healthy and back in action. He was representing Brazil in the Olympics. And so, yeah, look forward to seeing what he has. Sammy Pupo, Samuel, he's number 2 on the rankings coming into this event, Samuka. And last year, he finished up number 2 as well with 2 wins. He won the first event on the Gold Coast. He won the last event in Saquarema. He's actually been a victim in 2023 and this year of that mid-season cut. He fought back to the championship tour last year. Looks like he's able to do it again this year.
Yeah, interesting story, right? I mean, it just speaks to the resilience, you know, of Sammy as a competitor. Get back to that, Maxime.
Maxime Husno, he's had time on the championship tour, wants to get back down there, surfing from Reunion Island with a nice opening snap on the backhand.
Yeah, that was really beautiful to watch. Just the one turn, but really explosive, really well timed. I love the drift that he got with his fins across the lip.
Ryaru, our Japanese competitor, just 21 years old. And Ryaru throws it up and gets a nice finish.
Yeah, here we go, Sammy.
Samuka looks for something, not finding it there. And Joao, struggling with that one.
That was one of those ones, Copes, that just had the energy
mirage,
going the
yeah.
opposite way. Looked like it kind of looked like Ryaru's was a little bit like that too as well. Like the energy was just moving the opposite way that they were traveling.
The Huntington Beach Mirage. It looks like a good wave, but little do you know, once you stand up, it's got nothing for you. Little paddle battle, splashing, kicking in the water here, hitting elbows.
Wow, okay.
Whoa.
Is Zhao going to get this? I mean, Ryaru caught the wave previous, but kind of looks like...
I like that Chumbinho, like,
wow,
has the fight in him right there.
He pushed for it and he got it.
Yeah. So third priority to Joao Chianca, fourth priority to Ryaru Ito. Joao, again, his story, falling off tour in 2022. His rookie season, had to fight back on the Challenger Series, got through on the Challenger Series, and in 2023, when he got back on the championship tour, finished number 4 in the world. Also, Joao, he's had success here in Huntington Beach. In 2022, he was a runner-up here to Ezekiel Lau.
Yeah, so obviously has great memories here of competing, but I also feel like a runner-up isn't good enough for him. I feel like, you know, this morning, even when AJ, you know, did the sideline hit with him and sort of morning update on what we were to expect, he said, you know, he realizes he kind of wanted to go to Paris, right, for that closing ceremony. But he also said that he just realizes how iconic this event is and how important it is and what it means to win this event. So he wanted to come and he wanted to compete. And I think, you know, a runner-up for him, he's searching for that win.
We'll find a French restaurant for Joao so he doesn't feel left out. Here's his replay, 3-point ride.
Yeah, this one here, you just see that energy's moving the opposite way. It's a little bit caught there on that last turn. This is Ryaru. And same sort of thing, gets a little bit caught on that first carve. Last turn was explosive. Rides out in front of that foam. And this turn, single turn from Maxime, I really liked this. It was just the one turn. But look at the way those fins fully released. Sort of did a grind across the top of that lip. It was just really beautiful.
Let's hear from Rafael Teixeira, the winner of the last heat.
Thanks so much, Kaipo. Wow, what a way to start here for you this morning, that 8.57. Talk to me about that wave.
Yeah, for sure. I train a lot here in Huntington. I be here like every single morning to what like exactly point for catch the wave, and I have lucky. Levi and Edgar start the hit really good, and I stay calm. I put in my mind the wave will come, and I make my best. And yeah, that's it. The wave came, and I do my best.
Well, you're somebody that we have seen grind it out here in the qualifying series and the Challenger series for quite a few years. And then this year, it seems like you're building some momentum. A 49th, 33rd, 17th. Win your heat here this morning. What has changed with your mindset for this 2024 season?
Yeah, I compete in Challenger series like 7 years. I won my first KS event like 2015, like 9 years ago. But in the Challenger series, I never like make a really good result. But I stay calm. I know my time will come soon. And yeah, I train a lot for a moment like that, for sure, like upset coming. But I try to work my mind with my coach in Brazil, Fernando and Anderson. And yeah, for a moment like that, to enjoy the moment right now, to stay calm and make like a couple hits and maybe get a good result.
Well, you're off to a great start para o Brasil. Como você preparara para momento como esse durante a sua bateria?
Eu tô super feliz, eu acho que eu entrei muito calmo, eu tenho treinado bastante a minha leveza nas baterias para para entrar tranquilo, e eu devo muito a isso aos meus coaches Fernando e Anderson. E tô feliz, Huntington é um lugar que eu me sinto bem, que eu fico tranquilo, e agora o swell tá chegando e espero continuar nessa pegada e, lógico, dar o reset, que amanhã é um novo dia, mas a confiança é a mesma.
Parabéns.
Thank you.
Well, I saw some rides during that interview, and one that stands out to me is Samuel Samuka, kind of picked the lock to Huntington Beach and found the good one.
Yeah, he did. 3 turns. Let's break it down. Up into the lip here, cuts that bottom turn short, and then this turn here. But for me, it was all about this last lip line floater. Went up. It's kind of like he went up to hit the lip, to do a tighter turn in the pocket, but adjusted halfway through and ended up being a lip line. This is Zhao behind him. 2 really well-timed turns. I personally really love that. It just felt really well-timed. There was less bobble between each turn, and just really pleasing to the eye, really. That was really well done by both Brazilian surfers.
So waiting for those scores. Under 20 minutes on the clock. And it looks like Ito got a wave as well, so we'll report to you on that number as we're anticipating 3 scores from our judges. One for Ryaru Ito. Here's what we're waiting for, this score for Ryaru.
Yeah, so on the backhand now. Oh, okay. So this probably isn't going to really factor in. Just caught that rail there as he was coming on the way back down.
Shanka's score, 6.53, waiting for Pupo's number for wave number 2.
Yeah, 6.5 for those 2 turns. For me, for Zhao, I mean, they were some of the 2 best well-timed turns of this heat. Interested to see where this score from Sammy's going to go. First 2 turns weren't as big, but that last lip line floater was really impressive.
Samuel Pupo right here surfs his way to the final, and he's back on the championship tour.
Wow.
He can qualify at this event, but he needs a finals appearance.
Yeah, I mean, he'd know this scenario. You know, he's already had a couple of pretty good results this year, and you got to be thinking that, you know, if I was a betting person, and just with the way he's surfing.
Busno. Well-timed backhand surfing developed on the lefts of his home, Reunion Island. And we'll be waiting for that score for Maxime.
Yeah, it's interesting. This heat a little bit slower than that last one. First half of that last, heat 3, I mean, there was fireworks. Here we go, Sammy.
Sammy looking for a backup.
Oh.
And gets a rock and roll. Little floater there. So he's going to ditch the fractional score that he has in his score line. Anything over a 2.5 point ride is going to put him into second place and bump Ryaru Ito down.
Yeah, that was really tweaked out, that last turn. I kind of liked it. So late. Little rock and roll floater. Just something a little bit different. They're so hard to do, you know. Sometimes they get a bit overlooked, and even the foam climb gets overlooked, you know. They don't really get... It's not really that higher scoring maneuver, but it's actually really technically hard to do. You got to time it so well.
Let's enjoy it again.
Yeah, here we go. A little snap here. This is a maneuver we're talking about.
Rock and roll that would make Dwayne Peters proud.
And Maxime here, up into the lip, goes up for a second one, and looks to get the finish here. And he does, so a little 3-turn combo for Maxime.
5-point ride for Sammy Pupo for the rock and roll floater, and he goes to the lead. The Dwayne Peters reference was referencing the master of disaster, Dwayne Peters. Great professional skater and a guy that did radical rock and rolls. Checking out our live rankings here. Ian Govea on top, Sammy Pupo in a solid second. But look at Edgar Grosjean with that heat win. Or that heat advancement, I'm sorry, in that last heat, moves from 11 up to number 8.
Yeah, Miguel as well with that heat win, he's moving up. But for me, look at the shaded name, Jordan Lawler.
Ouch.
Man, this is probably one of my biggest losses from this event so far. You know, sitting at number 6, he's got this big win in Sydney as a wild card, right?
Yeah.
He's just chasing one event where he can advance through a couple more heats,
yeah,
and he's gonna be on this tour. It's just heartbreaking. He went to Bolito. He lost as well. He's come here, yesterday.
Yeah.
First round heat loss. It's just heartbreaking to see. It's
got a 73rd.
And he's
73rd is only 250 points, so that's a huge throwaway.
Not good.
Yeah.
It's not good, and he's going to know this. It's going to be, playing on his psyche as well.
Husno pops it up in the air, but has to throw that board away. Maxime Husno. He made the championship tour in 2023. Unfortunately, did not make that mid-season cut. Had a brilliant year, Maxime did, on the Challenger Series in 2022, where he finished number 4 in the rankings.
Yeah, Maxime, he impresses me. I'm very, very tenacious and resilient, he's someone, he won a World Junior title, I think it was Narrabeen.
Yep.
And since then, he's sort of been one of those names back then that was just talked about a lot, like when's he qualifying? So to be sticking at it for this long and to really finally crack it and make it to the CT, I think is super impressive. It just speaks to that resilience and that real competitive nature of Maxime.
Ryaru Ito. Yeah, Maxime, when he did qualify in 2022, he had spent a decade on the qualifying series.
Yeah.
He's 32 years old. Here we go with Joao throwing that away, getting a little loose off the top.
You can really see that wave was sort of peeling out to sea. A lot of these lefts are, just because it's like that south-southeast direction.
Our heat leader, Sammy Pupo's got it dialed on the backhand.
Wow.
JS Surfboards looking solid under his feet. Picked up a batch when he got to California. Husno right behind him. A couple of quick turns. Stabs the lip there. And is able to ride out.
Yeah, I think Sammy's really adjusting well and adjusting his surfing to the type of lefts that we're seeing move through the lineup, because some of them don't have that energy. You could even see he kind of pulled that first turn back a little bit and just placed it really, he placed it really well, even if you compare it to Zhao. Zhao sort of had that similar sort of wave. It was peeling out to sea. He got a bit caught on his first turn. So Sammy just really adjusting well to these conditions.
Yeah, well, you can choose soy, you can choose almond. Any way you look at it, we're taking a Bonsoy brew break. We'll be back after this break. Some of the shots from the Huntington Beach Longboard Classic, which has been completed. Thank you to, congratulations to Taylor Jensen, Rachel Tilley, and thank you to Pacifico for living life anchors up. Running up the beach right now Maxime Husno, who's just turned the heat, 5.13 for this last ride, got him into second.
Yeah, so this was this big belt there, up into the lip, rides out in front of this one. So there's a really, really important wave right now for Maxime in the context of this heat. But I mean, if I'm Maxime, I'm not feeling safe, just knowing that, you know, the caliber of surfer that's sitting just underneath him, Zhao Xianke, you know, and Zhao has this single high wave of that 5.53.
Samuka catching a rail there, was on a great start. Back to Maxime, nothing going there. So a couple of misfires out of the lineup. 10 minutes and 20 seconds. If you're just joining us, it's Kai Paguro, along with Flick Palmentier. And we are at the Lexus US Open of Surfing. This is the round of 64, which consists of 16 heats that we're going to go through today and whittle it down to the round of 32. So it's all men's surfing today and 8 hours of it.
Yeah, this is the big day for the men's. This round, 16 heats. It's a big day, and once we get through this, I mean, obviously we're narrowing down that draw. Let's break down this wave, snap in the lip, and then just catches that outside rail as he's bringing around that calf, but he's looking really good. For me right now, the danger person is Zhao, sitting out there, priority. And here he goes.
Here he goes, looking for something down the line, and did not find the ramp he was looking for.
Yeah, I mean...
And the big brother of Samuel Pupo, Miguel Pupo, with eyes on the ocean.
Oh, wow.
And Sammy trying to throw it up there, but unable for a completion. Big snap for Joao Xianke. Xianke just needs under a 4-point ride to go back into second place. Our Japanese surfer, Ito-san, belts it a couple times on the backhand.
Wow. That was so nice. I mean, from that angle too, it looked so critical. You could really see just how much of his fins came out the back of that wave.
Yeah, pressed Matthias Herdy on site in the Bonsoy surfers area, well, athlete area, but I'm just trying to use the word surfer more often than athlete.
Why would that be?
Because we are surfers, and surfers are unique athletes. An athlete could be a pole vaulter, a shot putter, athlete, a triathlon guy,
athlete,
girl, athlete. Stop, surfer.
We're very professional these days.
Surfer, we're
guys.
a culture. Here's Ito-san.
Yeah, this wave really impressed us. Blows the fins out the back there, and again gets that board so high up. This is a beautiful two-turn combo.
Oh, Ichi ni san chi.
Ichi ni san chi go roku shichi hachi hachi.
Hi.
Hachi.
That's right. We just seeing Zhao Xianke, and we're dropping some hachis because Ryaru Ito dropped the hachi, an 8-point ride.
Here we go. Wow. Hachi.
Woohoo.
Big number. Big number.
Atsui desu yo. That was hot.
Arigato gozaimasu. Take that every day.
Yeah. Oh, watashi star.
Watashi
wa star right there. Oh, the Nihongo's coming up. People don't know that Flick and I speak a little bit of Japanese.
We do. Every now and then.
We're not going to flex too hard,
really
though.
butchered it, probably, but
yeah,
you know,
horribly.
we're trying.
Yeah. Yeah. Sumimasen. That was impressive, man. And that just shows you how quick things can change in these 4-man heats. I mean, Ryaru was way down, you know, in 4th place, right? And then goes excellent and changes the whole story.
You know what? Now, I mean, this excellent number, I mean, he's shored up his lead, right?
Yeah.
But the interesting story for me is the battle for second now. Yeah. And what's going to happen between, obviously we know Sammy and Zhao are really good mates, and there's a battle for this second position. And Maxime's out there, he's got priority, and you know, look at Zhao though. He's in 4th right now, but it's not really indicative of this heat because he's only chasing a 5.41.
Yeah, let Sammy go. Here we go. Sammy Pupo looking for a ramp. Pops it up, clears some space there, but unable to put down the landing gear. So Sam will remain in second place. Maxime Husno needs that 6.81. Joao Chianca can do his friend dirty if he scores over a 5.4.
Look, and you know what? CT level surfer. Couple of the combos we've already seen him laying down this morning. He's looking like he's in good form. Nervous times for Sammy. It's nervous times for Maxime as well. Yeah, like I was saying before, you know, this really isn't indicative of the heat because Joao is actually sitting out there with a 6.53. He's only chasing a 5.41, whereas Maxime's requirement is actually higher. So, and they're sitting out there with, you know, first and second priority.
Yeah, so that's the danger zone, right, for Samuka, Sammy Pupo. Something's going on in the Bonzoy athlete area. What's going on, AJ?
Well, Kaipo, you guys were talking about the energy down here in the Bonzoy athlete zone earlier today, and Flicky, you're right. There is so much happening behind me. Round of 64 for the men, heat number 4, and everybody is engaged. It seems like everybody has a friend. We're right where all of the surfers are coming out to go out for their heat, and it's just really good energy. The waves are turned on, the surfing is top tier, and these athletes are feeling the energy.
AJ. Oh, we'll get back to AJ. That was a great report.
Yes, Kaipo?
Oh, I just wanted to ask you, what's your favorite flavor of Bonzoy sparkling coconut water? Because it comes in some delicious flavors.
You know, I've had so many this week, Kaipo, I don't know that I could pick one, to be honest with you. But if you tell me your favorite, I'll make sure to do a run to the booth later.
I would recommend the lychee. And yeah, but if you want to settle your stomach after a big lunch, there's the ginger flavor as well, Flick.
Perfect. Taking notes.
Thanks, AJ. You got a favorite?
Same.
I've seen you've been drinking.
Oh, I down those things. Yeah, like no tomorrow. It's just reaching for a healthy option, you know? It's great. Yeah. For me, it's the lychee or it's the watermelon. But yeah, so refreshing. And when it gets to 2 p.m. and I'm feeling like I could easily just have a little nap here on the host set,
right.
I will just smash one of those. It's just like a nice little sugar hit.
That's when it kicks
in. The carbonation. I'm like, this is fantastic.
Yeah, that's
it's refreshing.
That's when it kicks in. And I enjoy them all. Well, we're down to 3.5 minutes, and as we're talking about refreshing beverages, nothing's happened in the lineup to refresh the scoreline. So it remains the same. Ryaru Ito coming through with that 8-point ride, takes the lead. Sammy Pupo's clinging on with his fingernails to second place. Number 2 in the rankings, Sammy Pupo in an important heat here. Maxime Husno's on a hunt for a 6.81 and Joao Chianca a 5.4. Let's check out our heat recap of our 4th heat of the day. You don't stop. Manchild and Michael Bradford.
When I say I can't stop, man, I really mean it. Was already at the top, it was so scenic. Man, I was really at the top, boy, you should have seen it. But I couldn't keep my nose clean, no Kleenex. They know that I'm a real one, no fraud. And I believe in second chances, on guard. A couple years ago, I could barely pay the rent. Now I'm thinking if it makes dollars and it makes sense. No stopping, baby.
There's no stopping. Ryaru Ito, once he finds a nice right-hander.
Hey, you know what? Dark horse in this heat. Like, we came into this, we're talking up Sammy, we're talking up Joao.
True.
You know, Maxine's had time on tour as well. Hey, look out for Ryaru.
Yeah.
If he gets his hands on one of those right-handers, a couple of big backhand belts, 8-point ride.
Oh, Joao got this. Remember, he needed a 5.4.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
And he got a 6.2, so we talked about doing your friend dirty.
He did him dirty.
Joao goes to second. Sammy now needs a 5.83. Samuel Pupo on the paddle here.
This is interesting, you know, like, it will get back to that.
Maxime.
It's interesting because Sammy needs to keep
Yes.
advancing, right?
Yes.
Whereas Zhao already has been confirmed as this wild card.
He's just here.
He's just here to potentially win, but for fun.
Yeah.
And Sammy, there's a lot on the line. And, you know, let's have a look here. Looks like he's having a paddle.
Whoa. Does not go that. There's older brother Miguel realizing there's only 45 seconds on the clock. Ito's got priority over Samuel. Sammy's gonna have to go left. Ito on the right.
Oh.
30 seconds remaining. Sammy Pupo looks like he went incomplete. Heartbreaking
Oh, no.
events happening in front of our eyes.
Wow. Well, the scenario of him making the final and qualifying is not looking possible, is it?
And your best friend is the person that takes you out in the way of Joao Chianca. So it will be Chianca and Ryaru Ito moving on into the round of 32. Maxime Husno and Sammy Pupo eliminated. This was his last effort.
Yeah, so going left on this split peak, goes for the air, kind of mistimes it, comes down a bit late and just gets detonated. That's really disappointing for Sammy.
Oh, you can see it.
No.
Oh, I feel right now for
I feel for
Samuka.
Sammy. I feel for him.
Wow. The drama continues. Maybe not so bad, but we'll be back with more surfing here from Huntington Beach after this.
The Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico is brought to you by the all-new Lexus GX. Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer. By Bonsoy, official milk of the World Surf League. By IC Polarized, anchored in style for under $50. By Nissin Cup Noodles, the original instant ramen. And by Tractor Beverage Company, organically farmed beverages. Beautiful, sunny Southern California for the round of 64 in the Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico. Wow, what a battle that just finished. Samuel Pupo against one of his best friends in the world, Joao Chianca. Sammy had that shot at qualifying. If he made the final, he'll have to wait now for Ericeira for more qualification possibilities. And we'll keep you posted. Joe Trappell, Mitchell Salazar, and the Waxhead. You don't mind me calling you the Waxhead, right?
Absolutely fine. We're in Surf City, so why not have a little nickname to go with it?
How did that name come about?
You know what? I used to do the surf report when I was about 8 years old at school for everybody, and I guess I studied. If it was a PhD, I would have got it before I'd finished high school.
Wow.
It wasn't, unfortunately, and that's why I'm here talking surf with you guys.
We're so grateful for that, and it's an Aussie tradition, especially for Mitch and myself. We land there within a day, we've got a new nickname. It's part of the culture, and It's a kind of a rite of passage, you know. I have some great Australian friends. I actually don't know their real name, and I've known them for a long time.
Well, there's probably 3 or 4 other abbreviations for myself before we even get to the word. Matt, as these surfers in the water right now, they have nicknames we don't even know about.
Exactly. Mikey McDonough in red, Joel Vaughn in blue, Oscar Berry in white, Caius King wearing the green. I had a message from WSL, the communication department, and it was signed by Tom Bennett. And I was like, huh, thank you, Tom. I was like, guess I haven't met you before. And then when I saw him in person, I'm like, what's up, Waynesy? And he's like, you didn't know who I was, did you? His nickname's been Waynesy forever.
Yeah.
And I was like, who calls you Tom Bennett?
Yeah.
I love it about Australian culture. Mikey McDonough, what a story to kick off the Challenger Series. I think he had everybody in tears. Just the heart, the passion, the disbelief of what he accomplished, and the way he was hugging his friends and family. It was beyond emotional, Mitch.
Well, and he's a big dude too, Joe. Like, for him to be able to stand out in those kind of waves against the competition that he went up against, especially Sam in that final over there, he dominated, and I think it's just a testament to how much time he's put into the gym outside of the water too, and been multiple years on the Challenger Series now for him. Great to see him have success. Matt, though, he has struggled the last 2 events to really find a solid result to back that win up, though.
Yeah, it's soaring with a lot of confidence to kick off the year, and then finishing in the first round losses straight off the bat, and that doesn't feel good, especially traveling all the way over there to South Africa, and hopefully can get out of this heat with the fellow Aussies now. And then you'd have to say quite a bit of pressure on all of these guys. They're all sitting in quite the predicament.
Travel together, representing the same region. They find themselves matched up against each other. 2 will be knocked out, 2 will move on. Mikey McDonough, the champion from Snapper Rocks, throws down a nice snap in the pocket. Second turn, similar, it's solid. Little sweep on the whitewater section to get back to some clear water, and finds the lip again. So fun running left and tagging it down the line. Mikey McDonough from Lennox Head. And now Caius King throws down a power hack in the pocket, 2 turns, and head in that same direction towards the pilings. Caius King representing the Byron Bay region of Australia. Now let's get caught up with the winner of the last heat. Ryaru Ito is with AJ.
That's right, Joe. Ryaru coming into this heat, the only one in the heat who has not competed on the championship tour, and yet you're the one who makes it to the glass. How did you prepare for this heat and those fantastic surfers you were up against?
Everybody so good surfer in Challenger Series, but I'm good to surfer. yeah. I got through for this heat, so happy. So I know, yeah.
I would say you're good as well. That 8-point ride looked so much fun. Can you talk us through it?
Yeah, my first time excellent score in Challenger Series. Yeah, I'm so soaked now. Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
As you should be. Do you want to say anything to friends and family rooting you on back home?
Yes. 宮崎のみんな、地震、大丈夫でしたか？まあ気をつけて過ごしてください。僕はUS オープンでこのまま勝って頑張りたいと思います。
おめでとう。Congratulations.
ありがとう。
Yay! Back to you.
Arigato. That was beautiful. Ryaru Ito ripping, getting his first excellent score on the Challenger Series. That's going to open the floodgates. He deserved every bit of that. 14.83 combined total and a giant matchup with Chianca, Sammy Pupo. That's going to give him some confidence moving forward.
100%. Joe Chianca, number 5 in the world last year. Sammy Pupo, he's made, not only Challenger Series finals, he's won them, and he's also made a final at the CT level. Maxime Rousseau, former World Pro Junior champion, former CT surfer. That's a big win, Maddie, and especially when you consider Japan being one of the most underappreciated regions on the Challenger Series. Massive props to him.
And if it is a place for any of the Japanese to build momentum on this series, it's here.
True.
Where they've had a lot of success, but very similar to some of their qualifying events over there. I think of places like Belair, the Philippines, those surfers battling out. They had to get through, at times, knee-high waves and we've seen it on the women's side of the draw too. Sarah Wakita getting through tack sharp, and they're looking primed to go for a run in this event.
Couple of replays here. Mikey McDonough, 617.
Yeah, it's a great start for him, and just looking at his form, the bottom turn, and especially the appreciation for a lot of the power that he brings with his game too, Joe. It's a great start, 6.17. Really smart for him to be able to attack that last section too, and then Caius right here, this came in as a 4.5, Maddie. Nice combo too, and you know, we talked about him being more of a free surfer when we first got to know him just over a decade ago, I would say, Joe, and he's truly become more of a competitor nowadays.
Really is. 4.5, 6.17. Nice separation between the two scores, and we're seeing some beautiful lines on the horizon. Nice glassy conditions for the round of 64. Joel Vaughn is in blue. Oscar Berry is wearing the white. And now grabbing this wave, it'll be Caius King again. Hitting the lip and has to get out of there. So single turn to go at the 4.5. And now Oscar Berry trying to get this wave. It's going to roll underneath him.
Interesting, since we've been watching these last few heats as we catch up with Joel up and off there with that increasing swell. Standing there with Caius looking at the surf about an hour ago, it's changed quite a lot. There's a left to right current, south to north. You can see it on the inside of the bottom of the screen. A lot more energy starting to fill in. It's quite straight, the banks. There's no right at the moment, which is interesting. So a change of pace for these guys having to adapt.
Waxhead, do you mind breaking down these guys regionally, kind of the waves that they grew up surfing? I guess starting with Mikey McDonough, Lennox Head. What's the vibe like?
It's heavily localized. Obviously, one of the icons of the Australian point break scene on the north coast. Half an hour, 20 minutes south of Byron Bay, which is where Caius King's from. I mean, predominantly right-handers, all of these surfers are used to. Some tremendous reefs around where Joel Vaughan's from on the central coast, New South Wales, an hour north of Sydney. But Joel's probably the most accustomed, you could say, to his backside. Shelley Beach, Central Coast. As I said, good reefs, amazing beach breaks, and the board rider culture is strong in all four of these surfers' local spots.
Oscar Berry, Gold Coast, Tweed Heads region.
Yep. And
you think about all the names that they got to look up to. Gold Coast, Fanning, Dean Morrison, Joel Parkinson. You've got Joel Vaughn. You've got Macy Callahan. The Central Coasters like Ace Buchan, Matt Wilkinson, Wade Carmichael, Caius King, Byron Bay. You can add Rasta to that list. He's been in that region for a long time. Danny Wills, pipe legend, Kieran Perot, Garrett Parks,
Ellis Erickson,
We were right in sync there.
I know.
That felt good.
Did you say Garrett Parks?
Yeah.
Maybe we did it at the same time. It was brilliant. Garrett Parks, remember his run as a junior and getting on all those trips around the world with Reynolds and Julian Wilson?
And it's in Byron Bay, Northern Rivers. It does seem quite a unique place that breeds professional surfers, because it is one of the most relaxed tourist towns in all of Australia. But like Margaret River, there is this undercurrent of competitive surfing there, and I think that breeds champions too.
And then just thinking of Lennox with Mike, you got to talk about Adam Melling, Stu Kennedy, and look at this, live rankings that you can enjoy on WorldSurfLeague.com. Big news, Sammy Pupo out. He had a chance to clinch if he made the final for the Dream Tour. Jordy Lawler upset yesterday was big news after a big win in North Narrabeen. So focus right now on this seed, Mikey McDonough dropping down to 5th. After kicking off the season #1.
Yeah, and Mike Rodriguez, he's coming up in the next heat. He's number 7 right now, so it's a big moment for him. Grosjean and Pupo, they already moved through into the round of 32. Sight set on Nolan Raposa, though. He's been very successful here at the QS level. He's made finals day multiple times here at the Challenger Series level. I expect him to qualify for the CT at the end of the year. I think he's one of the hopefuls for the US of A, and would really love to see him get a chance to compete against the world's best, Joe.
Good shot at the top 10 right there. Top 10 qualify for the championship tour. Start off the season with 34 surfers. And then you've got 5 events to try to survive the cut. Scores in from Caius's just single maneuver opportunity, 2.83. Joel Vaughn with a 0.43 start, and Oscar Berry still waiting to get started. Always fun being with you, Waxhead, here in Huntington Beach, because it is Surf City, and a lot of the legends are honored across the street. Bing Copeland is a big name in surfing, will be recognized as we look at some Silky looking cars from Joel Vaughn and springing into a finish in a short space, Waxon.
Yeah, I mean, waiting a long time to really capitalize. And as we see Caius on his third wave.
Kai's King. Fun looking end section. It really bowled up. And I love how low he got off the bottom. Almost looked overhead because he was so compressed.
Well, especially
Great
with
technique.
the long hair too, makes it look even cooler right there, Joe, with that bottom turn. Still riding that same board, the stringless epoxy as yesterday, which to me isn't a bad idea. I know there's a lot more energy in the water right now, especially with that south swell. As you mentioned, the current going from south to north, but still, there can be a lot of waves that can be soft out there. So to me personally, I'd rather have a bit more spring in my step than not enough, Joe. And, you know, just talking about Joel Vaughn, I don't say this lightly. To me, he's one of the most talented surfers in the world. Just his complete aerial package, great in every type of wave too. I think he would be a fantastic addition to the CT eventually. He just hasn't had consistency of results so far, but this year World Juniors, Matty, you and I were there. There was one maneuver that didn't even go into the highlight package. That could have an 817 just by itself, Joe. The kid's very talented.
That was in the worst conditions the whole event. It was an afternoon, there was the sunset, but it was onshore and small, and he flicked the switch and he actually upped the ante of the judging scale. I think they kicked off the next day with that in mind, and nobody could quite exceed what he did that afternoon.
Wow, what a great heat. Caius King doing well to hold on to the lead at the moment, finding some good sections on his backhand. We'll take a quick break, give the update on scores right after this. .13:30 on the clock. Paddling for this wave is Oscar Berry on his opening ride. Glassy left. Little chip to start. Little stuck on the second motion off the top and has to really try to earn it on the finish. It's almost like he had an uphill battle on that wave heading for the pier. Mikey McDonough's got the flow and a cool connection. Two off the tops, with some space underneath his feet. Nice hollow sections to work with for Mikey. And Caius King enjoys some peace after a flurry of waves to kick off the matchup. Catching his breath and letting his hair grow out. It's cool when you see that throwback type style. Just in his whole way, he dresses with fashion, really into music. And scores are in for Caius, 5.5. Mikey McDonough throws down a 7.17. Mikey to first, Caius to second. And Joel Vaughn and Oscar Berry got some work to do, Mitch.
Yeah, but Vaughn does have the 5.97. McDonough, though, very efficient, only 2 waves ridden, Joe. As you were mentioning, everything above a 6 right now, and the last one coming in is a 7.17. I think I'm liking what I'm seeing so far from Mikey.
Joel Vaughn ready to ramp up.
Whoa.
Touches slob and gets the reverse. Wow, so spring-loaded. Always goes higher than you think is possible. Nice cool backhand snap, deeper off the bottom, loses the footing on the fin throw as Caius King. All focusing on the aerial ability of Joel Vaughn. He's had those kind of moments where the surfing world stops when he does a giant rotation, front side or backside. He's got no weakness when it goes to performing above the lip, Waxhead.
That was the first right of the heat so far of significance, and he capitalized. I'm sure Caius took off on the left behind, was eyeing off a wave very similar. But Joel, he's going to be locking in a super healthy score there. And the judges, I think, will eat it up because there's been not a similar wave like that in this whole heat.
Really enjoyed that ramp. So another look at the punt, Mitch.
Yeah, I mean, to me, it's really the technicality of the grab, Joe. He said it right there, grabbed the slob. Look at the hang time on that thing, though. I mean, he was up in the air for a good amount of time, and not only the clean rotation, too, but it's really going to come down to the size of the air right there, and really the significance of the score will be coming from that, Matt. And there it is, Joe. Seems like a good one.
Nice score for Joel Vaughn, a 6.5. That takes Joel to second. Caius has just dropped to third.
I think the only critique of that was perhaps on the landing. It wasn't as extravagant as we've seen on some of the lefts today, where the lefts are actually breaking into the section, and the landing is a lot more critical. He sort of had that cushy, soft landing, which allowed him just to ride free of the whitewash. If that had been a bit more of a significance in that section, we would have seen that go into the excellent range, I think.
That's the easterly part of the swell right there, Joe, where you want to be facing towards the beach when you're landing those airs right now, rather than trying to still go down the line. You won't be able to pull a lot of those ones off.
I see replay for the 6.5, Waxhead.
Yeah, so just eyes it off. First right of the morning so far for Joel. He gets the grab. Now here, very lucky to, in hindsight, to look back on this and ride out ahead of it because it lost a lot of power, but still garnering his best wave so far. And it puts him up in a second place. And Caius now needing a pretty hefty 6.97.
I love how calm he was backwards in the whitewater. Sometimes in comp mode, you see the stress of trying to show the judges you pulled it, and it sometimes can take away from the height and just the style and smoothness. It almost has a disruption of flow feeling when you start really pumping and using your arms to make sure you get the completion. There's a lot of risk there being that calm, but with his fundamentals of weight distribution, he knew he was going to ride out.
Well, and if you look the way skating is scored too, it comes down to how clean a lot of these maneuvers are pulled off, and I think we've seen that transition in scoring in terms of surfing too, but I think it just goes back to how good he is and how comfortable he is in terms of landing the majority of those ones that he pulls. I would say out of 10, he's probably pulling at least 7 or 8, Joe, and his consistency is no doubt one of the best on the Challenger Series.
Speaking of out of 10, why don't we just go to a 10 from Joel Vaughn last season? How about this one, Waxhead?
Yeah, this was set the internet on fire, and landing straight into the flats on that. And that's that type of section where it actually maintains its size that we're down the line. It's not too dissimilar to what we can see here at HB. And I can't help but feel with the swell picking up, we're going to see some more 10s.
How cool is that? The whole zone there on the Challenger Series applauding Mateus Herdy, wanted him to get a 10. He got a 10, and Yeti is going to hook you up if you score a 10-point ride. Score 10 and get a Yeti Tundra 110. And it's filled with a bunch of goodies from Yeti as well. So you open it and you're taken care of by our friends at Yeti.
Pretty big too.
10s are hard to come by. There used to be a lot more back in the day, and then there was a significant change. It's kind of around 2017 into 2018 where they just became like elusive. But the cool part about it, I think the meaningful part about it, is when someone has a 10 in a season, you can remember it. It really stands out among the rest. You know, before that, pre-2017, there'd be quite a few 10s in a year. And maybe it was kind of hard to decipher which was the best wave of the season.
Well, there was one about a week ago in Tahiti that I think a good amount of us probably thought it was deserving of it. Came just short of it, but the event that kind of strived away from that was J-Bay 2017, as you're mentioning. I probably think there were close to 10s in that event, and Felipe's to me is still the pedestal of what a perfect ride is.
Well, hey, going back to Cloudbreak, we think of how many multiple 10s have been done in the same heat at Fiji as well. When you think of big barrels and you think of goofy footers driving through and you see one and you're like, well, that was the best wave I've seen of the day. The next one comes, and it's the same guy, Owen Wright, getting spat out of the tube. We'll miss him this year, but I'll tell you what, that was, I think that was about the same time that the broadcast really increase its presence. You could be sitting in your lounge room or at work, just your jaw dropped, just admiring those epic waves.
2 heats with perfect
in the same event.
Yeah.
Yeah.
2 10s on the way to the final for Owen, then sealed it with another perfect final over Julian Wilson. Cloudbreak coming up next for the championship tour. Kicks off August 20th for the Corona Fiji Pro presented by Bonsoy. Critical event for the WSL finals. It's going to be fun to get down to lowers to see who's going to be fighting for a world title. Lexus WSL final starting in September, but also just to add some crazy wild cards. Sierra Kerr in the mix, Aaron Brooks in the mix, and then the GOAT, Kelly Slater.
And the reality is, one of these 4 or all of these 4 could be surfing next year in the finals themselves at Cloudbreak as well, and that's what these guys are aiming for.
Final 5 is pretty stressful at the moment. John Florence knows he's going to be there and working out the seating as well. Katie Simmers looking like she'll be in a better position seating-wise compared to what she experienced last year as a rookie, but 18-year-old still on top. Focusing on the men's side, you can see how close Yago Dora is to compete for his first world title.
Ooh, that number 4, number 5 right now, I wouldn't be very safe, especially knowing that Yago's had 2 events in a row, Joe, where he's just gone off. Shout out to Jordy Smith, too. He's been doing this 16 years on the CT now. I would love to see him compete for another world championship. And as Kaipa was mentioning yesterday, Medina is now in a position where he at least needs to make the semifinals to get into a position to qualify. He has to depend on the success of everybody else, too.
Kai is up and out, yeah, for Medina. It's a great event for him. You know, Cloudbreak has provided him some brilliance. He's been on the podium. Even as a young kid from Marcias, he was able to final there in big surf. But he's got some work to do. He's got to climb that ladder to chase for a 4th world title. If he could achieve that, he'd equal Mark Richards. 4:30 remaining. A lot going on with the Surfing Walk of Fame inductees. Getting the Honor Roll Award, a man named Mike Hinson.
Yes, obviously endless summer fame, traveling the world surfing in that Bruce Brown film from 1964, but he's pioneering in the shortboard revolution too. His crazy airbrushes, his antics in and out of the water, and that really brought a psychedelic realm to surfing, which is so relevant to someone such as Caius out in the water now. You know, really not just the visual appearance, but just in terms of the music taste as well.
When they're getting on those planes, it makes me want to dress up and put on a suit. Endless Summer, a classic by Bruce Brown, as we've got Mikey on the backhand, big section, hammers it. Cool, comfortable pace. Really letting the sections do the talking. Now a solid right-hander setting up for Oscar Berry and frames up a cool, stylish lean back finish. 4-2-3 on his opener. That one where he's kind of going uphill, earning it really on the finishing move, and just a clean one maneuver option for Berry.
Yeah, and due to that easterly part of the swell in the water right now, the paddle back out isn't as bad because it's almost pushing you back out. And as of right now, 3 minutes to go, he has enough time to be able to get another wave, and that should score very well, especially with the size of the section. I just got to say, though, guys, the way Mikey McDonough has competed in this heat, that's really what we saw over there at Snapper Rocks and why he was able to come away with the win.
Watching the left again, Waxhead.
Looking so solid and centered over his board, eyeing off this section. Unlike some of his waves before where they had that kink in between, that one was no downtime and straight into Oscar Berry. That big power gouge, leaning back and riding free the whitewash. That's going to be perfect to chip away at that 8.24. I don't think it'll get there, but it'll be a definitely make the next requirement a lot less.
The timing of Oscar Berry, just as he's loading up and when he pushes everything into that turn, it's so stylish, looks radical. Fun one to watch as we roll in on the left. Joel Vaughn looking to go upside down. Smooth in between turns. A little chip just to keep his connection. Now he's got an inside wall. He'll slap it and get out of there. Oscar Berry driving, reaching for a big ramp. And he'll let go of a giant attempt to throw down a tail-high reverse. Oscar waiting for his second score, but some meaningful ones already locked in. Mikey McDonough, 8.17 to go with his 7.17, throwing away his 6.17. So every time he gets up, he improves. Now a minute 40 to go.
Yeah, and the efficiency obviously is one thing, but I think the wave selection on his behalf has been very good. And looking at Vaughn right here, he's looking to improve on a 5.97, basically a 6. So a couple of turns on the outside, then the one carve, and sets it up for the finisher. There's a chance he might improve, Joe. Good surfing right there. And then Barry Matty right here. He went all out. I thought there was a chance he was pulling that, Joe.
Yeah, if he pulls that, that's going to be, that would have been nudging the excellent for sure, but unable to ride out. But yeah, healthy back up there, the 5.87. Now his requirement, a 6.5. Very easily acquired for him. But a minute left, Joe.
It reminded me of one of those airs like Pedersen Crisanto would go for, those strong, powerful Hail Marys where you're risking everything, your board, your body. Kais King on a glassy left hits the first section well. And late to the tail end, he'll miss the landing, and he's in fourth.
Who was on the right, though? Because it seemed like there was a chunk of spray coming towards him.
Yep. Oscar Berry.
Yeah, so if Oscar didn't give way in time, Joe, that could also be a priority interference because Kaius had higher priority in that situation. I mean, hopefully it doesn't get to that point, but there is a possibility of that.
Crabbing this wave with 20 seconds, it's Mikey McDonough. And he'll use this as a ride into the beach and also make sure he's still in a nice form and rhythm with the ocean. What a stellar performance from the man from Lennox Head. Number 5 on the Challenger Series, Mikey McDonough is going to be feeling good about that one. Moving to another day of competition here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico. As we'll take a look at the last of Oscar Berry, Waxhead.
Wow. Yeah, big power gouge, but he saw Kaius coming towards him. Kaius would have had the higher priority as well, so interesting to note there that he had to pull out and not get that second maneuver. But this is that workman-like performance from Joel. This wave didn't give him anything dynamic, but he created something out of it. 6.2, the 6.5, so still scores the drop for all 4 surfers.
So with those 6s in for Joel Vaughn, he has drifted into a solid position. Barry and Kaius are the ones needing the scores, and tough that there's that split peak scenario heading the same direction, Mitch.
Yeah, but Barry did enough to get out of the way, and unfortunately for him, it's not going to be nearly enough. And I feel like Joel Vaughn will be improving in a situation right here too, so he'll be advancing alongside of Mikey McDonough. Big win for McDonough, as you mentioned, number 5 on the Challenger Series rankings, Joe.
Fun all-Australian battle comes to a close. Mikey and Joel moving on, and heat number 6 coming up next, led by Michael Rodriguez. What a great heat. Starting off, Michael Rodriguez, Justin McCrent, Mateus Hurdy, and Kai Martin all going for the top 2 spots to move on into the next round. Joe Turpel with Mitchell Salazar and Matt Chinoski. Gonna try to have Mitch call Matt Waxhead for the entire heat, just for continuity. Look, waves look fun. We had a fun Australian heat just come to a close. Michael Rodriguez has already made a big dent in the surfing world by being so incredibly fast, high performance, and enjoying some time on the championship tour, Waxhead.
Absolutely, and he's actually one of Mayhem's favorite riders. He's just a turbo boost. He must be the best team rider as well, putting all the concaves and everything to test with those boards.
Looks like Emrod wants to start it off. He'll take this left towards the pier. Water flying to the sky. Gosh, it's a simple motion for him, but how strong he is. So much water flies.
Yeah, and he's got real good swivel in the hips, too. That's, I think, why his timing and his placement of the turns is so good. That's why he gets so much spray out of the water, too. And as you see right there from Floripa, some amazing surfers from that area. Joe, originally from the northern part of Brazil, but this kid, to me, has a lot of talent. I think the success that we saw at waves like Karamas on the championship tour was something that is really just shades of what he can do. He's lacked consistency at the higher level, though, and that's why he's back here on the Challenger Series. But off to a good start. He's right around there to qualify this year.
Fast hips.
Oh, yeah.
This made me think about all the hip replacements that have had to go down for a lot of the surfers from the 80s as we look at the turn combo again, Waxhead.
Yeah, I mean, you bang on, and that was a big part of surfing throughout many decades, surfing waves like this. This was a luxury to have waves like this in the 1980s on the Pro Tour, and here goes Emrod.
Emrod just coasting. Whoa, he wants a ramp for sure. Those are a little fin ditch. Tiny, tiny section. Judges always just look at the wave, the section. They know what sets are available for today. Probably felt good, though. He's just staying in flow. Number 5 on the Challenger Series. A dominant performance. Mikey McDonough's with AJ.
Mikey here in Huntington Beach, but you just told me first heat you've won here at HB. How'd you crack the code this morning?
Yeah, I just think like the last few years for me, this event's just been a tricky one. Like, you know, like these waves are just so different to what I surf at home. So I think these conditions were something that I need to improve on, and got it pretty early this year and got a good week of prep in, and yeah, I was feeling confident, and yeah, it's good to finally get the monkey off the back for sure.
Yeah, let's talk about that, because it's your first heat that you've won since the first event on the Challenger Series, and then Bolito did not go the way you wanted to. What were you working through in Bolito, and how prepared are you for right now?
Yeah, I mean, obviously after cutting my foot in Bolito, it threw a spanner in the works, but I just knew that I had another event in a few weeks, so just the plan was just to get home, get my foot healed, and yeah, put in my best 2 weeks of prep, and yeah, come here and give my best crack.
There's so much for you to keep in mind with the rankings, with each heat. How do you keep it all in focus?
Yeah, I mean, of course, I think the last thing you want to do is think about the rankings, and I try to do it as little as I can, but I'd be lying if, you know, it isn't always in the back of your head. But yeah, I think just trying to take it heat by heat. I know it's a bit of a saying, but like, yeah, just doing the best I can, and rocking up each day, trying to get two good waves, and yeah.
Mission accomplished this morning. Congratulations.
Thanks, AJ. Cheers.
Thank you, AJ. Mikey McDonough kicking off the year number 1 on the Challenger Series, and went through a little hiccup in Bolito, but bouncing back. How's Justin's wave looking? Glassy. Quick snap, foam climb, and extended climb to finish. So finding some good equipment. You can tell him, just see him pick up speed through those maneuvers. Though he lost a bit of wave face, made the most of it. And Justin getting on the board, Mitch.
Yeah, and he's a real strong surfer, Joe, especially on the back end right there. As you can see, a lot of release when it comes to getting into the lip line. But what's most impressive about him is, you know, success at a lot of beach rigs in France, too, because competed against a lot of those guys over there. You've seen it yourself. There's an amazing talent pool coming out of that European region right now. As we look at this one, the first setup turn up and over, and then the last one was really difficult to get in position for that, especially when it comes to the board placement. And then Kaibo was up and riding too, Joe.
Kaiboy Martin doing really well on this end section. A little racetrack left. 5-time national champ, 4-time state champ, turning into 3.43. And now Mateus Hurdy from Florianopolis. Lot of speed, big wind-up, alley-oop, perfect. Right into transition of a nice snap off the top and shuts it down.
Let's go. I like that.
First combo we've seen on the forehand with that aerial and 2 nice hits to finish.
Excellent
Wave dissipated,
point.
yeah, but a good combo, flow between the maneuvers too. And I just think when we look back on Justin's wave, his ability to flow down the line was great, but there was not one single turn where he actually faced the lip. He was looking down the line, so I think the judges will keep that a little lower.
And it seems like they did, but as you said, bringing up that aspect of a combination of major maneuvers, I know there was a bit of disruption between the air and the second turn, but still, we're talking about a progressive maneuver, Joe, combined with a lot of power in the second and third maneuvers, so should be well scored right here from Mateus.
Mateus Hurdy has been marked to be on the tour for a long time. He's part of that sparring crew with Joao Chianca, Sammy Pupo, as we look at Mateus again just digging in. Just a solid hook from Mateus as we had Justin just go up and out. Hurdy, wow, what a solid performer. His uncle on tour back in the day, Guilherme Hurdy. So to be a pro surfer.
Remember the event in Mex, Joe?
Simon, that was fun for a lot of reasons. Hanging out with you, the tacos, the vibe. Just being in Mexico is always a treat. In Barra, a wild card standout. Mateus Hurdy almost went all the way. Tail high rotator. Oh, and he sinks. Keep going, Mateus.
Yeah.
Loving it.
An unforced error right there, unfortunately, but it seems like he's going to get a large number on his first one, as it seems like a couple of more waves coming through. Rodriguez with priority. It's going to be Kaiboy, though.
Kaiboy Martin, Honolulu, Hawaii, starting to wind up off the bottom and times the first snap, but stumbles.
Wow. I mean, that was an uncharacteristic slip there. It really caught us off guard. And Emrod, rapid fire, answering back, but goes down as well.
3 in a row.
So a couple of sticky moments. Mateus, the fall in the air. Kai falling in transition out of the first turn, and then Michael Rodriguez sinks. But I'm thinking about Mateus. You really gave me that flashback from Mexico. Call up as a wild card at Barra de la Cruz. One thing I noticed about Mateus is he's such a momentum surfer. If he lands something big early, he just would keep going.
Yeah.
And he's kind of doing that right now as we check this one out.
Yeah, it's the alley-oop that really sets him up for the second part of this wave. As you can see right there, perfect technique. You can see the back foot always on the tail pad and perfect placement of the last 2 turns, Maddie. And, you know, to me, as Joe was pointing out, he is a momentum surfer. He goes down the line. He's always looking to improve on his low score as well after getting that first big one. But what I've seen over the years, too, is a lot of maturity on his part. He's been close to qualifying 2 years in a row, and I feel like if he's able to win an event, finally he'll be able to get to that point.
Yeah, settling into that position on the Challenger Series, obviously wants to be on the Championship Tour, overcoming some nerves, and he'll get there and really confirm his place, but he's got to get through the grindy heats like this, and so far he's off to a great start.
Justin Becret with priority and a fun right that's wide open. Rips into it, the forehand hook. Nice release off the top and then a quick snap to shut it down. Easy pace to follow for Becret. And now Michael Rodriguez. Throw tail into the flats. That's one of his signature moves. 2 falls back-to-back for Emrod. And how fun are these waves? Non-stop action. Here comes Mateus Hurdy. Just a look. Kai Martin wants to recover from his last fall. And now he's heading for the pier and up and out. Mateus will take first priority. Emrod still out front. Mateus second with his 8-point ride. Kicking it off with a big alley-oop. That alley-oop, and just as focusing on that move, has evolved quickly over the years. Now there's double loops that are going down. From guys like Kai Paula, obviously Matt Miola, Albie Laird.
Yeah.
Guys that can do doubles. Remember, I used to enjoy guys like Christian Fletcher, Timmy Curran, doing those early ones, and they'd always land backwards and spin, and then it was full rotations. One more look here, Waxhead.
Yeah, just eyes it up, gets on the toes there, rotates the body in full rotation. And that turn, just carrying that momentum through, so he displays so much water, even if it was a check turn, that second turn, you just see him loading up here, gets on toes, rotates the upper body, springs down straight into this next turn. A little bit off tilt there, but he does really well with his feet out of position, shuffles back, and ditches the fins in the last turn.
Backside snap from Kai Martin and got back up to the lip quickly without a lot of time to reset. Well done for Kai. And we'll catch up to the celebration of Emron.
These heats are gnarly, boys. I mean, like, every single one of them has been competitive so far this morning, and really just awesome to see different regions of the world succeed so far today, too. I know Brazil has had the majority of the heat wins so far, but when it comes to a lot of these different regions, it's necessary, Maddie, for them to be able to get next generations of surfers onto the Challenger Series eventually, as this is the last of Mike. A couple of turns down the line and a big smash right there to finish that one off. That should score very well. He's looking to take the lead back, and Kai Boy after him on the right.
Yeah, so we caught up with this turn here and the next one there. So just manufacturing 2 turns there. He was looking for a hefty 707, but that requirement may go up. And this is, Justin went to the air and unable to ride out of that as well. So opportunity galore here for these surfers as we're catching up with Matthias there and a power carve. As he rides out of that, that'll be a good backup score, Joe.
Solid backup score, 16:40 remaining. And these guys are all waiting for scores, all heating up. Top 2 advance. Michael Rodriguez will be happy that the 4.67 is long gone. Justin Becret, the 22-year-old from Senyos, 6.83 2 waves ago. Justin got the lead, but just dropped to second because Michael Rodriguez gets a 7.43. So this one's really developing quickly. Michael Rodriguez had a solid comeback a couple of years in a row where he almost got back on tour. He got to feel it, then fall off again. So he's had the roller coaster ride, the challenge of staying on the championship tour, which has only gotten harder with a reintroduction of the cut. Pumping conditions in Huntington. Glassy. I mean, this is a day that you just park on the beach, surf as long as you can, and call it a day. Sunny Southern California. Enjoy the music and everything that Huntington Beach offers. Justin Becret winding up, framing it up through the lip well. One maneuver opportunity. Man that's competed on the championship tour twice. First one was pipe a long time ago, and more recently, 2022 in Portugal, he went down to Kanoa Igarashi. That was a couple of years back. He's still just 22. He's got so much great surfing ahead of him.
Oh.
Mateos on a stretched out wall, winding a big section and frames it with the front side grab on the air reverse. Whereas alley-oop, he basically got the height on his ability without the help of the wave. This one, he had a big section to enjoy.
Yeah, and there's a reason why he went to the grab on this one rather than kind of stick to an alley-oop or something different, because he knew that with the power of the lip coming down on him, he had to go through it right there, Joe. It was a really tough task for him.
So this is that one. We caught up with the end section there, and this power gouge, so he'll go into second with that wave there, which is still going to be a healthy number. And this is Justin's wave. This is the 683. Or was that one? That's one where we're waiting to come in. That was in the break of this air here, racing down the line. So a different variation, gets the grab, tweaks it out, and it just is enough of a tweak to pull it forward of the whitewater and ride out with momentum. That'll be a great score, but it looks like he's already going to go into the lead, Joe.
Gosh, a great section. Judges love meaty sections. His timing was brilliant. Style was great with the grab, but also useful staying over his board. And Mateus has that type of momentum and that feeling where he could do just about anything he wants right now.
Yeah, and like, just to point out again, this heat has been outstanding. Rodriguez has a couple of big scores. Becrea surfed great. The only person that's kind of missing out on the action right now is Kai Boyen. You know, despite him doing super well today, I think he struggled to really find his waves to perform well. And Joe, you mentioned his national championships, what kind of amateur career he had. Most of it was done here in HB too, which is the thing that he's struggling with the most right now, is just finding his wave. And he still has 13 minutes to get back into this heat.
Waves on the way, Kai with priority. And he likes the look of this left. Martin chasing a 9.47 now. Nice smooth approach to start things off. Big wind up and a clean snap off the top. Keeping it nice and controlled. Wants to get rid of his 3.43. Plenty of time to break down the 9.47 in 2 waves as well.
Yeah, clean left, and just remembering back to that previous heat where his majority left-handers, he would have been looking at that, preparing to go left, but there's been more rights. And here goes Mateus now, and his 7th wave goes to the air and rides out again. He's a momentum surfer, Joe, and he's doing just that.
Look at this. Keep going. He's filming a movie part right now and doing it under pressure of the clock and the prestige of the Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico. Once he's on a roll, he's unstoppable. His confidence is clear. It's evident. He's having a blast out there. His previous wave, the big frontside air reverse, 8.47, started with an 8. Already an excellent heat score, and he's adding more to it. Now checking this one out. 3rd position now is Michael Rodriguez. Nice speed turn, big wind up, power hack to finish. Great timing and a lot of flair as well.
Well, first things first, I got to give props to the judges today. They are going to have a lot of work on their hands. I mean, just in this heat alone, there's probably close to 30 waves being ridden already, and you know, the scoring so far has been excellent. The 8-point ride of Mateus at the beginning, the 8.47 with the 1 single air, and the last one comes in just under his 8-point ride. We've been seeing them give a lot of credit towards those bigger sections, and that to me, Maddie, is really the most rewarding part about this heat right now. They want them to be on the best waves, and there's a reason why a lot of these 5s haven't really been comparable to the scores in the good and the excellent range so far.
As predicted, the swell is picking up, and as I was saying before with Kai, that previous heat was won on left-handers, and there was very few rights. Joel got that one right, but just as we often see in HB, in between the tides, you'll have one heat adapting to another, and unfortunately for him, he just hasn't teed off on something of significance. That 5.43 gets him back into it, but now pushed out to an 8.63 requirement. It's going to make things really tough.
Mateus Herdy has won this heat twice. He could win it on his throwaway 7s. That's unbelievable how dominant he's been in this heat. He's thrown away a 7.7 and a 7.23. That's still winning. And he's got excellent numbers that are better. Michael Rodriguez did improve that big backhand blast. Got a 6.63. So he's solid in 2nd. That moves Justin down to 3rd. Needs a 6.9. Kai Martin just kicked out of his best, that left, 5.43. So now needs an 8.63 as he's chipping away.
Man, and Justin is just barely being edged out by Mike right now to 14.06 to 14 points. That's real close for 2nd place. And Becrea right here with priority, Joe, has a decision to make, needing a 6.9, basically a 7. And, you know, word of advice for a lot of these young surfers going out in these kind of conditions, as you were pointing out, Maddie, transition from the low tide into the high tide with an increase of the swell is always the most difficult part, because you're always sitting a bit too far inside. Now it's even easier to sit a bit further outside with the increase in the swell.
And I'm looking at these lines coming in now. It is pretty flat, the sandbar at the moment. It's not chopped up with any currents up and down the beach, so it's one big wall of water, and that is adding a critical element to the surfing, which is why Mateus has gone so, and that's what we saw in the previous heat as well with Mikey. But you've got to capitalize. When it's your term of priority, you've got to commit, and that's what the judges want to see, and they're rewarding it. The manufacturing of scores, I think that's going to be over for the rest of the event now. It's going to turn into this dramatic effect, and you're going to need to really drop the jaws of the judges and go into the excellent range.
Some big Brazilian performances today. You look at Miguel Pupo with his finesse above the lip. That was brilliant. Jansen moving on with him. Ian Gouveia looked comfortable even with the situation of being now 1 heat away from clinching a spot. That could be overwhelming when you know you're that close. He looks freed up too.
It's going to be good. It's turning into an expression session event, which Just so rarely what we see here at Huntington.
Rafael Teixeira.
Yeah, he ripped. He looked great. Grosjean too. So there's a lot of good things to take away from today, Joe. But as you're saying, there could be a spot up for grabs already tomorrow if Jan Gouveia is able to make it through the round of 32.
Justin Becret winding up for an air. There he throws the tail out, misses the landing. We'll still be chasing a 6.9 to try to come back. Top two led by Brazil, Mateus and Michael Rodriguez. Be right back. Six minutes still on the clock here, and heat 6 of the round is 64, and it's a peaceful viewing opportunity on the beach to watch some of the best surfers in the world battle for points on the Challenger Series. And also check out the pier. Go down Main Street in between heats, get to some athlete signings. Two of the biggest surf shops in the world are right on Main Street. There's a lot more than just two, but yeah, there's front and center right on Pacifico Highway, HSS, and Jax, as we see a floaty little reverse attempt from Justin again. Similar type of move he went for before he went to break to try to hunt down the 6.9. With a lot of success on JS Industries surfboards today. Pupo, Mateus Herdy, looking great.
Yeah.
I'd imagine people would be running across the street to those surf shops and grabbing one off the rack.
Oh, and Kali Voss just won on a JS too. Huge shout out to Jason Stevenson making a comeback. And also got to give a shout, 17th Street Board Shop. Bud Lamas, one of the OGs. I know you're listening, Bud. We love you. And really a pioneer of what surfing here at the pier has been. And look at what these guys are doing nowadays, Joe. We've seen slobs, we've seen stalefish attempts, and you know, just really the rail surfing, as you were mentioning, probably a lot of those guys in the 80s, those double hip surgeries, a lot of these guys probably don't have to have that nowadays due to the technology that's available to them, Maddie.
Leader Engine surfboards, composite materials, it's all on show here. And you're right, Joe, this is Surf City. It's amazing to walk across to the surf shops and have a look at everything in stock. They're tuning in right now, and they're stoked that we're giving them a shout out, and that's what we love to see. The surf industry galore. It's a circus down here. If you don't enjoy it, it'll eat you up.
4:10 on the clock. Let's watch a surf movie. Heat recap of heat number 6.
This is
Sunbender is going to be performing live here at the U.S. Open, but look at this windup. Oh, it's a closeout section for Mateos. Thought he was up to it again. Our good friend Chris Cote is in that band, Sunbender.
It's kind of a scary name for a song, though. Soul Sniper? Like,
that's right. We'll ask Cote about that.
Okay.
They're playing tomorrow.
I know.
On the Hurley stage
1
at
p.m.
1 p.m. Be there. 2:55 to go. Rodriguez wants this wave. Looking to protect second. Cool connection. Just that flow into a crazy reverse. The things they do at a high level, even just creating space where he floated that hollow part of the wave, is very difficult. And Mateus wants to join this conversation here on the exchange.
Whoa.
Oh my goodness. Going for a stale fish. Almost came down with it.
Yeah, we said manufacturing scores as we just see the coaches getting back out the back and just relax. The manufacturing two-turn combos it's gone now. We're entering the chat with these higher seeds coming in, and I mean Emrod, that'll just be most likely a throwaway. But the way that was a defensive move to take that wave. And still, that's a keeper score at the beginning of the week.
You see Daniel, his manager, he was like, chill out, calm down, don't break the board, don't hurt yourself. And he's right. Like, you're at a point of the heat, you have the highest heat total of the event. There's no need to want to be able to put on even more of a show, Joe.
Daniel's awesome. Works closely with Yago Dora as well. As we see Kai Martin on this one, Waxhead.
Yeah, eyes up this section. Hits a lip line, carries the momentum in its next one, so he gets the fins free there. Just good for the two turns. That was a 6-1-3. Behind this is that wave we just saw of Emrod. Just picks the nose in there and just kicks out. So defensive move there. Still comes in at a 5-6-3, which yesterday was certainly a keeper score.
100%. Kai Boy back in the heat though, Joe. 7-9-3, what he needs now. Slowly building, a score line close to 12 points right now, but needing close to an 8. There's shades of what he can do in this heat so far. He just needs to be on a steeper wave right here and just get a combo going with just over a minute on the clock now.
He's really smart surfer. He's been building, keeping himself in the mix, and Mateus is just running away with it. Slob inverted upside down. He's going to make his support crew panic. They want him to relax. As we look at Justin Becret. Little snap. Nothing section. He's just been fishing for that 6.9, and he's been falling on his last now 5 tries. That's Daniel right there clapping. Used to ride for Volcom back in the day, and now focusing on management for some of the best surfers in the world. 22 seconds on the clock. Priority is with Emrod, but Kai Martin's got some space heading for the pier. Chasing a 7.93, has a lot of speed and still chasing. Reloads again and throws the tail into the beach. A lofty forehand reverse. Just falling on the landing. Exactly the maneuver he needed to try to turn this heat, but comes up short. What a show that was. And heat number 6. Have a good feeling that we might see a lot of those highlights on the 805 post show later on today. Mateus and Emrod advancing, and we'll prepare for another big battle, Heat 7, led by some big names, Jacob Wilcox and David Silva coming up next.
Went down to find yourself. Went down. Went
Coming out of the water with a win, Matthias Herdy moves on to the round of 32 here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico. Men's round of 64 in the water. I'm Kuiper Guerrero on the set, along with Flick Palmentier and Rosie Hodge. And I'm going to start with you, Flick. There's been tremendous surfing happening today with the increase in swell. We're seeing some big numbers.
Oh, it's so beautiful out there. It looks so dreamy. Rosie and I were just saying, oh man, we want to go surfing. It looks so fun. These are the conditions that you dream of when you come to surf Huntington.
Yeah, this makes commentating fun, right? When you have
Or
a lot of
torture.
surfing going
Yeah.
on, Rosie. Or torture, yeah. Well, let's take a look at this heat coming up. We got two regular foots, two goofy foots. Goofies, Jacob Wilcox and David Silva. The regular foots, Alan Cleland and Kawa Costa, who came through that round of 80 yesterday, the opening round. Split down the middle, of course, 4 surfer heats. Rosie, only 2 advanced to the round of 32.
Yeah, these heats are so competitive. I mean, we saw qualification implications earlier today with Ian Govert. He made it through his heat, but every single heat has kind of like turned up the ante. That last one was probably one of the highest scoring that we've seen all day. So really looking forward to this, Flick.
Yeah, so here we have Alan opening up on the backhand. Big snap there to finish. So 2-turn combo and looking so strong.
And Kawa here, Rosie.
Yeah, Kawa just lofting through that air right there, getting the rotation, riding out. It's a good way to start his heat, and you can see his what he's capable of.
This one's for WA, Flick, Jacob Wilcox.
Yeah, so the Goofy getting underway there, a couple of belts.
Speaking of belts, back to live action, belting it a couple times on the backhand. That's David Silva. So David Silva, 29 years old, had 4 years on the championship tour. Wants to claw back onto the Dream Tour. Right now he's sitting number 16 on the rankings. Remember, we take the top 10 at the end of the year to graduate to the championship tour. Here's a replay roll.
David looking super spicy on that backhand. I love the way that he's coming just right underneath that whitewater with the bottom turn. Gets a tiny bit stuck on that second turn, but a 3-turn combo.
Here's Jacob Wilcox for that.
Yeah, on his backhand, quick little jab and followed up by a turn. Does he ride out with control? He does. So two-turn combos for Jacob Wilcox.
So waiting for the score for Wilcox. Now it's in at a 5.33. Early lead for Jacob. Still waiting for the number for David Silva on his opening ride. Jacob Wilcox, 27 years old. Finally made the championship tour this year, but did not get past Margaret River and that mid-season cut, Flick.
Yeah, I think that was pretty unfortunate, you know. I mean, the whole of Western Australia completely bummed for him because, you said it before, he's taken a long time to get to that CT and 10 years. And to finally crack it, I feel like he's a place where he belongs to. His surfing belongs there. Everyone's been speaking about it, but does well in waves of consequence, barrels. You know, I think it was just small little decisions, sliding doors moments that happen throughout the year. And he knows that, and he's ready to clean it up. And he even said earlier this year, you know, the Challenger Series is where I feel at home. I'm completely comfortable there, so it's within his wheelhouse to get back there.
Got a wave coming here. Priority sits right now with Mexico's Alan Cleland. Oh, let's hear from the last heat winner, actually, Matthias Herdy.
Yeah, Kaipo Mateus coming in all smiles because he said this is the best Huntington you think you have ever surfed. When the waves are like this, how much does it free you up to just take to the air and have your way with the waves?
I mean, I'm so down in the rankings, so I spoke to a couple of friends of mine, Daniel, my manager, and Iago. I was with Iago, shout out to Iago too. He said, dude, you're supposed to do 8s all the time. Like, why are you not doing 8s? What is the last time that you ever did 2 8s in one heat? So I was like, that's true. And then, yeah, he called me out, and I was, free. The waves were good. I was just able to try everything I wanted to try, and yeah, I was super happy with the conditions. I'm not gonna lie.
Well, you got the 2.8s, the highest heat score of the day. How does that just set you up for the rest of the competition?
Oh, yeah, feels good. I lost the last 2 events in the Challenger first round, so just to make this heat just gave me a lot of confidence, and I just think I'm just taking this contest way more mellow than the other ones. You know, a lot of things happened in the last year, and you know, I lost all my sponsors, and now I can see like everyone there is really support me, and you know, my family, friends, and shout out my shaper, new sponsors coming, and friends. I'm just taking all together, and now just taking way more mellow in this event, and hopefully now I can turn back here and for the rest of the year.
Off to a great start. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Yeah, Matheus Herdy. I'm actually a firm believer that Matheus should be on the championship tour. With his skill level, came pretty close last year to qualifying, Flick, but yeah, good to hear that he's in good spirits and a good mental space.
Yeah, it seems like something's shifted, and obviously those wise words of wisdom from Iago sort of really sunk in, and he's like, hang on a second, like, I surfed at this level, and I think of him as an explosive surfer, as an exciting surfer, someone when he takes off, you don't know what he's going to do, and he just did that in that last heat, and but it's easier said than done. It's easier said, that's the kind of surfing I bring in a free surf. Why can't that translate into a heat? It's just, the pressure obviously gets to you sometimes, but he's looking like he's in good form.
Yeah, so climbing the live rankings is Matheus Herdy. You can check out the live rankings in real time for the Challenger Series on worldsurfleague.com. Let's see where he moved up 8 spots, Rosie, to 36, and he's still going.
That's a big confidence boost, and it's amazing what a little bit of self-belief can do, and it's great to see him. Maybe he'll get on a roll. There are a couple of events left, and we've seen late charges. We've seen these just a Hail Mary last few events, pull it out and surf to your potential, and that's what this Challenger Series is all about, watching this live ranking shuffle.
You know what? Oh, sorry. You know what's interesting about that is that next heat, the one that we're about to call, Ian and Reef, sitting, so close in those rankings together. Even in this heat, you've got Jacob and David sitting close together. You got 15th Jacob, 16th David. So this is a really important heat for these two guys as well.
Yeah, and you talk about a late charge. David Silva actually had that late charge last year on the Challenger Series, and where he took a win over there in Portugal. Yeah. That set him up to just not have to have a lot of pressure. And in the final event in Saquarema, David Silva last year finished number 10 on the ranking. So he was the last person to qualify. So it just goes to show you, to your point, in that a late run can happen, and that can happen for Matheus Herdy.
Well, you're going to drop 2 of your events, right?
Yeah.
Your 2 bad results. So you think of it, he's kind of got a clean slate right now when we're in that midpoint of the season.
Yeah, if he goes on to having a good finish here.
A good finish, yeah. Like these, he can't afford to drop any events now.
We call it the pathway to the championship tour, but it's a long, long road. Remember, all these surfers, this is the round of 64. So you got to get through this round, the round of 32, really through the round of 16. You got to make 3 rounds just to even have a decent finish, because we're talking quarters are keepers.
Yeah, you got to be making finals day regardless, I think. Or you're getting one big win. You do a Sammy Pupo and you bookend your year, right? Yeah. I mean, Sammy Pupo last year was incredible. He won the first event and then left it right until the last event to get another win.
Al Cleland tosses it up there and goes complete. Opened up with a 6.67. Alan Cleland Jr. actually. Big Al, his dad, is actually a goofy foot. He's a regular foot, 22 years old, representing Mexico. Also represented Mexico in the Olympics, Rosie.
Yeah, just an amazing talent. I mean, I think he was one of the last spots to qualify for the Olympics for Mexico. Just flashing back to his performances in the World Juniors earlier this year, as well as last year. He was such a standout. He would do extremely well on the championship tour.
David Silva looking for something down the line, speeding into a carve. Little check turn there, needs more. Going to the pier. Floating section there, and bangs a finish. That was a long way. Go through the pier, David. There you go.
Oh, no. SPA for me.
Yeah.
Severe pier avoidance. Oh, yeah, I'd be out of there. No.
Have you never?
Nope, never shot the pier. Never will.
So
either.
I'm old enough that when I was competing here, you'd get extra
Not
extra
interested.
points to go through the pier. So a lot of people would go through the pier. But of course,
mate.
this is like 80s, late 80s, early 90s. And Cleland Jr. just there, yeah. Okay,
Yeah.
I didn't know there was a pier trauma.
Oh, yeah, there's trauma there.
Yeah, trauma,
Look,
but-
I haven't even tried it. I just don't want to in a bar of it.
You automatically, the water pushes through. You automatically go through
Not
the
for
pier.
me, Kaipo. I am so uncoordinated.
If Flick's not into it and she charges just die-hard waves and she's not...
I'm not into that.
Yeah.
Mate, I'm about calculated risk. That is not
It's not in
calculated.
your wheelhouse.
No.
I just feel water always moves around found objects. So as
Look,
long as you follow the water, you're never going to go into something.
know what's
because
gonna happen?
water wants to go around anything, a rock, a piling. It wants to go around it.
Yeah, but you know what's going to happen? I'm going to be shooting that pier and I'm going to be thinking, don't hit the pole, don't hit the pole, don't hit the pole.
It's like snowboarding.
Boom.
It's like snow. It's, you know what? What it is? It's like snowboarding in the trees. Don't
Yeah.
look at the tree.
Mate, I'll be looking straight at that pylon.
Here we go to David Silva. One more look here.
He had so much speed. Were you waiting on the edge of your seat to see
Yeah.
what he was going to do? I mean, really nice flow through that wave. 3 maneuvers, great connection, but no standout point where you wowed by that wave.
Yeah. Al with the little pop there at the end. But yeah, back to your point, I just feel that David kind of just raced that wave
Yeah.
a bit and sort of let a couple of sections go. I think he originally wanted to do an air in the beginning and then it didn't quite offer it. So he was like, oh, I've got to keep racing.
Yeah.
And
It was like a
kind of-
long movie with a bad ending. You know what I mean? Like you're anticipating something tremendous to happen, and then you're like, oh snap, 4.3.
Yeah.
Should have kicked out.
Fun to surf though, in a free surf.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah, it's a
fun.
good wave, and it's probably he's finding his flow, and he knows for next time when he stands up. But
Well,
he's so fit.
the current is coming in effect. Now he's going to have to run south to place himself back in the zone.
Yep.
God, he is fit. Slater design boards.
Looks so dreamy out there right now with this tiny little disco ball effect of the shimmering water and so blue and wow. These are the days you want to go free surfing, right?
Al. Beautiful turn there. Little dead section, but swings it for the finish. Cleland's looking to improve upon a 4-point ride. Big snap for Jacob Wilcox, brings it down.
Yeah, that was just, I'm not sure if he got any work done before that. I think it was just the one turn, but very strong single turn. To me, you can just see that level of CT experience and just that next step up. It just really, really explosive surfing.
It just adds a little something extra too. Like he's in complete control of that maneuver. Sometimes you're just racing and you're meeting that lip line and you're doing whatever the wave dictates. I feel like Jacob on this maneuver choice, beautiful carve on the opening exchange. But then right here, he like drifts that tail and then gives that little bit of extra emphasis on the tail and slides it out. I think the judges are gonna like that.
You got Al here, Flick.
Yeah, Al on the backhand. This wave just not having the energy he probably wants. You know, those kayaks, we were speaking about it earlier, but some of these waves are just moving in the opposite direction that you are traveling, and it almost is like a reverse rip effect. And that one just there, I think we saw it.
Yep, the HB Mirage happens, but Jacob Wilcox found an oasis in the way of a 7.83. Wilcox goes to a strong lead. We're going to take a Bonzoy brew break. Another look at Jacob Wilcox. Oh, look at the new body on the GX. It's a critical new chapter in the evolution of Lexus, the brand new Lexus GX. New powertrains, an impressive host of premium features, all new over-trail grades. The 2024 Lexus GX, it has something for everyone. By the way, those over-trail packages, 33-inch all-terrain tires on 18-inch wheels. I'm driving out of here with one.
We all get one, don't we? As commentators and talent.
You know what? It looks like
This
a
is just a
great
gift.
family car.
It does.
I've got a family.
There we go, Rosie.
Yeah.
Well,
Beautiful.
just if you want one, all you need to do is drive up Beach Boulevard to Lexus of Westminster, and on the lot they got the brand new Lexus GX. That's what I do after I cash my check here.
Same.
I'll get 2.
11:25. We left with Jacob Wilcox out in a strong lead with a 7.83. Alan Cleland Jr. Hanging on to second place. Jacob here, he wants the situation from our beach announcers, Flick.
Yeah, I'm wondering if he's just trying to reinforce the fact to the other 3 surfers that, hey, I did just drop a 7.83. Like, I mean...
Did you hear that?
Yeah, everyone, did you hear that? I just dropped a 7.83. Please read that out again, beach announcer. Or he's actually just maybe slightly confused. Could be either. But, yeah, solid lead right now for Jacob. And, you know, I just reflect back on that 7.83. It just... The level of surfing was just that next step up. It was so clear to me. So the other surfers got a little bit of work to do. David's sitting out there, he's got a 6. Alan does too, but...
Yeah. Well, everything else is tight. You know, Jacob's got priority. He's got the lead. He's sitting pretty right now. It's bumper-to-bumper traffic, however, for Alan Cleland Jr., David Silva, and Kawa Costa, because Silva just needs a 5-point ride to take the lead. Kawa just needs a 5.25 to take the lead, Rosie.
Yeah, I will say one thing. When I look and reflect on Alan's waves, he's had kind of those smaller waves that haven't had much opportunity, but he's still been able to manufacture scores that have been good enough to take him into second. So the dangerous part for the other surfers is Alan's got the second priority, and he hopefully now he's settled enough in the heat that he's going to make a better choice in wave selection.
Yeah. Alan Cleland Jr., Alan Cleland Sr., Big Al, was once featured on the cover of the Surfing Bible Surfer magazine.
Very good. Well, surfing family runs in the family, and Alan trying to fill those shoes right now. Well and truly, I'd say. Especially after the performance that we saw from in the Olympics from Alan. He really impressed me. Bit of a dark horse going in, but wow, did he perform, and he was not going to back down.
And speaking of legends, the Surfing Walk of Fame, we had some inductees today. So Bing Copeland, Peru's Felipe Pomar, local hero Jeff Deffenbaugh, all on there. The founders of Rip Curl, Doug Claw Warbrick and Brian Singer, who will be immortalized there. Rip Curl, providing for surfers since 1969. The Woman of the Year, Sally Fitzgibbon. And the honor roll, on the honor roll, Endless Summer Zone, Mike Hinson. Great group of people inducted to the Surfing Walk of Fame right here, Main Street, Huntington Beach.
Well deserved.
Here comes Al. Just needs a 5. Nice start with a snap. Pops it up, puts it down, is going to get the number.
That was clean. I love the nose pick and the way he rotated that board to finish that maneuver clean.
It's nice to see Al Cleland and how quick he is in small waves. You know, more people are probably familiar with this surfer for what he does in bigger, hollower waves, Flick.
Yeah, I think I was just touching on that point before. You know, going into the Olympics, you obviously had your big picks there, but he was still, you know, not as big a name, but still a pick. But look at this work he gets done here on this smaller wave. Manages to get that tail pretty high there and searching for the number.
Yeah, a 5.97 will do it for Al Cleland, and he moves into second place. David Silva bumped down to third, needs a 6.55, and Kawa needs a 6.74. 7.5 minutes on the clock. Priority still sitting with the heat leader, Jacob Wilcox. He's just holding court out there, Rosie.
Yeah, Jacob, I mean, he really doesn't have to wait for, he's not going to choose something subpar. He's got a pretty healthy lead. I just feel like in this heat, we've been talking about it, his level is just that notch above the caliber that we've seen from the other surfers, and just the way that he's controlling this heat.
Here's some lines from the south. Could this be early Fabio or Emilia?
Well, the swell was supposed to fill in throughout the day, so it's only going to get better and better, hopefully.
Fabio Emilia, the name of the storm. What's that?
There's two storms, Emilia and Fabio.
Oh.
It's a romance in the Pacific.
Oh.
I like it. Al did that under priority. Here comes Kawa.
Oh. We're just going to commentate in sound effects from now on.
Yeah.
That was actually really cool.
It was, wasn't it?
Here it goes, Jacob. Jacob Wilcox swinging through his opening turn. Nice finish. Looking to up his low score of a 5.5.
That wave was just a little bit dirty to the one that we saw of Costas. It didn't have that same line on it with the kind of punchier sections. It had a little bit of froth on the face. So Jacob utilizing his priority for that wave. Not sure it's going to improve on his 5.5.
Well, if he does not improve upon the 5.5, I put that into the priority error column.
Yeah, I do too. I do. I think that wave was just that mirage that we speak about. It just didn't have the energy moving with him. Obviously, the second wave of the set, it was a bit smaller too, so it had all that froth through it. You know, Kawa, though, if he made that air,
wow,
man, he would have been straight back into this game. I mean, that was a big attempt, bigger wave, big section. And yesterday, he did just that. He literally surfed a 2-minute heat to advance through. He, really surprised me yesterday with his performance. And, I mean, for him right now to be sitting where he is, I guess he can draw confidence from yesterday, knowing that, hey, I got the job done. Let's have a look. Big section here, lines it up. If he got the full rotation here, it wasn't that far away from getting it. I mean, he'd be right back in this.
That was Toledo-ish.
Yeah.
It's kind of backside rotations you see from Felipe Toledo. Number came in for Al Cleland, 6.63. So the surfer representing Mexico has distanced himself further and is making things more difficult for David Silva and Kawa Costa. Still waiting for a score for Jacob Wilcox. Split peak here. As we dive in, just a quick turn from Al Cleland. That's not going to change a thing, but he will remain in second place. And Kawa took the right. So waiting for that score for Costa.
You can really see the water moving from the south to the north right now.
David Silva. Couple of snaps, but he needs a fairly large number. He needs a 7.2, and I don't know if just those 2 turns will get that 7.2, bro.
Yeah, that was really nice surfing from him. But he needed to start that campaign a little bit earlier in this heat, as Alan's just kind of upped the ante with the waves that he's gotten. I do think he's going to ditch the 4.3.
So Jacob Wilcox did not improve upon his scoreline with his last wave, but found himself back in number 1 priority. And you can see him there in the corner of your screen in the red jersey. And the consistency of the surf has been increasing throughout the day as the tide's been filling in. Got a high tide here, 12:30. Here's Costa. All right, well, nice air reverse, a bit forced. We'll see what the judges think. But
yeah, a little late too, I think, to getting to that section. I think, you know what I've also noticed, just within this heat, we started, it was dreamy, there was hardly any wind. That wind's sort of puffing up now from the south. So a little bit more texture on the face of these waves. I think the champagne hour might be ending, and we might be seeing a little bit more onshore. I can see it evident here on this wave. Gets up there a little late, sort of limits the ability for the projection above the lip, so probably not the score he's chasing.
And here's David Silva's wave row.
Yeah, he kind of cuts that first turn short because he knows he has to transition quickly to meet that lip line there. Still waiting on that number.
Oh, he gets a 6, so it does increase his heat total, but his need remains the same. Still needs a 7.2. So it didn't really do much.
No, it didn't. I think it's right now, I mean, 2 minutes on the clock. Hopefully he's not going to go sit right, close to Alan, because kind of, in my opinion, I don't think you want to be sitting close to the person that's got that, priority over you. You want to give yourself the best opportunity right now, and it looks like there is space between them. So, yep, they're both making the right decision. David breaking away. You can see Jacob actually is moving south. They're both heading south. But smart decision from David right now, just to create space from Alan and give himself an actual opportunity. Because if you have third priority, you go sit next to second. When a wave comes through, you don't have that first option. You want to create the best opportunity that you can right now. So smart surfing right now. Smart tactics.
Yeah.
Heat IQ.
Well, and Rosie, with this straight beach and this southerly swell, you can really kind of just visually feel the current that these guys are paddling against.
It's like a treadmill, watching them. I mean, really, you do have to be constantly moving just to keep your position. You're swimming upstream when you're trying to go south, and the swell is filling in as well as the tide.
First priority, and he uses it. Jacob Wilcox. It's going to be a throwaway wave for Wilcox.
Yeah, I think that was definitely more of like a blocking tactic from Jacob, using his priority over David Silva.
Alan Cleland in second place right now, so he's set to advance if he can just keep that place in the next 30 seconds.
Interesting for me that he hasn't moved to David too, like
apply the pressure.
Yeah, that's interesting. There's so much space between those two. I mean, I know there's only 20 seconds on the clock, but you're leaving the door wide open right now for David and giving him the best possible opportunity.
Yeah, here he goes.
And wow, scary times.
David's gonna get one more chance to 7-2. Scratches into this one. Smaller waves, gonna need something really dynamic. Well, was that enough? Selling it to the judges right now, look.
It was smooth. It was really, really smooth, but we've seen some fantastic surfing in this heat. We'll see the replay. Hey, you've got that body language and that hunger and want, just trying to sell it. Alan's almost, he's fretting a little bit.
He did not cover him like Flick said. He
honestly,
didn't cover him.
ABC.
Yeah.
Always be closing. If you're in that position, you've got to shut that down, because now David's just had this opportunity. Look, do I think it's a score? Smooth, yes.
7-2 is the number that he needs.
Look, I'm just going to let the judges do the work on this one.
Hey, either way, for him to hold his composure, find that opportunity underneath priority, good job.
Yeah, great job to David.
Alan,
Mistake.
Yeah.
And
Alan.
a learning opportunity for Alan Cleland, if whichever way this heat goes.
Man, I just... well, let's see what happens.
This is such a nerve-wracking time when you're on the beach. Everything's done. It's out of your control. You're waiting for that number to come through.
And Kylie Belly isn't helping by playing the drums.
Yeah, let's stick the camera in your face and really see how you're feeling. Looks quite gassed, actually.
Yeah, that adrenaline and the nerves and everything.
Or maybe those are
passion
passion drums that Kyle's playing right there. Oh. Here they come, and they're all under. Not enough for David Silva, eliminated from competition. Watch Alan. Watch Alan. Don't kick the fins.
Mate, that could not end well.
Yeah, I bet he's going to get an earful from his coach.
Jacob Wilcox, Alan Cleland on to round of 32. Entertaining surfing and more on the way after this. Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico. Crosby Colapinto out of San Clemente, California. Last year's runner-up on the ride right there. That was a 4.33 for Cross. Kaipagura along with Flick Palmentier and Rosie Hodge on the call. This is heat number 8 of the round of 64 for the men. Here we go with Ian Gentile out of Paia, Maui. This is the second wave for Ian Gentile. Not much there, but Ian did open up with a bang with a 7.83 on Ian's first wave. As we set the heat, also in this heat is Reef Hazelwood, the goofy foot out of Australia, and second generation professional surfer John Mel out of Santa Cruz, California.
This is an incredibly stacked heat. I mean, when I had a look at the heat draw this morning, you looked at the surfers who had advanced through from yesterday. I mean, this was one of my picks as, you know, heat of the day. Super exciting. Got some CT experience there. Reef, who's had a couple of CT wildcards over the years. And John Mel, who's just so dynamic, so diverse. From Mavericks to 2 foot yesterday, I mean, and he surfed really well. This heat's going to be a good one.
All the numbers are in right now with Crosby Colapinto in the lead. We'll take a look here at a 7.83, Rosie, for Ian Gentile.
Just a beautiful set wave, just hucks the tail out the back there. Beautiful bottom turn around the whitewater, so that keeps him super critical. And third maneuver, I mean, 3-turn combo and all just with power.
Flick, this is a 6.67 for Crosby.
Yeah, so she's going to go right here, little snap, and then jams it in the pocket. Sends a lot of spray, 2 really well-timed turns, and a nice second wave for Cross.
Live action with Reef Hazelwood. Nice couple snaps, scooting down the line, looking for a finish, pops it up, and picks out of that revert nose. So the air reverse for finish for Reef Hazelwood. Exclamation mark on that ride, Rosie. I like it.
Yeah, Reef's had some great success here at the US Open, so I think he'd be feeling very comfortable. He's had a couple good heats.
Another goofy foot in the way of John Mel. John goes for the air, gets caught up. Last score for Reef comes in at a 6-point ride. John on the paddle back out, still searching for a meaningful number. Let's check out the last heat winner. Flick. This one's for WA.
It is.
Jacob Wilcox on to the round of 32.
On to the round of 32, and still excited about it, huh, Jacob? That heat just had so much action. Being in the water, what did it feel like?
Yeah, I felt like the swell was like kind of surging in that heat. We've been here for about, I think, maybe 8 days now, and that's the best waves we've had the whole time. So it's pretty good to be able to surf that, but I kind of had to change up equipment last minute. I was like, oh, it's actually kind of waves. So I changed back to a PU. I've been running epoxy for, yeah, like the last 8 days. So yeah, good to change up the boards. This one feels good, and happy to be back in Huntington. We've got such a good crew here. I love coming to America. It's always full of energy and lots of characters and cool places to check out. So yeah, I'm happy to be back here.
For you, what's the biggest takeaway from the way you surfed this heat that you want to carry moving forward?
Oh, I don't know. I feel like I just kind of made sure I was on the best waves, and I felt like, well, that was kind of my plan. Not sure what it looked like behind the screen, but I felt like I was in the best spot for that 783, which is a pretty good wave for what was out there. I feel like there's a lot of closeouts. So just trying to find those ones at the corner. I definitely don't feel like I've worked out the puzzle of Huntington Beach yet, but each time I come back, I gain a little bit more knowledge on it. It looks like a beachy from when you're looking at it on TV, but when you're here, it's so many little weird things about it. It's not quite a normal beachy. So, yeah, I'm pretty excited just to dive into the challenges of Huntington.
Another piece of the puzzle locked in. Congratulations. See you in the next round.
Yeah, thanks. 8 more puzzles to go.
Yeah, Jacob Wilcox, with him moving on into the round of 32, has moved up 3 spots on the live rankings to number 12.
It's good. He's inching his way back to where he wants to be.
I mean, the waves are going to be bigger tomorrow, and that's probably going to be a good thing for Jacob Wilcox. 1, because he's super fit, and 2, because the more power the wave has, Rosie, the better I feel that Jacob serves.
And for him, I mean, we've already had a couple upsets. Jordan Lawler is out of the event, and he's way up there on the rankings. So, yeah, I think as we watch Ian Gentile here, just so powerful. But I love the release that he has on the tail on these backhand maneuvers. You know, like kind of waits on the bottom, gets to that top third, and as soon as he hits that lip line, he kind of releases that tail and adds that little bit of extra power.
Yeah, running up the beach here, 28-year-old Ian Gentile, 2 years on the championship tour. 2023 finished up 14th on the rankings, and then this year, unfortunately for Ian, was unable to survive that mid-season cut after Margaret River, so that's why he's here on the Challenger Series, currently number 33 on the rankings on the Challenger Series. So he's got some work to do if he wants to get back to the big show on the CT, Flick.
Yeah, there's definitely a job ahead of him for sure. I think his surfing's so cool, right? Like every time he takes off, it's just not that manufactured sort of style, right? Like, and I say that in a really good way. And manufactured's also good because, you know, there's certain surfers you want to emulate. But Ian really brings his own brand of surfing. It's almost like vintage in a way, and or like vintage / traditionalist. And I don't know, there's just something really cool about it. He's got like this different sort of approach throughout maneuvers that, I don't know, just it piques your interest, I guess.
I know, Flick, you were looking forward to this heat, and we identified it as one of the rad power bikes heats to watch today. And so because of the loaded field, we have last year's runner-up in the way of Crosby Colapinto. We have a talented surfer like you just went over with Ian Gentile. We got the Australian Reef Hazelwood, who has had a taste of the championship tour and is really, really exciting, especially in beach break conditions. And then John Mell, who surfed excellent yesterday in his opening round heat.
Yeah, this is definitely a heat to watch for sure. I mean, 20 minutes on the clock, we've already seen a 7.83 from Ian, but I'm still expecting big scores. But sometimes these heats that you pick out to watch, sometimes it doesn't come to fruition. There's a lot of hype, a lot of talk around it. But, I mean, with the colour of surfer, you're thinking, okay, there's going to be a few hefty numbers be dropped here. And the waves are pumping. It's picking up.
It's pumping, and you think about Crosby being on the championship tour. He's already qualified. Him being in this Challenger Series event and creating upsets, if he were to knock out Reef and John Mell, they're trying to make their career and get on the championship tour. Get on the championship tour. So yeah, it's fun to have these names in the mix and see what kind of damage they can do.
Yeah, Reef on the backhand here against the grain of the south swell, does really well to get up to the lip a couple times. Here comes John Mell, pops it up, gets the rotation and the completion. John Mell, named after his grandfather, a legendary surfboard shaper and the founder of Freeline Surf Shop, Rosie. My favorite surf shop in Santa Cruz.
Yeah, it should be. I mean, it's such a iconic location, and obviously one of our really good friends, Pete Mell, an absolute legend, big wave world champ. Like, what can't the man do? And it's great to see John surfing in these events.
Yep.
Saw Pete yesterday. He's down here helping John out.
That's right. And you know, I got something for you, Ro.
Hit me.
If you're in Santa Cruz and make your way to Freeline Surf Shop, if you use the code word Rosie Hodge,
oh, wow.
you will get A free bar of wax with every board purchase.
With every board purchase, you hear it here. I would recommend just whatever. Well, here, let's just watch John before we get back into that promo code. He made that look so easy.
He did. And here, Reef right here, 6.6.
Yeah, really short, sharp, fast wave there. I think that's just a great contrast, those two shots between what's on offer if you go right and what's on offer if you go left today. Obviously, we've got that building swell moving in from the south-southeast, stretching out these lefts, which on other turn makes these rights really short, sharp, and punchy. But if you're a quick surfer like Reef, you can nail out 2 turns really quickly, efficiently, drop a 6.6.
Yeah, Reef's done well. I think flashback to last year when he finished in the quarterfinals. He knows how to make it through the rounds, but that was also that cheeky little interference that he got against Nolan Raposa.
Let's check out our live rankings, and look how tight it is between Reef Hazelwood, number 34, and Ian Gentile, number 33. Important for both of these surfers to make it out of this heat. And they're currently in the 1 and 2 spot.
Yeah, well, they're getting the job done so far. However, wouldn't be holding my breath because we've got a CT surfer just sitting out the back with priority, currently holding a 6.67 with plenty of time on the clock. And kind of just to what you were saying, Rosie, before, you know, Crosby's coming to this event, you know, okay, I say stress-free. There's obviously stress when you compete, but really, there's nothing on the line for him here, you know. Obviously, he wants to win, and okay, runner-up last year, he'd love to get that number 1 and win here. Huntington, iconic, big crowds, it means a lot, home state. However, you know, he's probably got Fiji on the mind right now. Wow. Next CT stop, and
the stakes aren't as high for him. Although it's a prestigious event, he wants to win it, and obviously that's the goal every time you enter an event. You think about the other guys that are looking to make it. This is really, like, this is their career.
Yeah, but Crosby in this heat, next heat, another CT rookie will be featured in the way of Cole Hauschman. And Crosby and Cole, when we look at the live rankings on the championship tour, are battling for that Rookie of the Year award, and that's going to go down in Fiji. Good news is for both of those surfers, they're kind of warming up because I feel like it's mostly lefts today.
Yeah, I agree. But you know what? We're saying there's no pressure now. There will be a lot of pressure in Fiji for that Rookie of the Year title. Don't you worry about that. They'll be feeling it next week.
Yeah.
Tropical Oasis, it's on.
Thundercloud Reef. Cloudbreak, Fiji. Stop number 9. August 20th. Corona Fiji Pro presented by Bonsoy is going to kick off. And we are going to solidify our final 5 to be featured in the Lexus WSL Finals. That waiting period starts September 6th for Rosie Hodges' favorite wave, lower trestles.
Yep, get your visas.
Yeah.
I love
I'm a blowing.
Here we go with our heat leader, Ian Gentile. Picks off a well-formed left-hander, but gets caught up on that final turn, just trying to get a little too snappy there. John Mel.
Oh,
wow,
what?
That was a great start for John. Looking down the line, looking for more. Nice snap there. The Santa Cruz surfer getting heated here. That was a great effort. John Mel needs a 6.77 to move into second place. Rosie, your thoughts?
I think the risk on that opening maneuver was massive. I think the judges are going to take into consideration that he really went for it on that first move, got a little sticky when he was coming out of it. And then, it's just such a bummer there wasn't another section for him to attack. What do you think, Flick?
Look, so risky and so fast, right? Beautiful start to that wave. I'm just concerned about the ending and how this wave just tapered off, dissipated in size, and didn't really provide that exclamation mark. I think he was searching for it. You could see it, right? Definitely got the finish, no doubt about it, but just didn't leave that really exciting finish in my brain.
Here's Reef Hazelwood on the replay.
He's so fast. Wow. Was that one of the best turns? of this heat. That was pretty.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
Hang on, blink and you'll miss it. That thing was so fast. Like, are you kidding me?
Yeah, that was lightning.
And so late to that last turn.
That was like subliminal messaging.
Well, that could actually make the requirement larger for John Mel. So we'll wait for the scores. Here comes Crosby. Finds a right. Quality first turn. Punches the oncoming section. Has to do the limbo, but can't pull it back out. And you can see a little bit of the paddle and frustration with Crosby Colapinto lacking the finish on that wave. So he will remain in third place. John Mel will remain in fourth place as John's number comes through for that last wave at a 5.03. Crosby, he needs a 5.93, and John needs a 6.77. Reef Hazelwood, his last ride, we're still waiting for that number. And it's kind of flaring right now.
I've got to say that last number's going to be good.
Yeah, I think Reef's going to improve his situation. And Crosby, he's just like a little bit off-timed out here, even on his left-hander, and then that right-hander. Maybe he has to slow it down a little bit.
Well, a couple of walled-up straight-handers coming through. Trying to find the corner here. Looking for it, John Mel. The number comes in for Reef. That's a good one. A 7.17 for Reef Hazelwood. He extends his lead over the pack. Ian Gentile in an advancing position, holding priority. Then lines just keep on rolling through here, Flick.
Yeah, I mean, like I thought it was going to be a really, really good score. Turns out it's the best one of the heat so far. I just can't quite the last turn just burning in my brain. Here he goes again.
Pops it up. So let's take a Bronsoy brew break right now and see what's going to happen. So far, it's Reese Hazelwood ripping some lefts.
Oh.
Crosby Colapinto eyeing up this right here, Southside Huntington Beach Pier. Colapinto highlining it down, looks for the ramp, pops it up. Struggles for the completion, and he's not going to get the completion. Crosby Colapinto, CT rookie, a championship tour rookie this year in 2024. And another championship rookie this year, Cole Hauschman's making his way, preparing for his heat. He's going to be coming up against his good friend, Cade Matson, as well as Marco Mignot and Dylan Moffitt. Here goes Crosby again. Quality turn to start off. Beautiful carve, controlling the rail of the Mayhem surfboard. Punches a little whitewater snap Needs a 6.34 to move into second place.
That was CT surfing.
Yeah, agreed. Straight away. It's just a little cut above the rest, isn't it?
Reef Hazelwood, that's our heat leader. On the paddle, up current. Reef, a dynamic, goofy foot, also a surfer of strong faith, and just overall, just a really, really nice, positive guy. He's proud of his Christian faith, and it's nice to see that he acts and he's willing to share that knowledge too. So, Reef Hazelwood, a good guy. 7.5 drops for the younger brother of Griffin Colapinto, Crosby Colapinto, and Crosby goes from third to first.
Can I say something?
Sure.
It almost feels like Crosby wanted to feel a little bit of pressure. Like he had some good waves in the beginning, and then he kind of got knocked into that third place position. But I don't know. It feels like he's toying with the idea of heat play.
I like it.
You know what? He's out here with not much pressure. We spoke about it before. You might have nailed it. You never know.
Sets coming through here. Ultra consistent on this incoming swell. And the long walls of the beach break here. We're going to stick with Ian Gentile, who's fell to third, needs a 5.94 to get back up into advancing position. Crosby finds this left. Just solid first turn. Times the finish late, but's able to ride out.
Not sure if that's going to improve on his 6.67, but I think I'm interested to see Ian's wave again, because I feel like that could potentially do some damage. Once again, that just, he looked so seamless between turns. It was only 2, but I feel like that could be weighty in this heat, that number.
I mean, he's looking to improve on the 517, and it's a 594 that he requires. There's definitely room in that scale. He's got such a languid style until he kind of hits that lip line and really goes to town. Watch this one from John Mel.
Oh.
Dangerous.
Let's go for a Hurley board breakdown with Mitchell Salazar. What do you got, Mitch?
Kipes, I got Reef Hazelwood's backup board right here. It's a 5'11", 11 3/8, 2 3/8. It's an EPS epoxy. So this is actually an ECT by Britt Merrick, hand shaped by him, and it was actually a last-minute decision to take out the PU right now because this was the board Reef was riding all week long. And as you can see right here, also the Vector 3.2 fins, mediums. These are just really great fins for small wave surfing, but with the increase in size today, he decided to go with the PU. It's also a CI Pro. It seems to be working very well right now, but as you can see, carbon is in fashion. Carbon's the way to go, Kipes.
So is that's a carbon bottom there, a ECT construction there?
It is, and it's an EPS epoxy too, so stringerless epoxy right there. You can't see a single stringer through it, and it is very lightweight. I'd have to say maybe 2.5 pounds at the most, Kaipo. It's very lightweight, and with these fins, this thing flies down the line, I can tell you that.
Oh, thanks for the tech talk there. That new construction from Channel Islands where they pulverize carbon, and that pulverized carbon's mixed with the resin and glass that way. So rather than like your typical carbon board, you would use a carbon cloth, but that construction is just a little bit different, in which the carbon is inside of the resin when they glass the board, but still gives that, you know, strength and a little bit more rigidity. And then you put that shell over a core, over a light EPS core, you got a light, strong board.
And it weighs about as much as a burrito.
I think Mitch was exaggerating with the 2 pound board thing, but it's probably very, very light. Ian Gentile looking light on his feet with that finish there, and that put Ian into first. That was a 7.5. Here's a replay of Crosby, Flick.
Yeah, Crosby on the backhand. One big turn, looking for a finish, and he gets it. Does he ride out? He does. So he's looking to improve on his situation too.
Yep, and he did. A 6.87 for Crosby Colapinto. So here's the story. Ian Gentile in the lead. Crosby Colapinto in second. Reef Hazelwood with priority needs a 7.21, and John Mel needs an 8.54. There's your needs column up in the score screen. And there is Crosby's older brother, Griffin Colapinto. Currently number 2 in the world, Rosie.
Yeah, not too shabby, and a bunch of San Clemente locals jet chilling there, as well as his brother Malik. Got Jake Davies.
Big 20s around here somewhere.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah,
do you know Big 20's name? We just had this conversation with Mitchell yesterday.
I don't. I'm like, it's slipping my mind. And Troy Eckert over there.
Oh, Checker.
Helping the boys out with some...
He's been doing some like meditation stuff with the boys, huh? Oh, I love that. All right, we're under 3 minutes, and Reef Hazelwood will have the opportunity to fight back. Needs a little over a 7-point ride. Reef is out there in the white jersey. There he is, paddling upstream, and 2 minutes on the clock.
You know what? He's got the priority, so he's in a good position. He's put himself in the best position right now to try chase this 7-2-1. And here we go, we're having a paddle.
On the paddle, split peak, sticking with Ian Gentile here. And I was going to say great pace and tempo, but no finish is going to cost him there. He'll remain with his current score line of a 15.33. So no improvement for Ian Gentile. Looked like John Mel took the other side of that peak, but didn't come up with much.
It's been crazy watching, you know, these top 3 surfers change the lead throughout this heat. Reef was kind of having a look there. John decides to take this one. Needs an excellent number to advance, and one section you have to kind of throw everything at it.
Reef's the story right now, Flick. They got that priority. When's he going to pull the pin? When's he going to get going? Looking towards the beach for some landmarks, paddling up current, looking out to the horizon, wanting a set wave.
Yeah, he's sitting in the position, you know, to give himself the best opportunity. He's trying to position for those lefts, and kind of looks like there might be something swinging more towards the pier right now. We can see him paddling pretty hard.
Just 30 seconds, and this sure was a heat to watch. One of the ones to watch from Rad Power Bikes. 20 seconds is one more chance for Reef Hazelwood. And unfortunate for the Australian, I don't know if a wave's going to make it here in time. There, you can see the frustration. He's not even going to have a chance to respond.
It's just devastating, right? You really feel for them. You know how much work gets put in, how much time, financially as well. And, I mean, there's a lot waiting on these heats, and that's a big one.
That is a big one. Well, Ian Gentile, he comes through, as well as Crosby Colapinto, both into the round of 32. More on the way right after this break. It's a great day here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Corona.
What a performance from Crosby Colapinto. 14.37 combined total, dropping some big hammers. Last year's runner-up to Eli Hanneman. This is one he wants so deeply to represent Southern California. Hi, everybody. I'm Joe Turpel. This is Mitchell Salazar. Lives just down the road. He surfs Huntington all the time, and gosh, it's looking fun. Kind of like your extended home break.
No, it definitely is, and I think the most exciting part about today, we still have better conditions to come, though, Joe. And you know, the high tide and these kind of waves, to me, is super fun. You need the right board out there still, and I think fin equipment has also been a large part of a lot of people's success so far today.
We've got the Rookie of the Year story, Crosby Colapinto, Cole Hausman, and the way they're taking a break from that because that's all coming down to Fiji on the championship tour, but both with the goal of becoming U.S. Open champions. Hausman in the heat with another good friend, Kate Matson, who was a part of this rookie class at the start of the year. Haushi lighting up that whitewater section, clear for takeoff.
Whoa.
And a quick tail-high whip. Absolutely nailing an aggressive start. Surfer wearing the white jersey, Marco Mignot, is looking like he wants to get started. A little bit of crumble coming down, got off balance on the start, so he'll look for a better wave. Joining Marco and Cole, we've got Cade and also Dylan Moffitt from North Narrabeen.
It's an awesome heat right here, Joe. Moffitt, huge fan of his style. I think he's determined to get to the CT one day, could potentially be this year. Mignot from Sayulita, Mexico, represents France though, but you know, a kid from right that part of Southern Nayarit, great surfer, made the quarterfinals multiple times last year, was very close to qualifying in as well. And obviously we can't go past Kate Matson, former CT surfer, looking to make it back, and these are his types of waves, Joe. He's good in these kind of waves.
Cole Hausman, what a start.
Yeah, and to me, it's just the speed for a guy that big. Little touch down the line, and then the rotor right there. I really love the height, especially when you look at the fins coming out of the water and then re-engaging. That goes to show you every single maneuver that he throws is with a lot of power, Joe.
When you live in Southern California, I guess if you lived here in the last 20 years, you'd hear stories about the parties that Dennis Rodman would have in Newport. They were legendary. And Cole's dad was Rodman's next door neighbor at the time. So they were good friends, and then Cole took on the nickname Rodman for having some fun hairstyles, and kind of rad that it's not just his nickname from one of the great basketball players in the NBA, but actually a close friend of the family as well.
Yeah, and I like that he embraced that kind of role too, just getting his hair painted every now and then, getting the brushes, and I truly think that when it comes to the generation of American surfers, we're probably seeing one of the best talents out there too, including Crosby Colapinto. You mentioned the Rookie of the Year race. I feel like this has been happening for a decade though, and it's because I live in the area. I get to see them so often, especially on the amateur side, but when it comes to pure talent and hard work alongside that, I think this generation is probably one of the best we've seen in the last 30 to 40 years right here from SoCal.
Similar rise for Cole and Crosby.
Yep.
Kind of late bloomers to really find their flow. You know, when they're really young, there's a lot of people that were beating them at the time in their division. And then they just took over at the right time. Kate Matson, so good to see him again. Man, he worked hard on tour this year, working with Jake Patterson as his coach. Learned a lot. More fired up than ever to return to the top stage. Cole Hausman setting up wave number 2. Quick lip line punch off the top, snaps it again, and keeps the flow going into a third move. Man, he's quick.
And what a smart play too, Joe. Moved away from everybody else, kind of surfing his own peak right now, which is getting closer to that pier bowl right now. Everybody really emphasizing Machado's peak today with this long drawn out south swell, but I feel that if you're able to get a couple of sections to yourself, especially on the higher tide, where it just allows you to get up into the lip a few more times, it's a really smart play by this kid who at the moment is just outside of the top 10. He's looking to make it back in there at the event in Fiji too.
Let's have another look here. First wave, 667. We'll see where this one goes.
Yeah, and the combination was a bit different. Stuck to the rail the whole time. A lot of projection down the line and fit in the 2-for-1 right there towards the end. Love the little blowtail right there to finish that wave off, and just goes to show you how prestigious this event is and how important it is to Californian surfers too to want to come here and win. You know, Cole, Crosby, a lot of other people in the event too, including defending champion Sori Lindblad. They want to win this event because they know the accolades that comes with it, and to me, it's the Super Bowl of surfing, Joe. It's just an arena-like feel, and if you're able to win here, I feel like you can win anywhere else in the world.
Cade Madsen on his opener. Snap to start off the top end section, already approaching. Blow tail finishing move. Big, strong kid representing San Clemente, just like Cole. Dylan Moffitt, the Australian, on the wind-up. Cool tag there for a cool little two-turn combo. Dylan start. And now Marco Mignot. He's got a fun end section, and he goes for a sky-high punt, landing on the whitewater, and he will right away.
Let's go.
That was explosive and got higher than I imagined. Great liftoff for Marco.
It took him a while to ride out of it, but as he said, the height is one thing. I also think, you know, degree of difficulty, we talk about it right now, the rights are just so much quicker than the lefts, and it took him a little while to get here just because he had to use his speed. So gets the 2 pumps down the line, kind of waited for the section, but look at the height. I mean, whenever you see the tail go around that high, you know that he was up there for a while too. Like how he got inverted as well. So the one front angle right there, and here from the side, look at the tail high reverse right there that he pulls off. I mean, that was taller than him on his board, so real impressive stuff. Should score well. I do think they're going to take into consideration the fact that it did take him a little while to ride out of it cleanly, but still, I think he's going to be rewarded here, Joe.
Just soft landing. There's a lot of turbulence in the whitewater. They love when you just land and grease it and just show control immediately, but with his skill set to stay light on his feet, a lot could have gone wrong in the whitewater. But a massive air, extending it out, inverted. Well done for Marco. Start for Dylan Moffitt, a 5.10. Cade Madsen, 5.57 on his backhand. Second wave for Hausman, 5.77. A lot of scores once again in a similar range in the fives, as we see the work that Cade did.
Yeah, a lot of strength, especially with the second bottom turn right there. Love the way he slid the tail, drift the fins coming out of that maneuver right there. A lot of control, and especially when it comes to body positioning, on point for Cade. And then Moffitt with the solid 2-turn combo as well. That came in as a 5-1, Joe, so he's back into the heat, and as I told you before, probably one of the most enjoyable styles we see on the Challenger Series as well.
Yeah, he's really smooth. He came really close to qualification back when Hall Evo was the final event. Had a couple of injuries leading up to the qualification day, and he was just a little bit out of sorts. It was unfortunate because he was surfing so well in the lead up to that wipeout. As we focus on the live rankings, looking at Cade Madsen and Marco Mignot in their position, similar spot there. Cade at 33rd, and we've got Marco at 35th. On the live rankings, Marco's already up 1 spot. This is all happening in real time after every heat finishes, so you'll see it move consistently. You can enjoy the live rankings on worldsurfleague.com. The goal for all these athletes to finish off the year in the top 10, as we're here at stop number 4 of 6 on the Challenger season.
Well, and this matters for your seeding in the next 2 events too, so you want to at least make a few rounds right here to improve your seeding for both Edeseda and then Saquarema too. But if you're not able to qualify for the CT, remember 11 all the way through 20 on the men's side on the Challenger Series, you automatically re-qualify for the CS for the next year. And on the women's side, 6 all the way to 10, they get automatic re-qualification too.
Good point, Mitch. This is the last event of the Challenger Series where we've taken the seed from the qualification at the start of the year. Once we move on to Ericeira and then Saquarema, we'll have the updated on the seeding from the performances they've thrown down in 2024.
And that's the whole reason why we saw Jordy Lawler surfing the round of 80, due to his results last year and not the impact that he's had so far in 2024. So this is the last one, Joe. Then we go to Edeseda and then Saquarema. Seeding will completely change there too, and it's going to be a major impact for those people that are looking to qualify. And you know, Marco was coming so close a few times. He's up in the 2nd spot with the last score, Joe.
6.57. What a cool family story for Marco. Living in sailboats, traveling the world, living the dream.
Yep.
If you're a kid, you'd want to get adopted by the Mignot family for all the great waves that he's been able to surf.
Oh, I used to get smoked by Nome and Diego competing back in Max. They were so good ahead of their age.
Diego's the cousin.
Yeah, Nome's the older brother. Also a former Challenger Series surfer himself too, but outside of that family, Lola also a great longboarder. You have the Southworth brothers, Diego Cadena, Adrián Gato Rodriguez, you know, Adan Hernandez. Saulita is really one of the hotbeds for Mexican talent down there, and waves are super fun around the area too.
Rolling in on the back end is Dylan Moffitt. Throwing some water on the first turn. He's still got some speed. He's waiting for this thing to bowl up. He'll throw a little transition snap and get stuck blowing the tail out. Hauschman on the windup. Little fin fang off the lip. Nice jam and just keeping his momentum down the line. And there's that famous Cole Hauschman power lean back right on the open face. Champion at Bells Beach this year in a final over Griffin Colapinto. Cade finding a great left with some size. 2 big moves. He's loving it.
Let's go. Wow, this heat's turning on, Joe. Waves are showing up. Surfers are really standing out, and we got a big heat right here in number 9 of the round of 64.
Gosh, what a great back and forth. Hauschman laying it down, looking for improvement. Cade Manson turning in 2 giant backside hammers.
And guys that big shouldn't be able to move that quickly either. Like, I get jealous whenever I see this kind of surfing myself, and look at Cato right here off the bottom, drives through that turn, pushes a lot of water through his frame, and the second one with even a larger impact through the lip line, Joe. That should be a major number for him. Former member of the USA Junior team, he loves it. And then Cole right here, big boy, he's going down the line. I mean, to me, the thing that really stands out is the flow. First turn was great, little tail slide, board slide right there for the first one, down the line on the second. And look at the way he's able to vary his attack right there. Lays it on rail, and then with the layback at the end, just cementing his authority on that wave. To me, excellent surfing. I feel like it's going to be one of the highest waves of the event so far, Joe.
What a read from Cole Hauschman. Changing gears on every turn, but kept his speed and flow throughout. And the judges reward Hauschman with an 8.33. Way out in front. Mignot in second, Moffitt in third, but we're waiting for an important wave from Cade Manson, who had a set wave, and he was able to enjoy a bit more wave height in bigger sections. Cole had a lot of work to do, and Cade, with a big 2-turn combo, throws down a 7.83. He just jumped into second.
Yeah, and a really strong heat total so far for both Hauschman and Matson. Mignot right here and Moffitt, they're looking to at least get something into the 7-point range, Joe.
Let's catch up with the winner of the last heat. Ian Gentile is with AJ McCord.
Yeah, Ian got carried all the way past the pier on that last one to get back here, to get on the glass, but you're stoked to be back here, winning the heat. What did it take for you to get it done?
Yeah, I had a really good start, and then kind of just fumbled a few, and needed, I think, like a high 5 at the end, and Reef didn't want it, so I had to put that one together. Really stoked to get that first heat out of the way, and you know, everything can change after just one event, so that could be that event for me.
We're entering the back half of the season on the Challenger Series. Just how do you keep that big picture in mind while also knowing, hey, it all happens by just taking it heat by heat?
Yeah, exactly like you said, heat by heat. Still a lot of surfing left to do.
What do you think is the biggest thing you've learned about yourself in the last few months surfing on the Challenger Series?
Yeah, you learn a lot, you know. It's like a lot of emotions, a lot of highs, you know, and then I started off really good at pipe this year, and just had close heats that could have gone my way, but they didn't. And yeah, it's just part of the game, and got to just stay focused and stay composed, because it's still, you know, it's only halfway through, and like I said, everything can change after just one event.
One heat down, congratulations.
Thank you.
Thanks, AJ. Ian Gentile on a comeback. What a great surfer, talented athlete from Maui. Real calm, mellow human being. Lets his surfing do the talking, that's for sure, and he blitzed that heat.
Can we combine Brazilian slang with Hawaiian slang?
Oh, let's do it.
Tamo junto, bra.
I love it. Watching Marco. Jeez, he just opened up here. It's all about the two-turn combo recipe that you love on a wall like that, and he had a great version of it. Had a 6.57 for that float air, because it looked like he was floating and hovering above that landing, but they're going to love the precision of those two hacks.
And there's a score, Joey. Highest wave of the event so far.
8.57. And he's up again. Marco Mignot off the bottom. Tail chuck into the flats.
My guy.
Look at that. Now he's freed up to just close this thing out early.
Dude, and I mean, to be able to get a score that's higher than Cole's, Cade's, everybody else in the event so far, you have to do something special. And on the 8.57, what stood out the most was probably just the timing on this one, Joe. First turn was great. I mean, he kept it on the rail the whole time. But look at the precision of that second turn right there. Under the lip snap and the little extra whip is a point of difference. And to be able to stand out, as you said, the two-turn combination, which is the most common theme today, you need to just be subtly different than everybody else in order to get those extra points. He was able to do it on that wave, and suddenly he's back in the lead.
Marco Mignot absolutely ripping. Representing France on tour, residing in Sayulita. Making guys like Kale Carranza really proud.
Oh, yeah.
Diego Cadena. It's a really international type of place. You know, when you go to Sayulita, you meet people from all over the world that have settled there.
Yeah, no doubt. And it really brought out the best surfing culture for a lot of the locals, too. You know, Kale was at the forefront of traveling, getting out, getting a lot of exposure for the Mexicans, too. Had multiple surfer magazine covers. Diego obviously getting the CT, you know, wild card over there, winning the trials. It was huge for him. And now Marco, even though he's representing France, his culture really is impacted by his Mexican heritage. So seeing him on this stage right here has to be very motivational for everybody else.
His Spanish is perfect?
Bueno.
Nice accent?
Simon.
Perfect. Marco out front, Cole Hausman in second. Cade Madsen has priority, needing a 7.18. Let's see if he can find it. We'll be right back. Presented by Pacifico is brought to you by the all-new Lexus GX. Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer. By Hurley, born from water. By Shiseido, official sunscreen of the World Surf League. By Eventbrite, on or off your board, you've got plans with Eventbrite. And by Rad Power Bikes, the official e-bike partner of the US Open.
We are back at the Lexus US Open of Surfing. I'm at the Lexus house. We got selfies happening here. We have poster signs with Connie Ellis Stewart. Connie, how's it going? How's your experience here in Huntington Beach?
Oh, it's amazing. So many nice people out here, so many different people, and just meeting so many
so many people from all around the area, you know, not even just from Huntington, but all around the world. They're all here for the US Open.
Must be a special place for you, Connie, because you won here last year. You know what it's like to hoist that big trophy over your head.
Oh yeah, last year got pretty good result, but this year we made it to the quarterfinals. Not bad, but just being here is amazing in itself.
Connie Ala is going to be here signing autographs at the Lexus House. One of the many, many activations we have here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico. Back out to the water with you, Joe.
Thanks so much, Kaipo. Great to hang out with Connie Ala Stewart. What a legend. An absolute performer on the Longboard Tour. Quarterfinal at this one. Winner last year in Huntington Beach. Dylan Moffitt making Mitch Salazar emotional on that first turn, and then punches the tail out to finish. Such a clean line. It never felt like the changes of the face of the wave affected his line whatsoever. That's beautiful surfing from the Australian.
And I like the timing of the first turn too. Here's Kato.
Kate on the windup. Ooh, and he'll get stuck. First turn takes him down, and he was ready to wind up to try to get back into the top two.
I can't tell you how many close heats this kid has lost out here, Joe. There's been too many. He doesn't want that to happen here.
Marco clear for takeoff and an extended frontside air reverse. That was unbelievable. The extension that he threw down in the air.
Ay, ay, ay. Somebody just put some salsa on this here, Joe.
Vamonos, pues. Here we go. Cole Hausman driving into this section. He'll get stuck. Marco shows that he has so much hang time. Extending that punt while he's tail high. Radical.
And what a great heat this one. Waiting on the score for Moffitt. How she just had that wave right there. And of course, Marco with the massive air. Wow. It's a major number right there incoming, Joe.
Start with the left to Dylan Moffitt.
Yeah, I really like the timing off of the first bottom turn right there. Was a little bit delayed. The second one more of a check. And was able to fit in a third, which very difficult with the short space that he had. This wave right here, though. Look at the projection down the line. My goodness. Perfect landing, great rotation. I mean, it was almost a full rotor, but I feel like it almost was higher impact than it wasn't. That, to me, if it ain't close to a 10, it's right there, Joe.
Wow. I don't want to get my feelings hurt if it's not a 10. That was just insane. The way he extended it with the amplitude. You know, judges are always trying to keep things in comparison, so their scale has been solid. But, man, that was insane. Here's Cade on the left.
Yeah, so this is the score that we're waiting for Madsen right here. The two drives off the bottom, and then the third big one, and that's where he just wasn't able to find his footing at the end, and unfortunately slipped off right there. That could have potentially been the 7-1-8 that he was looking for. Instead, he's just going to have to settle with a small score, Joe. 5 minutes to go. Very competitive heat out there at the moment.
Oh my goodness, Marco's still swinging. Boom. Lets the fins hang out. Well, bam, punches out the lip but falls. Gosh, when you feel this good, it kind of reminds me of the rhythm of Mateus Hurdy earlier, where you just want to keep surfing. Everything's working for you. Board's magic. You're landing huge airs, more than one. He already has an 8.57, so judges have some big comparables. But that was just a monster air. One of the best I've seen in a jersey for a while.
One, it's apples to oranges too, because the 8.57 was the two-turn column on the left. How many actual single scores have we seen come from a major air outside of, you know, one of the 8s from Mateus? And scores are coming through. They are an indication of very positive things from Marco.
The biggest number of the contest just went down for a giant air from Marco Mignot. Loving the score, 9.67. Deserved every bit of that. A gigantic total, 18.24. You can come in, Marco. Prepare for the next round.
Well, just like Danielle was trying to do with Mateus, chill out. Don't do anything too radical. Here's the replay again, Joe. Just the speed that he was able to gain down the line. Look at that projection, the hang time, the rotation, perfect landing. And as you've seen with both Mateus and Marco so far today, their feet are always well planted on the board when they're landing these big airs, and it comes down to them just getting repetition and practice in the same kind of maneuvers over and over again. Another different angle. Look at the hang time right there, a little upside down too. Rides out cleanly. Picture perfect by Mignot.
Insanity. And the section that he had to land on was extremely difficult. As we've got Cole, he's inspired now. He wants to get his lead back. He'll throw a tail to the sky. Messy kind of reverse section. Not expecting anything to change there. Cade needs a 7.18, but that would knock his good buddy out.
Yeah, but who has more to lose right here?
It's all about Cade trying to get back on tour.
Yeah.
Cole's already enjoying a stellar season, so yeah, it's definitely more pressure overall, the big picture for Cade Matson.
That's exactly it, Joe. 7.18 is what he needs. Second priority. You know, he's been one of those surfers that's always been on the verge of winning one of these major events. I'd love to see him become a U.S. Open champion. I think he's very deserving of it. Last year at World Juniors, especially after all of the back injuries that he had, he was my pick to win over there in Seaside. Eventually lost out in the middle of the rounds, but when it comes to hard work and especially a lot of great technique, that's what stands out the most from Cade Matson. But as of right now, 2 minutes 20, he needs to be on a good wave.
Cade Matson, growing up really close to a fun beach break in San Clemente. Could just walk down these stairs. People would be playing volleyball, and there's little peaks up and down the beach on the fun days. Brother Dane rips as well.
Oh, yeah.
And man, it's been fun just following this journey of the energy coming out of San Clemente, California, and they brought it to the big stage. And for Crosby and Cole, they had success in making the cut. For Cade and even guys like Eli Hanneman, they learned a lot. Eli looking to go back-to-back at the U.S. Open this year.
Yep, he'll be coming up later on this round. Moffat's still looking for something close to a 9-point ride. He has priority, and he does have the capability of either throwing a huge layback or an air. It's just going back to the San Clemente kind of recipe for success. They adopted what the Brazilians had done for many years, started traveling, supporting each other much more on tour. Same thing goes for the Aussies. There's a reason why they've been successful the last 2 to 3 years. Moffat being one of those people right there. And it comes to show unity is really the most important thing when you're traveling in a year-long kind of process to qualify for the Championship Tour, Joe. It can be a long and lonely place when you're on the Challenger Series and even on the QS.
Very true. 45 seconds. Marco enjoying one of the best competitive heats he's thrown down in his career. And we're all lucky we got to witness this kind of form and flow. Throwing away some 6 Rangers, 4.0 on his previous, counting 2 big excellent scores and the highest number of the event, a 9.67. A couple judges went to 9.8. Which is a fair call. 15 seconds to go, trying to find Cade and Dylan Moffitt. They've got top 2 priority here. A little line coming through.
He might have a chance, Joe.
Into the countdown. Will it get here in time? No takers on that one, and we will run out of time for Cade and Dylan here in the round of 64. We'll see Cole Hauschman continue on, and also the fireworks from Marco Mignot. And with Marco's 9.67, are we calling that early as the Cup Noodles wave of the day? We'll see that on the 805 post show. We'll be right back. What a nice Thursday afternoon. Around lunchtime here in Southern California, 12:16, August 8th. A nice Thursday, especially if your name is Marco Mignon. The performance of the event just went down.
Thank you.
No, thank you for the performance. And another standout on a surfboard from JS Industries.
Yep.
Every once in a while there's a shaper that have been around for a while. They just get this hot hand and they just start producing these magic boards and everyone starts winning. JS famous for some big partnerships like Joel Parkinson winning a world title in 2012.
Yep.
Winning Pipeline the same day. A final with Josh Kerr. Josh Kerr played spoiler when Kersey beat Kelly Slater in the semifinals. And it was interesting because Parco just ran to Kersey and was like, okay, you name it, anything you want. And Josh was like, okay, cool, the pipe final? He's like, anything but that. I'm not done yet.
I was rooting for Josh so much that day too. I was like, dude, I want you to win an event so bad.
Here we go, already getting started is the Peruvian, Luca Macinas.
Yeah, we call him the machine for a reason, and that's the reason why right there. 6.83 on the first wave he catches, Joe. Local boy of the pier when he's here in Southern California. His uncle lives over in Costa Mesa, so this is one of his local breaks when he's around the area. Loves to train, and two-time Olympian now. Wasn't getting, you know, the result he wanted. Lost out in the elimination round over there in Paris, but once again looking to make it back to the championship tour. I feel like he definitely has the ability to do so. Works very hard, and when it comes to athletic performance, I'd have to say he's up there in the top percentile of people on the Challenger Series.
Regular footers from Peru typically have an unbelievable backhand.
Yeah. You want to name a few? Well, Sofia Mulanovic, Gabriel Villarán probably have to be two of the most famous ones.
Oh, I thought you meant surf spots.
Oh.
Oh, yeah. No, there's a lot. I think there's a lot you could mention as well.
No, I'd probably keep the surf spots to ourselves.
Oh, yeah. No, but yeah, Sofia, absolute legend. So proud of everyone representing Peru. Winding up and just getting stuck on the punt is Luca, but he has a 6.83 already. Joined by Kian Martin, Winter Vincent, Alistair Reginato, mix of Australia, and Kian's kind of a citizen of the world.
Yep. Lives in Indo the majority of the year, representing Sweden. Had a buzzer beater yesterday, Joe, and fortunately for him, that gave him the chance to compete today in much better waves. Really stoked to see much more opportunities out there with consistency of waves, and also with the south-southeast in the water right now, we're going to see better sandbars for this weekend too. Even when it's a bit smaller, high tide always produces something here at Southside HB, Joe.
Lines to the horizon. That's been the theme of the day. So consistent. Surfline telling us it'd be increasing throughout the day, and it's been spot on. Like everyone loves to talk about their home break. This would be Surfline's home break. So a nice, easy forecast for them. Led by Charlotte Perry on this one. And now rolling in, Alistair Reginato. Now committing, backhand vertical hack there, and a quick decision to frame it vertically to shut it down.
What'd that wave do to him, Joe?
Ay, ay, ay.
Thing had a family.
Power never goes out of style.
Definitely does not. You know who he reminds me of, even his kind of demeanor, is Chris Davidson.
Wow.
Like, he brings that out, and especially with the aggressiveness on these waves too. I feel like we're seeing Davo 2.0, beautiful first turn, but the timing and the precision of the second one from Reginato, amazing stuff right there by the young Australian. Was close to qualifying last year, and obviously this year that's one of his major goals, but him and George Pitar in 2023 were the two most impressive out of the new bunch coming out of that beautiful area of the world. When it comes to him and power, though, as you said, never goes out of style, Joe.
Mentioned George, he's coming up next. Scores in for Alistair, 6.10. right under Messinas on his 6.83. What a difference a day makes. Completely different playing field. Driving off the first turn, beating the section with the float and going upside down on the reverse attempt. Not quite pulling it off is Luca Messinas. Guy who exploded onto the championship tour, kind of had an underground profile, made the quarters in Pipeline. And now Keon, and he'll get tangled up. So it's got some Portuguese he can speak as we go right into more live action. Winter visit from Manly Beach. Times a closeout section well. Winter grew up watching the Australian Open of Surfing for a while, which was modeled right after this event. As Alistair goes upside down, a hard landing that he can't control.
Wow, that was rad right there. If he pulls that off, we're seeing a huge number and just a lot of waves out there in the water right now, Joe. They're not letting you really have a break whatsoever, and with 22 minutes to go, probably expecting a lot of these small scores to eventually disappear. As he mentioned, Messinas, in his debut year on the championship tour, made it to the quarters at Pipeline. Same thing for Cali Munoz. You know, there were two Spanish-speaking Americans that were, or Latin Americans, I should say, on tour that year. They both made the quarterfinals, and then afterwards, you know, Carlos got injured. Luca even mentioned on the podcast that we had him on the lineup that he kind of safety surfed a few heats and it cost him requalification. Not the case anymore. He needs to take it really pedal to the metal right now, because as we all know, for surfers, your window eventually closes, Joe, and right now, peak in terms of physical conditioning, really emotional intelligence too. Your mid to late 20s is really when you want to get it done.
Always enjoy listening to you on the lineup, Mitch.
Thank you.
Joining Dave Proden, Dave the host, and Mitchell Salazar gets to join Dave for contest wrap-ups, for insight and predictions to come. They have some really cool segments as well, and they lay it all out there. Surfers that maybe let themselves down, didn't perform, and then also the favorites moving forward. You can check out the lineup wherever you enjoy listening to your podcasts.
Shout out to our awesome producer, Miguel Clemente, too. Now doing the Colbert Surf Club with Connor Coffin, which is another great listen. But yeah.
That's right, brought to you by 805. That's really fun. It's fun to see Connor Coffin in that position, too, as a host. He's great at it, asking questions and really creative with where they go with their storytelling.
It caught me off guard. The first time I heard it, though, I was like, really, Connor? Like, and then I heard him speak. I was like, whoa, you're a natural at this, dude. Like, it's cool to see him in that kind of role, as he said, just enjoying life in Santa Barbara, up in the 805, and awesome to see a lot of the local guests come through as well. Malloy Brothers, Sage Erickson, Lakey Peterson. Nice to see that kind of culture come into it. You're a Gaucho yourself. I don't know when you're not going to be on that pod right there, Joe.
Wow, yeah, UCSB Gauchos, the most dominant college surf team in history.
Well,
not for my help at all, but from a lot of great surfers that went there. Chad LeBass, Dave Shipley.
Dave Prodan.
Pat Drummy, Dave Prodan. Scott Turner. Andy Miller. As we get back into this one, chase for qualification continues on these live rankings. How about this list? Jacob Wilcox had a great heat earlier. He moved up 3 spots on the live rankings to 12. Remember, the cutoff's at 10, counting your top 4 results out of 6. Joel Vaughn up 4 spots to 20. Joel Vaughn look inspired. Some big lofty airs that he threw down earlier today. And you see the shaded names, the tough ones that we lost in the last heat. Dylan Moffitt out. He's already dropping a spot down to 14th. Winner Vincent in the water right now is in 3rd. Trying to move closer to that top 10 picture. Has a 5.73 and chasing a 1.45 to move to the top 2. Before we were talking about the relationship with Manly and Huntington, and it was a direct decision just to model the US Open and bring it to Australia. They had skateboard events, music right on the beach. As we get into Alistair Reginato, snaps it quickly off the lip. Good section to play with there. Love when you have that crumble and you got the speed to push against it.
All right, it's coming towards you. You're just eyeing that section right there, and you're anticipating coming it towards you and knowing that you're going to be able to blast it. 18 minutes right here, Joe. And, you know, real close in the rankings are both Reginaldo and Vincent. Alistair right there at number 15, winner Vincent at 17. So a big heat right here in the context of qualification and getting up a few spots before heading over to Portugal. And same thing for Messinas and Martin. They need to move up at least, you know, 20, 30 spots, get their seating up for the last 2 events of the season. This one matters right here, and it seems like Reginaldo gets the score for the lead.
5.43 for the two-turn combo. It was aggressive, powerful, well done. Luca second. Winter now needs a 3.94. Keon Martin, famous for the buzzer beater that won the 805 post show yesterday, needs a 7.73, and we'll see if he can do it again.
Well, you brought up the Australian Open and that it was kind of modeled around the US Open right here in HB. Just goes to show you that Australia has always had a large presence in the world of surfing. You know, not just the Australian Open over there in Manly, obviously the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach, always during Easter. Now they have the event in Margaret River too in WA, which obviously is a major staple, being the event at the cutoff too. But I also want to give a shout out to the Gold Coast. They've always had awesome events, and I think their presence worldwide, despite them having a large amount of events over there, it's really good for a lot of the surfers from this side of the world to have to go over there and prove themselves at those venues too, Joe, because talk about Australia in terms of surfing, they might be the most impactful nation in the entirety of the sport.
Driving off the bottom and bobbling it was Keon Martin. He'll look to recover through the whitewater. Did well there. And now winding up for the finish. Stays on his feet, but it seemed like a little bit of a misread to kick that one off.
Yeah, he cleaned up the last two, fortunately for him. Checking his equipment right there, looking to see if he had to buckle that thing. It's a CI. Seems like it's working well. 16 minutes to go, and looking to at least get something better than his 1.93 at the moment. He'll be able to do that and a lot more, Joe. As he said, a little bit of a misread right there, kind of lost his fins. Up and over the second section after the first carve, and then up and over the whitewater right there for the third turn. So great combo at the end. He gets a 4.07 out of it, and he's back into this heat.
15:50 on the clock. During the US Open, so many great things happening. The Surfing Walk of Fame for 2024 will honor a surfing champion, Felipe Pomar. You'd imagine Luca Messinas, being Peruvian, will be running over there for the celebration as we see a nice flowing snap. Keon Martin has that real cool, comfortable approach where he's never in a rush. His body mechanics are never out of hand. That was really controlled on his forehand this time. Chasing a 5.6.
Yeah, and we're at the point of the high tide too, so that's where you're seeing the pier will become much more available right now. Conditions really fun out there, and Joe, halfway through this heat right now, we saw Messinas get a 6.83. After that, he had a misfire really with the fall in the 2.83. He needs to get it back up pretty soon because Martin's making a comeback. Vincent already has the 5.73. Needs to use priority in the smartest of ways right here on this next set comes through.
Let's now hear from the performer of the event so far. Marco Mignot is with the wax set.
Marco, highest single wave score and heat total on the Challenger Series, taking a lot of confidence. How are you feeling?
Well, it feels really, really good. I mean, to put in two good waves like this feels amazing, you know, like to be able to find that left that got me into the heat again because I was a bit like out, and so it got me in and felt even more confident. So yeah, it feels good.
And with CT caliber surfers, you knew that one was going to be tough. Any extra preparation to go into that?
I mean, I think a lot of people are surprised, you know, that you're like, oh, really, he can surf like that and stuff? But I know that I can surf like this, and I proved it once again today. But I have so much respect for Cole and Kate. They surf amazing, two amazing surfers, and to be able to beat them today was amazing. You know, it feels good to put in a good heat like that against them.
And you've been training back in Mexico with your friends, your family, and you talk about lion mode. So tell us a little bit about that.
We're in that lion program, ready, hungry.
All right, well, we're going to be seeing more of Marco coming up on the lion program.
back to you guys.
I love that, man. Where do we sign up to be part of that program? He definitely surfed like a lion. Looking like the king of the jungle, but we'll translate it to Espanol. León?
El león.
El león.
El rey de la jungla.
Ooh.
Yeah, rey de la selva, either one.
I like that. The king of the jungle. What a performance. Marco should be proud. And I suppose for a lot of these surfers surfing in heats where sometimes the conditions are tough, where you're losing early, when you finally get to show your brand of surfing, how validating that must feel. You really felt that from that interview from Marco.
Well, and it's not just the win, it's the way he won, and same thing goes for a lot of those people that are successful on the championship tour. It starts right here, and you need to be able to beat those people in a four-person format that eventually leads to you beating them on a head-to-head matchup, Joe. So props to Marco. Best heat I've ever seen him surf in his life right there.
Luca Messina's blowtail incomplete. He's still sitting in second. Got to really enjoy the performance from his teammate for Peru in the Olympic Games. Alonso Correa put his name all over the global map, coming close to a medal. During the interview, we saw Luca go left again.
Yeah, the down the line snap, and then he just twisted it a little bit more on the second one. It's gonna score well, and it's probably gonna take him to the lead with this last one right here too. And what was funny about that second turn, he kind of cut it short, but because he needed to take that angle to actually complete it, that's the one mistake he had made on the 2.83. He succeeds on this one here, Joe.
So Keon's last of 4.3. Luca Messinas has now put himself in a great position out front. 6.10 to go with his 6.83 that he opened up the heat with. So the former C tier taking control here. Alistair to second. Keon needs a 7.23 to move on, and the man from Manly Beach, Winter Vincent, needs a 5.81. We're going to take a Bonsoy brew break and wrap up Heat 10 of the round of 64 right after this. There's Cole Hausman, fresh off that second place finish to advance on to the next round. Might try to say hi to him if you see him running by really quickly. Just running through the beachgoers and the fans that were watching the Challenger Series today. It's cool to have those formal meetings of your favorite surfers when you're a kid and come to the US Open and wait in the long lines to meet your heroes. Coniella Stewart's doing one right now over with the Lexus crew, and just so cool. You get to have a little chat, say hi, ask them a question if you got one ready. I think that's good advice for young Groms out there. Have a question for them as they're signing the posters. Time to get up close and personal, and surfers are awesome, man. The pros that are here, they love giving back.
So during the break, Joe, Vincent he was able to get a wave and got the score for second place, a 6.67. Beautiful throw tail right there to start, and then combos it up with the second one too. This is a tight heat. Messina's up to first with the previous to last. Vincent now up to second, and Reginato, who was leading the majority of the heat, Joe, he's down to third, and Martin's still not out of it, needing an 8.1. And you're right, it's not that intimidating when you actually get to meet these people. They're just normal human beings like everybody else, and it's as easy as just saying hi and introducing yourself. And if they don't have time, well, you at least tried too. So just go out there and try to meet your favorite surfer.
Winner Vincent got wild cards in the Australian Open when he was just so young. You always wonder what will happen with those young superstars that have talent very early. Will they stay dedicated? Will they manage to really stay focused through their growth spurt, and their boards are changing, their body's changing, and he's done really well. Coming from Manly Beach, you think of Lane Beachley, 7-time world champ, one of the all-time greats. Barton Lynch winning a world title back in 1988. Richie Lovett, and many more, as we've got Keon Martin on the wind-up. Floats to get through that first section and then springs into a reverse. It's cool how quickly he was able to get the lift off. A little unpredictable there.
And it was cool how he was able to stay on top of his board too. Like, I thought it was gonna flip around for a moment right there, and he readjusted, was able to get the complete rotation, and some really smart surfing right there by Martin. If he doesn't get the 8.1, it at least chips away at the requirement that'll set him up for success in these next 6.5 minutes to go, Joe. And you know, just speaking about those opportunities as a wild card, if you make them count like Vincent did, like George Vitar, who's done it multiple times this year, he's coming up in the next heat. Messinas definitely looks forward to those opportunities again.
Look how fast Messina can go on his backhand. He's flying through sections. Even when a score might not turn the heat or change your top two, it's just, man, he just has a cool connection going backside. It can really gain momentum with backhand speed floats and then explode into a big hack. That's a great combo for Luca, float to hammer.
And you can see right there down the line floater, as you were mentioning, pushes through that second section. And I like the angle that he picks once again to be able to ride out of it cleanly. Kind of down the line, and then he pivots immediately towards the beach. And then that air, see right there how his back foot disengaged just ever so slightly. I thought the board was gonna flip around. He was luckily able to stay on top of that board right there. Got to 6.07, and now back into the heat. Still waiting on the last of Luca. Seems to be improving, and once again, we call him the Machine Joe. Works out at Surf Ready Fitness with Paul Norris and all the guys, including Kanoe Garashi right there in Costa Mesa. Great surf performance center in the area right here.
A lot of resources when you're in Surf City, USA. For getting equipment, your surfboards, leashes, all your hard goods, all the great clothing brands. Have great positioning at the shops across the street. A lot of surf shops. If you keep walking down Main Street, get to Rockin' Fig Surf Shop.
Yeah.
The late Fig, what a legend in Huntington Beach. Really the voice of West Coast surfing for so many years. Always did the K-Rock surf reports as well. We miss him dearly.
Also want to send my condolences and you know, just express my gratitude and appreciation to Dave Schulte too. He passed away a few days ago. Great friend of mine, beach announcer for the Western Surfing Association, and just know that we love you, Dave, and you're always going to be in our hearts. Yeah, great pillar of the community right here in Southern California.
Dave Schulte always led with kindness and respect, thinking about his friends and family. As we have 4 minutes on the clock. Gliding into this one, it will be Alistair Reginato. Throws down a snap in the pocket, deeper wind up, and is able to find a finish on the wall there. Alistair had the lead for a moment, was enjoying second. He's since dropped to third with the fire of Winter and Luca.
Yeah, and 6.31 is what he needs. It's close, and we could be seeing another situation change right here in these next 3.5 minutes. Reginato definitely with a lot more power and intensity in those 2 turns and what we've seen on his last few waves. So, you know, if it's not the score, it's very close to it, Joe. And with 3 minutes to go, might be the heat right here.
Let's have another look, Mitch.
So the first turn, real deep bottom turn, kind of through the whitewater right there. And with that little wind that's picking up, he had to make sure just to be able to get the right line for the second one. Adjusted very well.
Coming off the pier bowl, we've got Keon Martin with a snap to slide and then a throw tail, stomps it, pulls it forward. He's got a cool stance on his board.
He does.
Real cool, easygoing style. He can create a kind of a neutral looking stance through different transitions. So great footwork from Keon.
It's not every day you get to see the kind of mullet slash mustache combo right here in surfing nowadays, and I'm a huge fan of it. That was an interesting wave right there, though. The first tail slide was pretty cool, and then I don't know about the second one, Joe. It's like he was kind of in between kind of thoughts right there.
I've never seen you with a mullet or a mustache.
Well, I
let alone at the same time.
I couldn't rock it. He can. I feel like we could potentially try, but I don't know if I could have that kind of length of hair by the end of the year.
I'd lose a lot of friends. Yeah, Keon looks great. Representing Sweden, cool story. Yeah, surfs Canggu all the time. Canggu is such a fun wave. It's changed a lot over the years. Now there's like discos right on the beach. Mitch, I know how much you like to dance. It's like
I'm a great dancer.
And I've seen it in action. That's why it's a perfect place. Go tear up the dance floor right after a good session. But yeah, Keon has some great clips that he posts on Instagram and his social media from life in Bali. But it's a critical time in the matchup. Last of Keon Martin, 6.07. We saw Luca extend his lead further with a 6.73. Alistair Reginato still waiting for his last score.
Doesn't seem like it's going to be enough, Joe.
6.17 when he was needing a 6.24. It is so close out there.
No, and even Martin, too. I think we're still waiting on his last, so 50 seconds. And he's been surfing the pier bowl, Joe, which by yesterday wasn't really a wave. It was non-existent out there. He's been able to catch multiple ones of those.
Split peak, Winter Vincent, tail high reverse. So cool and stylish. On the split with Luca. Luca just kicked out. So all Winter Vincent on the right.
Gotta watch out if you're Messina's right here.
And now Alistair Reginato searching. Looking for just a punt, but he gets hung up, and a tough heat for Alistair because he's been ripping. And you look at the numbers, everyone with sixes. So a tough one to separate for the panel. All four competing really well. Alistair trying to do it on his last wave. He'll get scored for that. Waiting for the final wave for Keon Martin and Luca Messinas to make it official.
And Vincent could potentially move up into the lead right here, so depending on how high they go with Martin's score, Luca could potentially be on the bubble right here, Joe. 6.89 is what Winter needs, close to a 7. So it's really going to come down to that last exchange right there. Luca didn't improve on neither of his scores. And score coming through for Vincent seems to be pretty good. On the last of Martin, it's not enough, Joe.
So Keon Martin throwing down a 4.53, stays in fourth, and will exit out of the event. And it's up to the panel to see if Winter did enough to take it off Luca Messinas. What a cool combination of turns.
Yeah.
Especially when he got that vertical with that end section punt. Here it is again.
And for a kid that large, too, is very tall. Springs off the bottom right there, throws the tail around. And as smooth as Tennessee whiskey right there, Joe. So a solid combo. It's not enough for the lead. It's going to be Luca taking out the W.
Solid one there from Messinas, moving on into the next round along with Winter Vincent. Round of 64 continues. We'll bring in Kaipo, Flick, and Rosie for the call. Be right back. The Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico is brought to you by Visit Huntington Beach, Surf City, USA. By Hoag Health, the official healthcare provider of the WSL in California. By Eventbrite. On or off your board, you've got plans with Eventbrite.
Men's round of 64 out on the water here at the iconic south side of the Huntington Beach Pier. You know what this is. It's the Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Chrono, Kaipo Guerrero, Flick Palmentier, Rosie Hodge. You having fun, Flick?
I'm having fun. I'm really hot. I just went to wow, let's start again. I just went for a walk to the end of the pier.
No.
And you know what? Got a bit of a different perception on the wave, but it's really hot out there. Can confirm that.
Yeah, well, it's an iconic stroll there, Rosie. And at the end of the pier, I understand they have really good lobster rolls.
And kites, Capo. I
There's
think you mentioned them the other day.
The kite shop is there, and the surf has turned on. We got the south swell of the water. We got Kyle Belly up and riding. The Brazilian surfer, former championship tour surfer. Here, and he's on that Challenger Series trying to claw his way back onto the championship tour. Flick?
Yeah, so far though on this Challenger Series for Kaio, he hasn't really had a result of substance. So that's going to be playing on his mind big time coming into this event. And we've said it already, this is the halfway point, right? So really every event from here on out counts for Kaio.
You're right. So with Kyle, he did get a 9th place finish over at the Sydney Surf Pro in Narrabeen. So that's his one semi-keeper. 49th at Snapper, 25th in Bolito. He's already has his 2 throwaways basically. And here's a replay, bro.
Kaio looking fast down the line, 2-turn option there. You have to think though, for these men as we watch George Patar, George was definitely a standout for me at last year's US Open. Good to see him cranking 2 turns there on his backhand. He likes it, you see the body language. But for Kaio, I'm just, for these surfers that fall off the tour and then have to regather themselves and get on the Challenger Series, that must be such a huge feat mentally and physically.
Yeah. Kyle Ibelli's spending a lot of time in Australia. And speaking of Australia, George Patar, you touched on him, the 21-year-old out of North Stain, Manly Beach, has had a pretty brilliant season so far. Semi-final finish over Snapper, backed it up with an equal 9th out of Narrabeen. Patar, on top of all that, got a wild card into both Bells this year and Margaret's. And at Margaret's, Patar shredded to a semi-final finish there, Flick. George Patar. And it's really interesting because it's P-I-T-T-A-R, but in Australia it's Patar. There's no R in his last name.
Patar.
Patar.
Yeah, no, George, honestly, he has had an amazing start to the year. Like, he's been on a roll. He's been in a purple patch, whatever you want to call it. He's got momentum, and the good juju is going his way.
Yeah, number 5 on the current CS rankings. Let's take a look at our Pacifico fan picks and see what the fans thought about who's going to take out a win in this heat. And they think George Patar. 52% of you picked him. Kyle Belly second with that 36%. And then, not as global names of Kai Ordiozola as well as Daniel Emsley. You can play as well. We want to hear your opinion. Go to worldsurfleague.com, click on the heat, click on your pick. We'll put it all together. We'll extrapolate those numbers, and we will present them back to you as the Pacifico fan picks.
Okay, looks like we've got a few nice sets starting to roll through.
Okay, check my watch. It's set 30 right now, and who we got going? It's going to be Daniel Emsley. And just one top turn there. Kyle Belly chasing an open face, chucks it up in the air, but cannot ride out of it. And so now priority sits with the Spanish surfer, Kai Ordiozola, the 18-year-old. Belly on the paddle back out. There's waves roll, but it looks tough too.
Yeah, I think, you know, these guys are making it look really, really good, but I have an inkling that it's a lot hotter out there than we even realize, because the swell is building. That hurricane swell seems like it's an intense energy for a short amount of time. Like the swell's already going to dissipate through Friday, but as it's building, there's a lot of sweep, a lot of water moving.
Let's hear from the last heat winner, Luca Macinas.
Luca, a new swell coming in, a lot more energy. How was the sweep and all that power?
Yeah, pretty fun today. A lot of waves. It's pretty good that it's consistent, so it's fun, you know, to surf a heat when there's a lot of waves. So super stoked to have a lot of opportunities and just surf HB in a good day. You know, it's glassy too, so it's fun.
And making your way back from the Olympics, only having 3 days to prepare, but you're no stranger to Huntington. You've got some family around.
Yeah, I have 2 uncles that live here, one in Malibu, one in Costa Mesa, so I spend a lot of time here all the time training. I really like this wave. I feel always like really nice in this wave, so yeah, happy to be back in HB, competing in the US Open, one of the biggest events of the Challenger Series, so really stoked.
Yeah, well, Surf City's lucky to have you, and for everyone back home in Spanish?
Sí, quiero saludar a toda la gente de Perú que me está viendo, mandarles saludos. Seguimos con todo después de las Olimpiadas, ahora el Challenger Series, y sigan mandando las vibras. Saludos.
Gracias.
All right, Luca Macinas, also another former championship tour surfer. First male from Peru to make it onto that championship tour.
Yeah, unfortunately, he's obviously fallen back off, and I think just got to speak to your point before, Rosie, you know, and same situation for Kaio, just such a big turnaround trying to rally, and, you know, it really can, I think, deter your confidence a lot. I mean, you finally cracked the CT, the place that you've wanted to be for a really long time, and, you know, you get the boot. It's for your confidence, for your morale. I feel like, you know, some people relish in it. I mean, we saw it happen to Molly Picklum, we saw it happen to Zhao Chianca, Leo Fioravanti, and they relished in that, and they just fought their way back, and they got some of their best results as soon as they got back on tour. Other surfers takes a little bit to rally.
Well, even I think Kaio, he had that moment where he was like, am I going to come back and try and do the Challenger Series?
It's Kai. And tidy air reverse there for a 5.7. Here we go with Daniel, sorry, Freudian slip.
I really like that that maneuver right there from Daniel. Just chucking the tail out. So well controlled in that lip line.
Yeah, judges, not so much a 4-point ride.
But that was for one turn.
Yeah.
You got to think about that.
Yeah, I agree. I think good for his confidence knowing, hey, I locked 2 of those. That's an 8.
Yeah.
You just got to find one with a little bit more open face. You know, when I did go on my leisurely pier stroll, one thing I did notice is there is this new swell that's filling in. It's filling in fast, right? So these sets are building in size, but also there's a severe angle on it, like a real push down the beach. And I think even from the pier, it looks like these waves are running down the line, but they're a lot faster than what they are, and it's really hard to fit in multiple maneuvers out there right now.
Well, with the hurricane swell, it's a south-south swell, so very steep angle, and then it's got that touch of east. So that's what's helping it kind of line up. But yeah, it definitely pushes in that southerly direction.
Hey everyone, Newport Point's really good right now. That's the Southern California surf spot for a hurricane swell.
I remember Hurricane Marie a couple of years ago.
Get on over there. My friends are all out. I'm sending more people over right now. You can always catch heats on replay if you want on worldsurfleague.com.
You might be getting yourself into a bit of trouble there.
No, you might be catching the next flight back to JK.
Like what? No. But yeah, you know what? I like the Kai Belly conversation. We're going to get to that because Kai Ordiozola, teenager out of Spain, is chucking some fins out the back on the backhand, looking quick, finding a runner, and zips to a finish right there. Teenage energy on display. Got a 5.7. He's going to back that up. George Pata with priority. You can see him on the right side of your screen in the red jersey, sitting on that 6.33. And we're waiting for the score for this ride, Flick.
Yeah, so Kai's done a good job at finding a little runner. I mean, we're just talking about it's, wave selection right now is super important. Banks off a couple of little maneuvers. This is going to be good. It's going to back up this 5.7. That turn there, finish with a bit more of an exclamation mark, which is always nice. So started strong and finished strong. That's going to feel good for Kai.
That's a hard wave to surf too, with the chops up the face. I mean, we do have now an outgoing tide. I think the high was around 12:30. So as that tide starts to drain out with the swell, I think conditions are going to be a lot more challenging.
523 checks in for the Spanish surfer. He goes to the lead. Kyle Belly in second place. But really, the guy who's in front, when you really look at potential, is George Patar with that 6.33, the highest single wave score so far of this heat. And plenty of time on the clock for the Australian, 17 minutes and 30 seconds.
Yeah, he's smart, right? I mean, his results are, something to go by this year. He's obviously putting together great heats. He's surfing really well. And he's just, right now, I mean, with that 6.33, he's sitting pretty, basically. He's got so much time on the clock. But, I mean, wow. I mean, what a beautiful start to the year for him, especially with those 2 CT appearances, too. I mean, that was pretty incredible.
Grew up in Vanuatu. Yeah,
this is true. Yeah. Interesting story, right? And then obviously coming to Australia, putting in a lot of time as well. I wanted to get back to those 2 CT showings we saw from him, because he's obviously done great on the Challenger Series, but he had these 2 CT berths, one in down at Bells, and he had that really close heat that he ended up losing to against Ethan Ewing. And, there was some contention there. Oh, maybe George won, or, people were swinging either way, but it was really cool. We had him come into the booth, and he kind of called a couple of heats with us. And he's just, something that blew me away is he's very mature for his age, carries himself really well, he speaks really well. And for me, that's a mark of someone who's ready for the CT, someone who's just, because sometimes you have these people and they qualify so young and you're like, wow, you're so young. But for me, George just seems very mature and level-headed, and you need that when you get to the CT. And then he went to Margaret River, and wow, I mean, he just absolutely blew up there at that semi-final finish. That finals day, the waves were absolutely pumping and scoring massive, excellent rides.
Here's Daniel Emsley. Couple of turns. Well, he did 1 turn for 4 on his first wave. Those were 2 turns. We'll see where that score ends up. George Patar with some room in front of him on this running left. And just looking loose, looking like just
nice.
What?
That was nice.
What?
Well, but also another thing, like I'm noticing the Aussies have really taken a leaf out of the Brazilian Storm playbook and traveling as a pack, creating like a bit of a traveling community, getting the support. Like I'm hearing whistles from the competitors area and support for George Patar.
Kai.
Oh.
Oh no. That was unfortunate for the Spanish surfer. Yeah, but to your point, you got a lot more a galvanizing group of Australians, and then you have an older statesman in the way of Kai Otten over here, former C-tier over there, helping the Aussies stay together.
Yeah, I know that George is staying in a house with a bunch of Aussies. I know that he's working as well with Cale Bell Warren as we get back to that Kaio.
Oh, Kaio Ibeli. That's what the veteran, the 30-year-old brings to the game, is that just that rock solid surfing, no nonsense, knows how to get it done, focused. So we'll see where that number goes. We're waiting for 3 scores for Kai, Kyle, and Daniel. Let's take a break and come back with the conclusion. We're going to see who moves on into the round of 32 right now. Kawi Belly looking tough. Visit Huntington Beach. Walk along the pier. Check out the sights. There's about 47 great restaurants within a 5-mile radius. Go to Pacific City. Surf the north side, because on the south side there's a competition happening right now, and Daniel Emsley is on this replay, the South African, Rosie.
Yeah, two flowy turns on his backhand. He just needs a little bit more of a point of difference as we watch George Patard. That turn right there, that's what I'm talking about. Like, good flow, but George was just...
I was going to say that final backhand Rio reminded me of Nathan Webster.
Ooh.
Wow.
Nudes. That was very noodleish right there. Just the torque.
Yeah.
The whole thing.
I see it.
Just play along.
Oh, man. I mean, for me, he's putting together a great heat, right? Look, he's already got priority again, George. And he's only caught 2 waves. He's in the lead. Solid. From here now, let's just see what he does, because he's going to be wanting to better each of these sixes. So ultimately, he's taking off either as a defensive move to block, or hopefully we're going to see an excellent ride.
And we've seen so many excellent rides today.
Here's Kyle. This is where we left with going to break. And this came in at a 6.27. So Kyle Ibelli up into second and advancing position with that wave. 30 years old, 7 championship tour years, and a 10-point ride in his career.
And a hamburger joint.
And the Ibelli Smash Burger. Thank you for bringing that up, Rosie.
Yeah,
Elite.
Because I like having broad conversations and range.
He's an entrepreneur.
Right.
The Ibelli Smash Burger is incredible. His mix of burger right here, and the fat mix that the ratio that he uses in those Ibelli Smash Burgers are incredible. They're one of my favorite hamburgers globally. That means in the world.
Wow.
That
All right.
means in the world.
Globally.
That means in the world. That's a one-liner right there.
Oh, man.
I actually had a conversation with Kyle. This is seriously like about doing a franchise in Hawaii.
Yeah, that would fly in Hawaii.
The restaurant business is tough, and I'm calling a lot of surf contests, so I'd have to have really good people to work for me.
Hey, yeah.
Lines coming through here. Priority with George Patard. Total heat control for Patard, but here comes a young South African, Daniel Emsley. Looks like he's got a nice wall in front of him and puts together a great combination, Rosie.
Yeah, 3 really nice turns. That wave had a great line on it as we watch up and riding.
George extends that top turn and vertical for a finish. Kyle Ibelli uses his priority to take this one, a little warble and wonk on it. So he's going to force something, and it's not going to be complete.
That was a good bait by Kai.
Yeah, I got him, huh?
Got him, because that wave really didn't have anything on it. It even had white water that you could see when he took off.
Yeah. You know, Kaya's kind of in the same position as George right now. You know, you're only taking off if you're going to improve on... Look, he's got a 5.5 and a 6.2, so I mean, may as well call it 2 6s, right? Like, you're not taking off unless you're going to get a 6 or better. And that thing definitely didn't have 6 written all over it. But this wave here, I mean, this is a good read on this wave too, I thought. Really well surfed for the sections presented. And I like how he held his line from that second turn all the way through into the third.
Yeah, George Patard just has... He has that length of body. He's able to throw that board around and keep it on that rail edge. Makes those turns really impactful to the judges when they're looking at those individual maneuvers.
I think with his body type, he has a lot of leverage in his turn. And so he has all that torque because he's thin and lean and tall.
He's got like an Owen Wright kind of physique.
You know, like, the taller you are, the more you can get, the more compression and extension you can get. Therefore, the more coil, the more torque, the more power, right?
The higher you can reach on a bookshelf, so you can get those books way up there that nobody ever reads.
I unfortunately did not get blessed with that gene.
Look at these waves. Wow, it really... Amelia's really kicking up right now with a Fabio backup.
Is it Fabio?
They may have converged. I don't know. We'll get more Surfline talk later. We'll get some insight from them, but they called it, and here it is. 4.93 for last of Daniel Emsley. He remains in fourth. He needs a 6.84. Kai Odriozola is in the white jersey. He's got first priority. He needs a 6.08 to go into second and advancing. And Kyle Belly needs a 6.83, basically a 7-point ride to take the lead off of George Patar, who's been making it pretty easy. Through the walls of the set, I can feel the bass too from the Hurley stage down here. Music's kicked off and kicking out Kyle Belly. George, yeah, he felt that a little slip up, so he just got out of the way of that wave early. No wrap. Nolan Raposa working on his reflexes with Matt Myers. Surfing version of hitting the mitts. Nolan Raposa, number 10 on the live rankings, moved up 56 spots on the rankings after his runner-up finish over in South Africa. We'll see what the LBC boy does in the next heat up against Dakota Walters, Luke Slippin, and Luel Philippe. Daniel Emsley, Rosie, with priority. The South African from East London, where you're also from.
That's right. He's from my hometown. He's the nephew of Greg Emsley, who was a former championship tour surfer. His dad, Justin Emsley, is a really good goofy foot surfer. Yeah, he's got just such a good crew, the Emsley family. Really talented. And it's fun to see Daniel here at the Challenger Series. And I really enjoyed his heat win yesterday, as well as his after heat interview.
Yeah.
He just mentioned, you know, the micro choices that you make in a heat and what those lead to, what those decisions lead to, either a win or a loss, and how you can learn from them. But right now he has priority, and hopefully he's paid attention to those micro choices. Hopefully he's paid attention to the numbers that he's gotten and is kind of computing what he needs to do in order to get that 6.84.
Yeah, just 20 years old. I think we saw him at the beginning of the year at the World Juniors in Oceanside, right? Luke Thompson, also another South African, won his heat yesterday. Here's Daniel. So pulling the trigger on priority, bigger wave, couple times on the backhand. Get up into the lip. We'll see the 6.84. What do you think, Flick?
I mean, I just go and compare it to, you know, the 2 6s that George has put down, and I think he was on his way with that first turn, but unfortunately that wave just ran off that little bit too fast. I think it's probably going to better his one of his scores that he's got and help his situation. I don't know if it's going to be the score, you know. It's got to be better than the 2 6s George has put down.
Here's Kaio. Whips it around there, and Kyle Belly, 6.83 is what he needs to take the lead off of George Patar. So waiting for scores for both green, Daniel, as well as blue, Kyle. Replay here of Daniel, Rosie.
I really like that first maneuver, like Flick mentioned, and even that tight transition into the second. I have no doubt this is going to be his best wave of the heat. And the 6.84, like you said, you got to compare it to the rest of the heat and the scale that's been set by George Patar with the 2 6s. So it's got to be a notch above the 6.77 that George has locked in.
It was good surfing, there's no doubt about it. It was super fast. I think they were well timed, but yeah, is it the best wave of the heat, really, is the question.
Take a look again at Kyle. They're doing this whip around, Ro.
Yeah, he just identifies there's just this one section, throws it up there for the reverse. I mean, cool option on your backhand, but you can tell that little bit of body language when he hops off. He's a little bit frustrated with what that wave had on offer, but he's in second place at the moment, but I think he's trying to protect that position as we wait for scores.
Daniel Emsley gets a 6.2, and as suspected, he did increase upon his scoreline. He did reduce the requirement. He now needs a 5.58, the young South African. Still waiting for the score for Kaiwi Belly. There's Daniel on the paddle back out. Just 20 years old. Got a long time in front of him, Ro.
Yeah, he's still so young. I think he just got off a knee injury, had knee surgery, so it's good to see him back and healthy and doing this type of surfing.
Did you know him when he was a little kid?
I think I have a photo. I think he may have been in it. The last time I was in East London was 11 years ago.
Oh, wow.
For my dad's...
I didn't realize that. Wow.
Yeah, and I have a photo on the boardwalk with a bunch of the Groms. I'm not sure if Daniel's in it. I should actually go back and look, but...
you should go.
I know the Emsley family really well.
Yeah.
Greg was actually one of the first coaches that I ever had, and we actually live in the same area, Queensbury Bay.
Okay.
Which is a little bit outside of East London proper.
Okay. Yeah, Greg, nicknamed Bigfoot,
Yeah.
right, when he was on the championship tour. Was he a good coach?
Oh, he was awesome. I mean, could you ask for anyone better? It was himself and Bradley Bricknell, another really successful South African surfer that I absolutely idolized growing up.
Brad Bricknell.
Mhm.
Nice. Working for Mophie now.
Yep.
Keeps you charged up. feel they're going to be the official charger of the Corona Fiji Pro presented by Bonsoy when we move on to stop number 9 on the championship tour. Maybe we'll see Brad Bricknell out there. Daniel with a chance here. Oh, talk about, well, that happened right at the end of the heat. So, wait. Oh, I hope it's not one of those circumstances where the priority is erased after the horn blew. Well, that was before the horn.
No, it was before the horn blew.
Okay, okay,
It was
okay.
before it blew, for sure.
But it was after the horn that George wasn't on his feet. No, it was before. We're not even going to touch it.
We're not going to touch it.
No.
We're going to look at George Patar and Kaiwi Belly advance out of here, but see, this is the last effort here for Daniel. Okay. Yeah, it was before the horn. So what we were alluding to is if that happened after the horn blew, then we would have been in a interference, a potential interference, but that did not happen. Clean play for George Patar, well-served heat. Patar moves on to the round of 32 along with Kyle Ibelli. When we return, it's going to be Nolan Raposa, Dakota Walters, Luke Slippin, and Luel Philippe battling in the water. 1 o'clock every day, all week long. We kick it off on the Hurley stage with live music. Right now, we got Dark Heavens grinding away from 1 to 2 p.m. And then we follow up from 3 to 4 p.m. with DJ Santana. Bring your dancing shoes down. Get them in the sand. Enjoy the tunes at the Lexus US Open of Surfing. Kuiper Girl, Flick Palmentier, Rosie Hodge. Good stuff. New heat out in the water. Nolan Raposa from Long Beach, California. Dakota Walters hailing from Australia. Luke Slippen coming from South Africa. And the veteran in the crew, Luel Felipe, the Brazilian. Luel Felipe, Brazil, 33 years old, over a decade on this qualifying series and Challenger series. Luel's gone back to competition as early as 2011, and he's still at it, Flick.
Yeah, I back it. 100% I back it. You know what? Look at Ramsey. Look at Jacob Wilcox. Like, these guys, you've got to back it. And the amount of years that they've been at this, you know what comes with that? Experience, so many different scenarios. Obviously hasn't cracked it yet, so a lot of learnings have come from all these heats that he's put together. And I mean, yeah, I don't know, I just get inspired by it. I think it's funny because, you know, sometimes you see that name consistently in the draw, and, you know, the urge is just to become obsessed with this younger talent or younger youth. But I'm all about, you know, these guys and women that have been going at it for a while, because yeah, I think it's inspiring and it shows resilience.
What a journey too. I mean, we think about Maxime Husseneau even, like, these guys just kind of chip away, and it's such an emotional moment when they do hit those big results, when they do qualify. So, and what a lifestyle. I mean, you're pretty much traveling around the world surfing.
Hey,
as your career.
It's a charmed life being a surfer.
Yep.
It's a charmed life.
Beats putting up rock walls, that's for sure.
Yeah. It's really good.
Open priority out on the water. But then also in the contrast in this heat, Flick is a young man that I'm slowly becoming a fan of, is Dakota Walters out of Australia. He's a dynamic surfer.
Yeah, he surfs so well, Dakota. I mean, this is his first year on the Challenger Series, and opened up with a banger result on the Gold Coast. He was just on fire. His surfing was looking so smooth, so seamless. He's grown up surfing point breaks like Angari, and he knew his way around a point break. That translated really well to the Gold Coast, and yeah, I'm excited to see what he's got for us in store at Huntington.
Speaking of Australians, Australia took another W in the last heat number 11. Let's hear from the winner.
George, this time last year, your name was really starting to be known, but now we're not so surprised when you keep winning these heats and doing these interviews. What's changed in that last year?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm still surprised I'm making heats. I don't know. I'm just happy with how it's going. But I don't know. I guess like last year, it was everything was just a new experience, and I was just so happy to be here. And every heat win was just like, holy shit, I'm making a heat in a Challenger. And then I guess this year, like, I've had an alright start, and I feel like I don't know, you sort of expect yourself to make a few heats, and it's definitely a different mindset, but it's also cool, like just new challenges and new experiences. But yeah,
Lots of experience there at Margaret River and Bells. Some of that CT, some of those repetitions helping you here in the Challenger.
Yeah, for sure. Those CTs were amazing for me. Just like sort of getting rid of the doubt that was in my mind that I was meant to be there. You know, I had that last year for sure. I was just like, I don't know if I'm ready for this, you know. And having those CT experiences and like making a few heats in them was massive for my confidence, and being able to bring that confidence into the challenges and like, I don't know, just keep flowing through it is, yeah, it's been a massive thing for me this year.
The beginning of this round, we had a lot of the Brazilians taking the scalps. Now it's the Aussies that we lost out earlier, and now you guys are starting to come back with a resurgence. Are you all staying together?
Nah, there's a massive group of us Aussies, so we got to sort of split it up just because we can't get a house with like 20 people. So I guess that's a good thing, but that a lot of us are on here. But yeah, I don't know, it's always good, the Aussie camaraderie, like we're all down here watching each other's heats. It's hard to watch some of them lose, but I don't know, some of them like making it through. And yeah, I don't know, I feel like this wave sort of suits the Aussies a little bit, so I'm hoping that we sort of flare up a little bit.
Well, everyone's going to be tuning in to watch you back home, and everyone will be back here down on the beach.
That is true. With surfing like that, I don't want to miss a heat with George Patar in it. I saw some rides during that interview, and we'll catch you up to speed on what went down in the water. Nolan Raposa and Luke Slippin. Here's Luke, bro.
Yeah, Luke was up and riding. It's my first kind of look at it. Ooh, that rip up the face is definitely going to start to play havoc with these surfers if the waves aren't steep enough. Nolan Raposa just surfing at 100 miles an hour. Just doesn't burn off any speed. I kind of like that right there.
Same.
Just to add a little bit of difference. A little bit off the fins. Unfortunately, just the front foot slips off the wax there.
You know, maybe because it was just down the line or something, but I thought it was pretty fast and snappy and good surfing. But maybe because it was horizontal, the judges didn't do much. 4.17. Again, my opinion. But, wow, that seemed kind of low for that speedy left-hand surfing from Nolan Raposa, Flick. I'm not baiting you. I already gave my opinion.
Yeah. No, I kind of agree with the judges. I think just that down-the-line surfing, and it started kind of strong. You're thinking, wow, he's carrying heaps of speed here. What's he going to do? But nothing really eventuated with the speed. It just continued to be horizontal, and I think with the finish as well, it
fizzled.
Was a little, yes, that, you know, it started off good, and then it went to maybe just a little bit average. And he's going to know that.
Let's take a look at our live rankings where Nolan's dropped a couple of spots to number 10th. He's right on the line. Meanwhile, making their heats, Miguel Pupo's risen in the live rankings, Edgar Grosjean, Emrod, Mikey McDonough, and George Patar. So, and in grayed out, we see a couple of casualties from today. Out of competition, Sammy Pupo, as well as Jordan Lawler. Ian Govea on the top of the pack. And remember, Govea, if he makes it into the round of 16, that means if he makes his next heat, he's on tour.
Yeah, wow, here we go.
And Nolan has to just force that one, and he's going to shoot the pier right in the whitewater, the most difficult way to shoot the pier, right onto the other side there. Followed the whitewater straight through. Judges trying to locate him. And this is some old school stuff right here. Come back into the pier, Nolan. Yes. Yes. Talk about grinding away at a wave. I mean,
he was flying blind through that pier.
That was scary business. It was risky business. I couldn't watch. Hey, that pier scares me.
Now the run. Luke goes against the grain, but it works out for him, Flick.
A little tweaked out turn there at the end, just really releasing those fins. Looked super in control of his own board as we see Nolan just getting to work. Part of the triathlon right now, a bit of a beach run. It's going to get the heart rate going, I'll tell you that much.
Checking the watch.
I'd be huffing and puffing.
Yeah.
I'd need a Gatorade somewhere along the line. Stop for an electrolyte break.
Yeah, that's why you don't skip leg days.
I think maybe cardio, but all right.
Go to Walters with a 5-point ride for this, Rosie.
So this is the 5-point ride. Love that bottom turn and that 2-turn combo. Definitely the meat of that score coming from that last turn.
Luel Philippe here.
Just looks a little bit disinterested, but you see the backwash coming through that wave.
This is going to be a long wave right now, Flick, all the way through the pier.
Yeah, I don't know if I can watch again. Can someone else do this replay?
It's just going to go
seriously.
right through.
Again,
stays with the whitewater. Going to get the reform on the north side.
It's so cool though, right? You're so right, Copes, when you're saying this is just like vintage Huntington surfing.
Cool.
Shoot the pier, get the reform from the north side.
Back in, again, I hate to be a back in the day guy, but back when I was actually competitive, that was like a pretty common occurrence because you get a score for that. I don't know if it factors in so much anymore. I'm sure the judges are way more technical and way more based on, on your actual performance. Yeah, Cardio, leg days, Rosie, it all matters.
He's
if you're a professional surfer.
he's going way up the beach, and that
He's-
just illustrates the sweep right now.
The report from the beach right now is that he's been running for 2 minutes straight.
You're kidding. Wow. Well, that's why it pays to go to the gym.
He's pretty tapped in right now. I mean, we saw the kind of eye-hand coordination, the fast twitch muscle stuff that he was doing with his coach, Matty Myers, like throwing that stick around, getting dialed in. These guys are like so athletic nowadays.
So heavy, too. Because all of that effort for a 4.57 for Nolan Raposa. Meanwhile, Luke Slippin went against the grain on a right, probably ended up in the same place and got a 5.1. Now, Flick, there has to be a conversation about efficiency with all of this sweep down the beach.
Yeah, I think you got to be smart about. I think it's just wave selection, right? Here we go, live action.
Dakota Walters, that's what we're talking about. That's where the electric surfing from this young Australian is exactly what I was talking about. That was quick and sharp.
Yeah, that was sort of reminiscent a little bit of the kind of the surfing George was putting together in that last heat. Those two big backhand belts with that tweaked out fin release on the last turn. I mean, that was, in my eyes, probably maybe one of the better ways of this heat. Really well done.
Luke gets bounced off there. So the important scores we're waiting for is for Dakota Walters. See how high it's going to go. He doesn't need much to go into second place, just a 2.28. Likely going to take the lead with this effort, Ro.
Yeah, this was great surfing. Quick off the top, back down to the bottom. But like you said, very reminiscent of what we saw from George Patar and that recipe to win a heat. Obviously took some notes and applied that to this heat.
6.5 for Dakota Walters, as we suspected. He goes to the top. Nolan Raposa drops to second. Luke Slippin out there just needs a 3.64. Luel Philippe needs a 4.35. So in a vulnerable position right now, Nolan Raposa is in the context of the numbers that we're seeing on the scoreboard.
Yeah, I think it's a wave selection thing. I think the waves he's choosing are just so fast, right? And he's just forced to go so horizontal, and he is looking very much projecting down the line as we see Luke having a look.
Nice long bottom turn and top turn combination twice in a row, make it 3 times. This is going to change the complexity, and this is going to change the standings in the heat.
That was really good surfing. His style is so compact, like he's never flailing his body, especially his leg placement. He really kind of rotates on his surfboard, but keeps everything on his lower body so quiet.
Yeah, I really liked this, and I think this is the kind of wave you're looking for, right? Like it had a taper on it, and I think it can be a bit of a, yeah, today I just feel like so many of these lefts have this big, long, stretched out wall, but he did such a good job at identifying the one that had that little taper, which managed, you know, he could actually get a couple of turns in.
And almost took the low road on it too. Like there was an option to kind of hop over that chop and go lateral, but he decided to take that deeper bottom turn to keep him critical. Maybe it's harder to surf on your forehand right now.
I actually think that is definitely the case. Like, you know when you've got your body facing towards the wave and that's sort of peeling out to sea, really hard to get like tighter in the pocket, whereas on your backhand you can really load up.
Swivel.
Yes, swivel is the right word that I'm looking for. I think that's like the perfect call, Rosie.
5.83 for Luke. That changes the standings and the situation. Nolan Raposa needs to fight back, and he just paddled and was unable to get into that wave. Raposa's dropped down to third. He needs a 6.36.
And he's dropped his priority there just by 1 spot.
Can Nolan come back? He's behind right now, needs a 6.36. The vibe on the beach for Nolan's good, but he's got to make it happen out of the water. Find out after this. Stop number 3 on the Challenger Series, the Bolito Pro, where Nolan Raposa shredded waves, won over hearts, came up as a runner-up, hopped 56 spots up the rankings with wonderful surfing just like that, Rosie.
Yeah, I'm stoked to see Nolan do so well. He's such a nice guy to catch up with, always smiling, happy, but he's so competitive when he hits the lineup. He's doing some amazing surfing.
Yeah, like he was flying on this Paisel.
Hey, you know what? If he does manage to crack the CT, he's going to be a personality on there. He's going to be fun to watch. I mean, it just seems like he's got a good energy and just like this new freshness that would be warmly welcomed, in my opinion. But he's got a little bit of work to do in this heat if he wants to keep his dream alive.
He does. Nolan, you can see him here on the split screen. His coach, Matt Myers, in the yellow fluorescent hat. Nolan paddling against the current. Nolan's dropped to 3rd place, and he needs a 6.36. On top of that, the challenge for Nolan is that he's in last in line as far as priority. He's in 4th priority right now. This is a test. And Nolan has said before, Rosie, to me, in an interview, that pressure is a privilege. That's one of his sayings. And now he has the privilege of a lot of pressure.
As we see Luke Luell up and riding. Shame he just has not found his rhythm in this heat. Wasn't that a Gene King quote? Question mark?
He probably read it. So I think what happens is a lot of times the surfers will read, you know what I mean, inspirational things, right? Because
yes.
you are a competitor. You need to get your mind right, and then take those mantras and apply them to your everyday life.
Yep, that's a Billie Jean King quote.
What year did she win Wimbledon?
What year did she win Wimbledon?
We don't need to. We'll talk about this. Here we go. Dakota Walters, he's going to the air and is able to pull it down against the grain on the right-hander. Let's see if he betters a 5-point ride and extends his lead. A run around for Luell Philippe. Board change. Oh.
It's like gone to the epoxy. Kind of looks like he was riding a PU and he's looked like he changed to an epoxy. I'm not sure though.
Yeah, that's a good call. Looking at the pressures on that deck of that board, it was definitely a PU.
And that looks like an epoxy to me.
Now maybe it's deceiving for us right now because that looked like a standard shortboard, and this board right here looks more of a groveler. So maybe he wants something looser, floatier, you know.
Or is it just the spray that's making it look like it's an epoxy? I'm not sure.
Well, it's definitely more of a groveler board, and it's got the carbon.
It is epoxy, yeah.
Good pickup.
Here's his wave.
Yeah, so this is the wave. This is on a PU board, I think. And look, he's obviously not feeling it on that board. Obviously, that's why we're doing the change. It's going to be interesting to see the comparison. And Dakota bettered his scoreline with this 5.8 for the air reverse. So Dakota Walters increases his lead. He's on top. He's in first. He's looking good. Luke, who's currently in second, can play a little bit of defense if he wants because he has first priority. Nolan Raposa, again, we told you the story of Nolan coming in here with so much momentum after a runner-up finish in the last event, Rosie, but needs to make it through this heat. And what do we have there? That was Luke. And no, that was Dakota. I'm sorry, colorblind.
It's hard.
I think Luke went right because first priority has switched over to Nolan Raposa.
I was going to say earlier when Nolan had slipped into fourth priority, that was maybe going to play in his favor because he could find a different type of wave. Let's see what he does with his priority now. And hopefully he can find one of those more cupped out ones. It's almost looking like it almost has created a bit of a rip ball. The ones that look a little shouldery might be more of an option for him to get more vertical.
Yeah, so White just Luke would just in and out. and Dakota, you saw he went down, so no relevant scores on those last two waves, just the flipping of the priority. In Nolan Raposa's favor, there he is, and there's his need at 3.63. What to do, Flick? What to do?
Well, I think Rosie's on the money. He's got to look for a different type of wave because so far he's only dropped a couple of fours. However, I mean, we have seen those shorter, punchier, bowlier rights. And, you know, I know we just saw that, you know, little package that WSL put together of his time at Bolito, but his backhand's sharp, right? Like, a couple of quick backhand hangers in succession, 6-point ride in my books. Like, I think it's totally doable. I think he's got to rely on his pressure is a privilege quote right now and really lean into that. And, I mean, he's got priorities, so he's in the, it just comes down to decisions, right, and choices and making the right one under pressure, which is a lot easier said than done.
And Rosie, it seems like it's not as straightforward it was when we had a combination of swells. You know, okay, this side of the beach, here's the pier bowl, here's the middle peak, there's Machado's left. Wait, even, you know, just even to find a shoulder. Well, Dakota Walters kind of found one, but goes down. But yeah, Rosie, just even to find a shoulder out there.
Yeah, it's difficult. When you don't have that combo swell, it kind of creates just one kind of sweeping peak situation where the combo of swells, there's peaks up and down the beach. But these guys, they know this lineup. I mean, Nolan better than anyone in this heat. He's from Long Beach, which is just down the road. He spends a lot of time competing here. He's done, you know, he came 5th at this event last year. He's got to lean on that. Here he's using his priority. Let's see what he can find.
Down the line speed. Oh, no.
Wow.
Fuck, that's a good section.
Board change too. On top of that, to add insult to injury, you saw him land on that board. I'm pretty sure he creased that board or damaged that board somehow.
He was looking at his board even after the first wave that he had. He was checking the fins. He turned it over, looks at the bottom of the deck.
Oh.
Still, again, it was just one of those waves that he took off on was so down the line, so stretched out.
Gosh, it's looking tough out there.
Yeah,
I'm actually getting, here's the board change right here.
Yeah, let's hear if Maddie can give him a word of confidence.
Okay, well, we're not going to be able to listen in because those guys sprinted off right there.
Okay, bye.
Here's Luke looking loose. Comes down from this, and he's going to be looking good.
Hey. I feel he's making this job slightly harder for Nolan right now.
Yeah,
that was a good combination.
It's almost like you look at Nolan's waves and you wonder, should he have taken the low road instead of speeding down the line?
I feel like he's too focused on down the line and not what's right in front of him. You know, there's a critical section, actually, if he just dropped down and into that first section, is just so, like...
focused.
Yeah, so focused on this end section or where he's got to go, you know, when, you know, just be right now in front of... Like, there's a section right in front of you right now. Like, let's hit that. But I think to your point, Kaipo, too, I think it is a lot harder out there than what it looks on the screen right now. I feel
I mean, I'm looking at it right now.
You know what? It's basically a glorified closeout right now. Let's be real.
And
it's just like
so, and
running
I'm not,
down the line so fast.
Seriously, I'm not as excited for my post-event free surf that I was looking forward to all day because it's actually not looking as fun out there, Rosie.
Yeah, I mean,
what's happening?
I'm going to keep you amped. It might be a turnaround on the tide push. You might find something. At least it'll be exercise, Capo, because look at all this paddling and duck diving you might have to do.
Yeah, this is true. Getting the cardio in.
Yeah.
That's true.
You know what? There is sections out there. There is tapered walls. However, a lot of these waves are closing out now.
And this hurricane energy is so intense. I mean, these waves, you can tell that these sets are like lots of waves in the set. Shorter period, they like back-to-back-to-back waves.
It's also, you know, this is almost 3 times the size of this morning right now. It's come in so fast.
And with that, If you don't like pilings, tomorrow may not be the day for you because it's looked to increase overnight, and then tomorrow we would see even more current coming through from the south side to the north side. Here's Nolan. He's got 2.5 minutes to get out there and get a wave. And his requirement has grown because Luke dropped the 6.37 as we suspected on his last wave. So now Nolan needs a 6.73. Luell needs a 7.33.
Yeah, this is good surfing by Luke too. Smart, just improved on that situation. I mean, this is going to be hard work for Nolan right now. It kind of looks like the good thing that might be going for him is that the other three surfers are kind of all bunched together, more closer to that pier bowl.
Yeah.
So maybe Nolan's able to find a little bit of space to the south.
And maybe the quick little word from his coach to maybe change his game plan up. We'll see.
It's going to be tough. It's going to be a tough loss for Nolan if he is not able to pull through this heat. He will be falling out of the top 10.
I also feel like right now, if you're Luke, you're going and sitting on Nolan, right? Like, or you're going and sitting on Luell. You're going to apply some pressure here. So I'm sure we'll see one of those surfers move up. Maybe or not. We'll
Here
surf.
comes Luke. Chooses a right again. Tosses it away. Here we go. Nolan made it back out. Found this wave. Again, speeding down the line. He's going to punch it just for one big maneuver.
Oh, you can't help but feel just like a little bit.
I feel the frustration for him.
I feel the frustration for him.
And the disappointment.
Yeah.
You know? It's tough.
50 seconds on the clock. Dakota Walters with complete heat control. With the lead, he's sitting out there with priority. Luell Philippe is going to take this one in. Nolan Raposa frantically paddling back out with 30 seconds. Wants just one more chance. And he's going to have to spin around on the next wave. Dakota Walters, here's our heat leader. Again, going against the grain on the right-hander. Tosses that away. 10 seconds. So Luke on the screen is going to finish off in second place, advance into the round of 32, as well as Dakota Walters, the young Australian, put on a great show, great surfing, super fast in this beach break conditions. So Luell did get this wave though right at the end. Needs a 7.33 on that effort. We're waiting for that score.
Whoa.
It was nice surfing.
Nice surfing. That board looks good. Way better flow than he's had throughout that heat.
It's got to be the best wave of the heat.
Yeah. Walking up, and the number comes under 5.83. So it's official. Luke and Dakota on to the round of 32. All smiles in the shore break there. Let's move on to a break. But you don't want to miss this next heat. Leo Muniz, Eli Hanneman, the defending champ, along with Lucas Silveira and Luke Thompson out in the water.
The Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico is brought to you by the all-new Lexus GX. Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer. By Bonsoy, official milk of the World Surf League. By IC Polarized, anchored in style for under $50. By Nissan Cup Noodles, the original instant ramen. And by Tractor Beverage Company, organically farmed beverages. What a fun day at the south side of Huntington Pier for the Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico. Waves have continued to get better throughout the day with a lot of size and a lot more fans getting down here this afternoon. Great to see everybody. Joe Turpel, Mitchell Salazar here for the call. Mitchell, so many highlighted moments. We're seeing a resurgence of the air game led by Marco Mignot a few heats ago. And another great heat. This one's going to have a seasoned vet, Alejo Muniz, hitting the lineup.
Yeah, and a former champion out here too, Joe. He's been dominant on the Challenger Series so far. Top 10 in terms of the rankings. He's looking for a big show right here at the Open.
Alejo had an amazing final back in the day, and he had to compete with local boy, Kalohe Andino, from down the road in San Clemente, but the Californian had a ton of support in that final. And Alejo stuck to his game plan and got a U.S. Open title. Just saw him cruising through the Bonsoy athlete zone. His son was right behind him for support. Alejo, longtime member of the championship tour, qualified and had a Rookie of the Year race against Julian Wilson. And it was very close as they were just always around the top 10 that season.
Oh, paddle battle here, Joe.
And let's see who's going to get position. It will be the defending event champion, Eli Hanneman. Was able to battle for position and just good for one move. Eli winning this event last year over Crosby Colapinto, and it was able to qualify for the tour. And when we talk about airs, he's so consistent left or right. I'm anticipating him looking for air sections in this heat.
Yeah, and Eli has a great air game. I think most people already know that by then, but his competitive IQ is already up there too for how young he is. Here's Muniz.
Alejo on his second wave. That's just a standard backhand hammer from Alejo Muniz. His second already. You could already see has a 5.33. And now Luke Thompson from Cape Town, South Africa. Forming out through a couple of backside snaps. So that's been a great formula. Look for a left. If you're at least getting two good vertical hammers on a nice stretched out wall, that's been getting guys through heats. And the only surfer waiting for now is World Junior Champ, Lucas Silveira. Powerful. As we look back at the 5.33 from Alejo's start.
Yeah, this is the first wave of the heat right here, and a solid combo by Muniz. Born in Argentina, brother Santiago, also a great surfer. And this is the last of Thompson. So gets a little stuck coming out of the first turn, sets him up just a bit off time for the second one, but did well enough to be able to get himself what could potentially be a backup score in his lineup. But, you know, talking about this heat and in terms of talent, Muniz, as you said, he was on the CT for many years, and like he had success at many different events too. Made the quarters many different times. Silveira, World Junior Champion. Hanneman, a member of the elite, and Thompson up and rising right now, especially in terms of the junior rankings. This is a stacked one right here, Joe.
It certainly is, as we have an opportunity to catch up with Dakota Walters with Waxhead.
Dakota, first time surfing in the Challenger Series here at the US Open, but you surfed a Pro Junior here and saw some amazing surfing back in 2019.
Yeah, first time over here for the Challenger, which is pretty exciting. I don't know, I feel like it's such a big event and it's kind of pretty different to the rest of them, so I was stoked to get over here and get to surf. But yeah, I did the Pro Junior in 2019, didn't do very well, but got to watch Lob get a second, which was really cool.
And what's the vibe like compared to your fifth you had at the Gold Coast compared to what we're seeing at the US Open?
Yeah, it's crazy. I feel like this event and the Gold Coast, maybe because Kelly was there, was like the two most people like watching an event that I've done anyway. It's pretty sick. Such different like contrasting waves, but they're unique in their own way.
And something unique is that you're staying with, as a special guest, with who?
Yeah, we're staying at brother's house, Kolohe and Dino. He's put us up for the, I don't know, 2 or 3 weeks that we're here, which is pretty bloody cool of him. So sick getting to hang out with him and do the event with him. He's in it as well, so it's been so much fun.
Well, channeling Kolohe's success, perhaps moving forward into that next event. We may see him at the pointy end of the competition. Anything for the fans back home?
Thanks to everyone watching, and hello to my girlfriend. She woke up early, and I'm sure the rest of my family did as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Waxhead and Dakota Walters, for ripping. Cool to stay with Kolohe when Kolohe's doing so much for the community of San Clemente. And Dino threw an event for all the kids down there, and Dakota was able to participate in it.
No way, really?
Along with Reef Hazelwood, a lot of traveling pros showed up to give back to the community of San Clemente. And so that gave him some good mojo and rhythm, making it through that heat. 12.3 total. Kolohe's in the Rad Power Bikes heat to watch later on today. As we see the backside form of Lucas Silveira into Eli Hanneman with some speed, chasing sections. And just searching for something to really let him lift off. And throwing the tail hard towards the beach, gets the reverse.
Yeah, should be a good score right there for Hanneman. 22 minutes on the clock, and everybody has at least something in the fours, Joe. And more waves coming through right here. That wind picking up just a little bit more. Muniz, oh no, seems like Thompson up and riding.
From Cape Town, the South African, a messy little wave. Smart move just to get out as quick as he could. Luke opened with a 4.33. And cool to have Cape Town representing. Had Cape Town on the big stage in the past with Mikey February. You walk around Huntington and there's big window displays of Mikey February doing his thing. What a transition Mikey made from just ripping on just high performance shortboard blades and now riding whatever he wants. It's one of the best free surfers in the world.
Definitely is. And Thompson, well, he's looking to follow in his footsteps. Cool little combo right there, as you said, a bit off timing. And here's Silveira now.
Lucas Silveira, famous for his power. Would sign up for sessions at waves like Jaws on the island of Maui. Loves to charge, loves to compete.
Well, very good in waves of consequence too. Puerto Escondido, that's the first place I ever met him at. Then you look over to Haleiwa and Sunset Beach. He's been successful over there. Won that Pro Junior World Championship over in Edeseda. Some big waves at that event, Joe. And you know, the Carioca, he's been successful for a good amount of time on the Challenger Series, but he's never been quite there to qualify. And you don't want to be known as a gatekeeper throughout your career, so hopefully he's able to break through soon enough. The one stab right there, strong stuff, especially with the bottom turn working with former pro. Brazilian now residing in Oceanside is Vinny Fornari, former broadcaster on the Portuguese side, Vinny. And he's working with both Lucas and Rafa Teixeira, so good surfers to have in the event right here, Joe. But it does seem like that rip has really picked up throughout the last couple of heats. Really sweeping from south to north right now.
Yeah, the sweep is a common thing to deal with at Huntington. To be very physically fit to keep yourself in position, especially in a 30-minute clash.
100%.
Alejo digging in deep to grab this wave. Now driving hard into that section, connects wide open for Alejo to crush it. That was just a dream for Muniz. He paced himself perfectly. The open face just went wide open. It almost felt like it grew and got a bit bigger, and he nailed it.
And there's the rip you're talking about right there. It was just going through the pilings over at the pier and truly intensifying right now as the tide is still dropping this afternoon, Joe. And 19 minutes ago, that's going to be a major number for Alejo. And the two former champions out there right now finding success, but more for Muniz as he drops the BOH, Joe.
7.67 for Alejo to go with his 5.33. Silveira second. Eli Hanneman, the defending champ, in the third spot. As the Brazilians are starting to break away, but definitely Alejo with his 7.67, almost going excellent.
100%, and you can see him do the runaround right there. He can probably chill out just a bit more on the beach. And, you know, a big part of doing the runaround here, Joe, is that you can listen to the beach announcers clearly, there's a lot of time for them to communicate their scores, especially with the judges working as quickly as they are right now, trying to give the surfers out there their top 2 waves and make sure that they're knowing where they're at in the heat. So right now with 18 minutes to go on the quantity and the quality of experience that Alejo has under his belt, he's in a good position to advance. Very physically fit too, as you were mentioning. I actually feel like in the last 2 or 3 years, he's actually maybe lost 10 or 15 pounds, Joe.
He's just so strong as well. He's so dedicated. When he started showing up in the Challenger Series, he's like, yeah, I don't know if many people know how hard I work behind the scenes, but he's never given up on his dream of being back on tour.
Yeah, this is a strong wave too. The one snap down the line and the deep bottom turn for the second poke. Beautiful stuff right there from the former event champion. Down the line hit, and look at how deep he gets on the bottom turn right there. Perfect technique, always well balanced, making sure that the hips follow the shoulders. And he's looking good in this heat right now. 7.67, 5.33, and throwing away a 4.17. Even with the 4.17, he'd still be leading the heat.
When it comes to longevity, it's hard to compare anyone else in the world to success in that conversation. Because you got a guy named Kelly who's won events, and then 16 years later he'll win the same contest. Kelly did that at the U.S. Open, winning in '96 and then winning in 2011. I mean, that in sport in general, typically there's new generations that take over, and that's just Kelly's dominance of being the GOAT. But for Alejo, he won in 2013, and here we are in 2024. I mean, not many surfers can come back a decade later and still be a favorite to win, and he's looking like that.
That's a good point you bring up right there, Joe. He's been doing this for a long time. I remember when he won, his ISA World Junior Championship back in 2008. The kid was destined to eventually make it to the CT. He did within a matter of years, and once he was able to get there, he spent a good amount of time within the top 20. Had success at certain venues. I remember J-Bay being one of his favorite events. He made finals day one year, and there was one heat over at Pipeline that almost determined a world championship, and he actually knocked somebody out on finals day over there, which, given the waves weren't perfect, but it was good enough to really shake up the rankings. And longevity is one thing. Being successful throughout the longevity is even more impressive, Joe.
It really is. Alejo working his way back out as the lead. Eli, the defending champ, trying to go back-to-back. We've seen that story unfold a couple of times, even recently.
Yep. Kanoa, 17-18, and then Simpo, 09-10. And both of them local surfers, too.
Huge victories to go back-to-back. Eli trying to do it, representing Maui. With 15:20 on the clock, we'll take a Bonsoy brew break. Eli just chasing a 3.6 to move to the top 2. Second stop of the Challenger Series, the GWM Sydney Surf Pro delivered some big scores, and Alejo Muniz almost went all the way. Look how chunky it was, and that backside hammer was lethal. You've seen him do that in this seat of the US Open. Took him to the final with the local boy, Jordan Lawler.
Yeah, and not only was the backhand on point, he was excellent every single heat in terms of his competitive IQ, Joe. Making right decisions. Waves were extremely challenging, made it all the way to the final. Eventually settled with runner-up, but with this kind of precise attack, we could be seeing him go all the way right here at the Open too. But once again, props to Alejo for having such a long career. He's still right here in his mid-30s right now, having a lot of success.
Went through some injuries on several comeback attempts. And the knee injury he suffered in Hossegor, France was definitely one of the toughest ones he went through. He was pushing John Florence in 10-foot caves, where John you'd think would just be the favorite all day, and Alejo was right there in the mix and then ended up really hurting himself. Remember John's speech, he was so concerned with Alejo's condition, and they're trading barrel for barrel. It was a dream to start, and then really hard to see Muniz really limp up the beach, and he was out for a really long time.
He was, and you know, just the resilience and the show of character that he had to be able to get back to a point where he was able to have success in competition. I think that's major. It shows a lot of inspiration for a lot of young surfers too, and especially from where he's from. His family made the move from Argentina all the way to southern part of Brazil in Santa Catarina. There's a reason why both him and Santi have had major success, Joe.
Santiago flying the flag for Argentina competitively for many years. Mar del Plata.
Yep.
Is that beach that everyone represents from that region. Lele Osuna.
Yeah. Our good friend Mateo Rojas also from that area. Again.
Watching this in position to set up the left again. Number 3 on the Challenger Series. Alejo.
Oh.
Really trying to push hard. You can hear the veteran just kind of thinking through his points there. He knew he already had a couple of similar turns, so he tried to just push a little harder on a section that didn't really want to turn like that. But Alejo with a big opportunity to put himself back on tour. Ian Gouveia leading the CS rankings. This is one heat win away from clinching a spot as we focus on the Pacifico fan picks. Majority going with the reigning US Open champ, Eli Hanneman, for a win in this one.
Yeah, just over half, and you see Alejo Muniz right there, 31%, and both Lucas and Thompson just under 10% right there in terms of the votes. You know, I got to say that Thompson, to me, has really been a standout when it comes to these types of waves. I want to see him go right, though. I know there's not many out there, and for Silveira, well, he's currently in second place, Joe, just looking to improve on one of the fours. And for Hanneman, he has one of the better waves in the heat, the 4.93, but hasn't really been able to get anything above a 5 just yet. Talked about the air game already. He has it. Last year, he just went on a roll where he was able to defeat a who's who of surfing, especially in terms of the North Americans, Jake Marshall and also Crosby Colapinto in the final. He has the talent, Joe. Can he perform in these last 10 minutes, though?
It's going to be fun to watch, especially when you know you've got waves coming through. This swell still growing a bit in size this afternoon. Tomorrow's going to be even bigger as we look at that Surfline forecast every day. As we see wind up from Alejo, kind of placing the first turn, pushing harder on the end section. Now running that direction is Silveira. Really identified the lip, timed it well for a single backhand snap, and then he played with the white water towards the end.
Interesting choice to go on that wave right there, Joe. Muniz, 4th priority, smart decision. Nobody else wanted it, but Lucas had been waiting a good amount of time and decided to go on a wave that could potentially improve on the 4.13, but if it does, I don't think it'll be by a whole lot. So decision making right here is huge, especially when you know that all you're needing is a mid 3 or a low 4 to be able to move up into an advancing position. So going to be crucial right here for both Hanneman and Thompson, the youngsters, to be able to be on the right wave and use priority the right way in these last 8.5 minutes on the clock.
So many great stories with the World Junior Championships. Remember when Jack Freestone was able to pick up 2 big World Junior titles. This is Eli. He's got a section.
There we
Throw
go.
that tail to the sky. Such a hard maneuver, and he makes it look so automatic. That's just something he could do anytime, any direction, backside, forehand. I don't even think he can count how many he's done in his life. Growing up, surfing in Lahaina, and man, his little kid video clips are just unbelievable. There's a time where everyone was just in agreement that he's probably the best 11-year-old in the world. And he's been really open about talking about the hype that was put on his shoulders at a young age, and when he found success here, everything just felt validated. You can tell he's a hard-working kid, man. He puts a lot of pressure on himself. Fun to watch him succeed.
Yeah, the 5.33 right here comes through, Joe, and beautiful throw tail reverse right there by Eli. Grabbed the rail, pulled it around, and at the moment that moves him up into second place. And then this is the last of Alejo, 5.4, so he improves on his low score. Beautiful combination right there on the backhand, especially the first one that put him up in a great position for the second turn. Just going back to Hanneman, you mentioned the hard work, and you know, still his family, many families in Lahaina, they had to deal with the fires last year, and for him to still qualify, go through all of that, and have, you know, the determination to be able to push through, that shows a lot about his character. Not many people would have been able to pull that off, Joe.
Totally agree. Up and out for Eli. Yeah, what an emotional time for Eli, winning this event, and then his hometown just devastated immediately after that big result. It was just from this big high of your career and then just straight emotion. And even though it's not in the news as much, Lahaina's still trying to recover.
Exactly right.
Eli with the punt, a 5.33, moves to second. Right underneath Alejo, so Lucas Silveira's dropped to third. Another great World Junior Championship story. Pablo Paulino was able to go for 2 titles. One of the best naturally talented surfers to come out of Brazil.
No doubt.
He's kind of on a comeback. He's competing now in the older divisions. But everyone was just talking about Paulino just being just such a freakish talent. He could beat anyone at any time, especially through those junior days.
Well, he was the next big thing. You know, he was better than Jadson. He was the generation right before Miguel and Gabe, and everybody thought that he was going to qualify and have success and perhaps become the first Brazilian world champion on the men's shortboarding side. And unfortunately, it didn't work out, and that's really the nature of the sport. You can go from the highest of the highs, Joe, all the way to the lowest of the lows within a matter of months. And, you know, people have experienced it on the CT, people have experienced it on the Challenger Series and the QS alike, and if you're not prepared for it, it truly humbles you, and that's why having a support group is so important. You know, when Eli was kind of adopted by that San Clemente crew on tour, it made a huge difference to him, and I would actually say that that's the reason why he was able to qualify for the CT. You've seen Alejo kind of be one of those peers and mentors to a lot of kids like Lucas Silveira out there. Be a proponent of change, and especially when it comes to action speaking louder than words, Joe. Muniz has been that kind of person for more than a decade right now.
Alejo, class act, good friends with surfers like the Panda, William Cardoso. So much competition in that Florianopolis, Santa Catarina region.
Yep.
Before everything moved to Rio, that's where some big CTs went down. That's where Jadson beat Kelly in the final in Mituba. Very consistent wave that breaks pretty far out the back. That's why Jaddy could do about 7 air reverses on the same wave. He was just lights out throughout the early rounds. But it was also the platform where Medina got his breakthrough QS win at 16 in a final over Tommy Whitaker.
You know, if you did allow Jansen to do 7 or 8 airs on the same wave, I think you'd take it every single time.
Because he was flaring them out. He was doing them critical sections. Here's Eli. Speed float, right into a wind-up, tail blow, gets caught.
What a cool area of the world, really. Huge fan of Brazil. I love going to Saquarema. I want to go visit some other areas too, but Rio itself has a lot of energy and it brings out the best in people. And you look at Silveira's upbringing, he's been able to integrate that into his surfing. And I think that's what's so beautiful about surfing culture worldwide. You get to see aspects of people's cultures and upbringing within their surfing. And that's why, to me, it's a work of art. You look at Luke Thompson right here, for example. He brings in Cape Town into what he's able to demonstrate out there in the water. Same thing for Hanneman. Has that Hawaiian raw power, but due to his size and frame, he's been so good in the air that people have kind of overlooked how much power he has. And you look at Muniz, coming from Argentina originally, he kind of integrates that blue collar work and then the great surfing that you see in the southern part of Brazil into that too. So nice little combo right there for a lot of these 4 surfers in the water.
That's a really fun part of surfing. Everyone's from really cool places and they bring their flavor to the tour. Waves on the way. Priority is with Luke Thompson, the South African. He's been quiet but not out of this. 5.93 is what Luke needs. It will be Alejo controlling the speed float, and it's just a quick closeout. Nothing changing to his total out front.
Pretty smart move to keep Eli off of that wave, though, just in case you don't want to give up first place. And right now, Hanneman still in second, but Silveira and Thompson, they're needing close to a 6-point ride, Joe. And I know that wave's out there. As he said, Luke's been quiet, but he's not out of it. Just really surprised he's kind of been content with just waiting for a specific wave out there. I want to see him go right if he can potentially get one of those. But a 6, that's easily done with a single maneuver, as we've seen today. We saw nearly a 10-point ride with just an air. So if he's able to get above the lip, that score's achievable.
Luke Thompson, first priority, 52 seconds.
I hear some whistles in the background. That usually means a set's coming through. And Thompson towards the southern part of the beach, Joe. Either looking at a left or potentially getting a right.
Silveira will find his last section. Punches out a closeout. And now Alejo deep off the bottom and a lot of speed. He's got another big section to really throw the tail in front of him. And stuffs in a finish. Really enjoyed that first bottom turn. It set him up so well down the line. He's trying to better a 5.4. And we'll close this one out, paddling to try to get this wave. Just up in time. Throwing away the air reverse is Luke Thompson, as he will get knocked down in the round of 64. And we'll see if Lucas Silveira did enough to get close to knocking out defending U.S. Open champ Eli Hanneman.
Yeah, needing a 5.86 at this moment. Didn't seem like Eli was able to get anything in the last minute, so his situation won't change. It's really going to come down to this last wave of Silveira. Here it is, Joe. Down the line with the left. The one turn right there was strong. I don't know if I'm seeing a 6 out of that right there, though. I feel like Eli's going to be safe in second place.
Scores coming through for Lucas Silveira, and it is not enough. A 4.13. Eli Hanneman moves on with Alejo Muniz. The 2 U.S. Open champions dominate into the next round. We'll be right back. Past US Open champ, flexing some big turns, bringing the family all the way from Brazil and making a great trip out of it. He's asking us out about all those waves he rode. Want to do that one day. I think I picked him up saying, hey, why don't you sit longer with priority? And his dad's like, you'll learn one day, son. Great job for Alejo Muniz. Controlling that heat along with Eli Hanneman. US Open champs are the theme right now as we have Hiroto Ohara, past champion, beat Tanner Hendrickson in the final back then. Taking on Shion Crawford, who was a wild card, and with Cal Luvas, the gold medalist, moving on to Paris, he got the call up to compete in this event. And whipping that one down the line, set up work. Hiroto always has a great wind up to hit the lip. That must have felt great to get this one started. Also have Taro Watanabe wearing green.
What's his middle name?
Kelly Slater.
Yeah.
How cool is that?
It's pretty unique. And it's hyphenated too.
So if you have a nickname for Taro, you could say Taro Goat Watanabe.
Yeah.
Let's watch this one. Last of Shion.
Yeah, Shishi boy right here, the 4.33 for the Haleiwa Hawaii native. Good opening combo right there for Crawford. A lot of experience right here at the south side of the pier. And then Ohara, he's coming off of a good result in Bolito, Joe, and straight into the lip right there, vertical for the last one. That should score well. And in the first 4 minutes, Crawford and Ohara, they're gonna have a good score underneath their belt.
Hiroto now on the right. And the former US Open champ gets real creative with the rail line. That's always a compliment in surfing when you're unpredictable. You do something a little bit different. With Hiroto's style and his low center of gravity, he really stretched out that carve.
It's nice when it's spontaneous. And when you're just a little bit more creative than everybody else, you stand out. And I think that's a major point in this round right here. Standing out, Joe, and really laying out on that one. Great core strength by Hiroto. He's going to have a couple of solid scores in a matter of a minute and a half. So great start for the Japanese surf in the red jersey.
Rolling into this one, Dimitri Poulos. Nice clean connection there and a solid combination of turns. Representing the 805 region up the coast. This guy can provide some hi-fi moments. Nice power-based, ton of variety in his game. And I'm really enjoying how he's starting to really put it together in a jersey. What'd you see, Mitch?
Well, a lot of speed down the line right here. Really love the first turn, kind of releases the tail, and then the second one just as aggressive. So strong combo on a bit of a smaller wave, but real aggressive into the lip. Timmy Patterson, team rider right there, a huge member of the team, him and Ryan Huckabee in the event. I know yourself, big time and long time Timmy Patterson team rider, Joe. So really stoked to see Dimitri kind of get a showcase right here and potentially take away a big win at home.
Timmy makes incredible surfboards. We saw him featured in Tahiti in a strong way from Italo Ferreira in his win. And also on the same model, Al Cleland Jr. in the Olympics. As we see the punt and letting go of it was Dimitri, and he's down. And rolling into the left, and a big swing in the white water, and crushing that section. Taro Watanabe. Now let's send it to Waxhead with Alejo Muniz.
Alejo's here, but we have a special guest, 6-year-old son Martin, who's here to watch Dad, who won here back in 2013, 11 years on. this could be the lucky year.
Yeah, it's still a long head, to go. But knowing that I won here before, it gives me a lot of confidence. I haven't had like great results after that big win here, but it's a place that I love to come. I try to bring my family every year because I love it here. So yeah, I'm stoked to make this first heat.
And this year you've been looking really relaxed. You've got some maturity and your power game is matching the waves really well. A good start at Narrabeen and Bolito. You've always done well there, but not perhaps the result you hoped for. Any pressure going into this, or you're just relaxed after that good start?
There is always a little bit of pressure, especially when you start the year well. Going into Bolito, I was really relaxed and confident, but just really didn't go my way in my heat. They had like a little problem that they couldn't give us the score in real time, so I got a little bit confused with that, but I lost that heat. I couldn't find myself really well there, so I'm just stoked. I went to a surf trip on the Maldives, like right before here, just to surf and enjoy to be in the water. So yeah, I'm stoked to be here with the family as well.
Well, everyone's stoked to be watching you, and for your fans back home.
Yeah, obrigado a todos que estão na torcida. Passamos a primeira, amanhã tem mais. Valeu.
Thank you.
Thanks so much, Waxhead. Great to see Alejo in this time of his life, having a blast of being a father, a family man, and still surfing at a high level. Number 3 on the Challenger Series and moving on the live rankings, as you can keep yourself posted on worldsurfleague.com. Nice off the top float, and then really laying into it down the line. Dimitri Poulos, a dream combo.
Man, that second turn was nasty, Joe.
And now throwing down the snap and a finishing move from Haleiwa Hawaii, Shion Crawford. Wow, Dimitri exploding. Already had a 5.27. A similar kind of combo that Alejo had, but maybe cleaner in transition.
Well, the sections were a bit different too. Alejo kind of had to stab it vertical. Here he kind of went through the lip line. So the setup, and see how he has to go through it rather than just kind of place the turn right there. That's a lot of control, and especially when it comes to your leg strength, it really comes down to the work you've put in the gym outside of the water. So good stuff right there by Poulos.
Nice deep bottom turn, and hitting the lip is Taro Watanabe. It's really easy to pick out Taro when he's surfing around the world. Definitely one of the coolest surfing styles you'll ever see. Working closely with former runner-up in the world, Brad Gerlach, for many years. Representing Malibu, California. But Taro's been working with Gur for such a long time. And you can kind of tell with Gur's students with Wave Key, they really do stand out. You look at, how solid Parker Coffin looks on a surfboard. That's been a long process of working hard together with Brad, also Connor, and many other students. Let's look at the form again from Taro.
Yeah, deep bottom turn right there. Good timing, but he was always thinking about getting the 2-for-1 right there instead of just focusing on the one section that he had in front of him. So don't think that score is going to go that high. This one for Poulos, Joe, came in as a 7-point ride, so the best of the heat so far, and really majority of the points coming from that second turn. Once again, props to Timmy Patterson. I know Dimitri Poulos, is not only a big proponent of a lot of these surfboards working well in different kinds of conditions, he's also been one of the standouts for Dark Arts and their program with Timmy Patterson too. So Justin Turnus, Tony, Greg, all those guys down there in San Diego with Dark Arts, they've done an amazing job to bring in carbon integration. And now we've seen other brands really develop a lot of their own stuff too, Joe. ECT with Channel Islands. You're obviously getting the Black Sheep built boards by Mayhem and Matt Paiolos down there in San Clemente. To me, that's really the way to go. I'd rather have more options than not enough.
What's cool when you talk about the surfboard builders in this world, and I think the word builder is kind of a newer phrase that you've been hearing lately, as opposed to shaper. There's also surfboard designers with all the computers out there, and when you talk about Timmy Patterson, the guy could build anything. He could glass it himself. He puts his fins in. He doesn't need any help. He can make boards from start to finish all day long and help out world-class athletes compete. He's got a cool shop, great crew that you can order boards from and check out all the different models. And they're pretty organized as well. They've been reintroducing this model that they made for Andy Irons. It had a template that they saved and they've reintroduced it. It's been really popular. Even guys like Jordy Smith taking some of those theories into the Smith shapes with his dad G-Force.
I'm surprised you don't have a model by now. all the great sessions you have down there at Salt Creek, you know. Every time I surf with you, I just see fins the whole time.
Oh my goodness.
And I know you just got a quad too. And I'm waiting to see you bust that thing out.
You're embarrassing me.
Timmy loves you. Scout Metzner loves you. Every time you call them and they know you're getting a brand new board, they're like, yes.
Happiness.
Joe's the #1.
Dimitri leading this one, 7.527. Shion Crawford needs a 6.28 as he's just taken that second spot. Hiroto, the U.S. Open champ, he's down to 3rd, and Taro in the 3 range is building so far. Chipping into the right now and driving to that first section, Shion Crawford.
That was pretty intense right there, and I know it was just a single turn, but Shishi's a big boy. And when he makes a wave look as big as that, you know that it truly is large in size, Joe. So I wouldn't be surprised that he improves on the 4.33. Real long, tall guy. Usually rides a little bit of a longer board too, which to me makes him stand out even more. Huge fan of his style, and when it comes to waves of consequence, he's one of the best in the world, Joe.
You can see him dealing with the current, but he'll have no problem with that. He's been paddling in the Haleiwa current his whole life. As we watch Hiroto a little bit late, and he will go down. Hiroto trying to better a 4.4, sitting in the 3rd spot at the moment. And Shion, yeah, definitely blew up on the global stage when he got to compete on his home court at Haleiwa in the Challenger Series and taking down huge names, going to the quarterfinals. And talk about a training ground that can prepare you for just about any wave in the world. Non-stop paddling can be very scary as it keeps you in the impact zone as you look at. Just a misread from Dimitri. Just got a little off balance.
Yeah, there's really nothing else he can do but just kind of laugh at that point of the wave right there. All you can do is kick out, and didn't work out in your way, but you're truly right about Haleiwa. That wave's intimidating, it can get really scary, and in terms of getting you physically fit, might not be another better spot in the world to do that, Joe. Like, you're paddling there constantly, especially if it's above 6 feet right there, which probably for Shishi, a lot of us would be thinking 6 feet. For him, it would probably be 3 or 4 feet, especially if you ask Joel Centejo too, but you know, all those guys from that area have been very successful. Centejo, former champion at the Hawaiian Pro. Fred Pataccia, multiple years on the championship tour. And right here, this guy, definitely one of the standouts from the Hawaii Tahiti Nui region right now.
And he also did well as a wild card call-up at Pipeline. Getting into the excellent range. Wild card along with Jackson Bunch to kick off the season.
Jackson coming up in the next heat.
Yeah, great heat for Jackson, Jet Schilling, Heitor Mueller, who looked really strong yesterday. And also Gantia and Delahaye will be in heat 15 of the round of 64. And then heat 16 is the Rad Power Bike heat to watch. Kolohe Andino, when he was a little kid, winning Huntington events every weekend, I was always thinking he'd have multiple U.S. Open titles. Still wouldn't be surprised if it happened this year. Coming close against Alejo about 10 years ago. He's got another shot. We'll be right back. Let's celebrate 5 decades of champions at this event as we look back. Frida Zamba won this so many times. Kelly, Rob Machado. Machado's got a peak named after him. Lisa Anderson. Andy Irons, everyone remembers his podium speeches out here. Brett Simpson, the local story. Felipe Toledo is just unbeatable in his run at this event. Sawyer Lindblad last year. Looking at Eli Hanneman, Griffin Colapinto. Crosby came close to one, but that's a pretty fun story to follow. Betty Lou Sakura Johnson in more recent years. It's been a total youthful takeover on the women's side.
Oh.
Tail chuck incomplete for Taro Watanabe, leading a 7.8. But still a lot of time to find it with 11:25 to go. Still led by Dimitri Poulos, Shion Crawford, and Hiroto Ohara, U.S. Open champ, needing a 6.43. You gotta love U.S. Open stories. I remember that final was radical. Tanner Hendrickson from Maui had, lost some sponsor backing, was kind of just living off prize money, and then to be able to go all the way to the final, he was able to compete for the rest of the year. And that's what you love about surfing. There's so many guys out there that are so good, and they'd be doing it anyway, with or without contests and magazines and video parts. Then they could show up with enough points to be in the event. They could go all the way. Gotta love that about this sport.
Well, and the impact that this event has on people's careers too. I remember, growing up in Mexico, a lot of my favorite surfers and people that I root for were the Americans, just because not only being half American, but also growing up near, they were the people that I root for the most, just because they were locals. And I remember when Simpo was releasing the Simply Simpo episodes, they were so fun, him and Aaron Lever, just kind of documenting everything on the QS. And I remember the episode came out when he won here in 09 and he beat Mick in the final. And I can't tell you how influential that was to just my decision making in terms of my career and what I wanted to do in life. And what he was able to do, win 100 grand, win in front of his sponsor Hurley, and then go on to superstardom on the CT, it motivated a lot of young kids like him to go out there and pursue his dreams.
Ohara finding an end section to light up, and he'll step off, still chasing a 6.43. Yeah, Mitch, I thought you were too young for Simply Simpo.
No, I was 15 at that time, so just been surfing a couple of years, and now they were great episodes. I hope we get some more behind the scenes kind of documentary style.
It was kind of those early years of kind of owning your career and finding a filmer and a great editor, a great producer like Aaron Lieber to handle all your content, and then releasing it to the internet. And all of a sudden there's just so much access to great surfing all the time. And look where we are today. You got to be dropping clips on the daily.
Exactly.
Keep up with it all. Dimitri's going to roll in. Sweeping bottom turn. Speed turn off the top, and he'll eject. Nothing changing to his total out front. Last of Hiroto Ohara's in, not enough to move to the top two, 4.53.
Yeah, Dimitri's got to be careful right here. He's had a couple of waves in a row, the one right that didn't really pan out, and then this one that ended up being a closeout for him. You don't want to fall into a rhythm of being on bad waves, especially when you have a slight lead over everybody else. Oh my goodness.
Taro Watanabe, those are the types of turns that make him one of the favorites to watch. Fell on that one, but sees things that no one else sees in a wave. Dimitri now throws down a wrap. Poulos jumping into an air reverse, and he'll get caught.
First time I met Dimitri, working with Mike Lamb, one of the OG coaches of the sport from Ventura too. And I remember just seeing him as a Grom compete in WSAs, NSSAs around the area. And now look at where he is nowadays. QS champion, doing super well within the region, and on the Challenger Series, close to qualifying for the CT. Those are the stories that the Open brings out in people, Joe.
I love that you just threw down Mike Lamb. What a legend. Little misread on the punt section for Shion. Yeah, there's a lot of cool California coaches that are a bit underground, and they focus a lot on the youth. as we look at this last wave for Hiroto Ohara.
Yeah, this came in as a 4.53. Took him a while to get to that first section. Down the line floating. The snap wasn't bad. Just think, you know, the section itself wasn't very steep, so that's why they kept the score so low. Came in as a 4.53, and then Dimitri with the one carve tried to get the air reverse in, and unfortunately wasn't able to ride out cleanly. So that's going to be a throwaway for him.
And now winding up and getting clipped is Taro. So a bunch of falls recently for Watanabe. But he's not giving up.
Man, that current, Joe, sorry, is strong. Everybody lately has had to go through the pier right now, and we're getting at a point where the tide's decreasing so much, the runaround might not even be an option anymore due to the consistency of waves out there.
These are those days, if you're just free surfing, you'll just paddle out and be like, okay, whatever, I'll get out at Bolsa Chica. Right? You've done that, no?
Not all the way to Bolsa Chica,
oh, right, but pretty close.
Maybe Golden West or Dog Beach for sure.
But yeah, it's hard when you've got to stay in the contest area and just fight through it. And on an increasing swell like this, it's only going to get stronger.
Man, I'm a little preoccupied about you now. Have you gone all the way to Bolsa Chica with this
pretty
rip?
Far, yeah. I've just been like, you know what? It's all good. I'll just maybe try to get a ride home.
Got to take the bus back home on PCH.
Just keep surfing, peaks everywhere down the beach.
Oh. Maybe bring a foil with you and just downwind the whole time or something on the way back.
Ran into Kokoro Tomatsuri behind the scaffolding. His dad there, Toma. It's been one of those coaches around the NSSA for decades.
Dude, I got a story to tell you about him. Whenever there's an NSSA event in Huntington or South, he lives in Santa Barbara. He drives down every day and then drives straight back up and comes back down the very next day. That's dedication for you right there, Joe.
Oh, it's amazing. And still loving it. Loves the game, loves helping people succeed. Likes hanging out with Hiroto Ohara. At the moment, Hiroto needs a 6.43. Yeah, Kokoro Tomatsuri was an absolute weapon of a competitor. Now working for Channel Island Surfboards these days. But he made a lot of finals, kind of like when Connor, Coffin, Kolohe Dino, Dylan Perillo, Nat Young were making finals. Kokoro was right in the mix. Saw Dylan Perillo yesterday, too.
Here with Talia Swindoll, Malibu local. Just got married. Congrats, still. Former longtime competitor on the qualifying series. Won the event in Los Cabos, a 6-star event in 2013.
Got a wild card onto the CT in Puerto Rico.
And his section in Deer Suburbia when they go to the Japan at the end. Like, I hope a lot of these kids nowadays can balance competition with free surfing right now and still deliver some big free surfing clips and videos, because to me, Deer Suburbia, Modern Collective, that kind of era films, You're from a Blue Moon, I feel like we need to start getting back into that, because not to say that we're losing the essence of what surfing should be, but you need to remind yourself every now and then, a surf trip with my friends is really like the end goal for everybody.
You're a big movie buff as well. I would love if you made a surf movie one day, Mitchell.
Could be.
I think with all of your elements combined, with theater, with surfing, let's go.
You want to be in it?
I don't want to ruin your movie, but now surf movies and filling a theater and remembering the culture and the balance, it all competitively, and it's the best lifestyle in the world.
The first time I saw Endless Summer, I was like, how rad is this? They go to Africa, they're fitting in the longboards in the trunk.
That was life-changing, that movie.
Yeah.
Mike Hinson, the star of that, being honored across the street at the Walk of Fame this year. Taro Watanabe whips the first section. Let's see if he can stay on his feet, and that's what he was hoping for. Amazing approach, beautiful combination, chasing a 7.8.
Well, I don't know if it's going to be that, but it's a start. And as you can see with the kick out right there, a lot of emphasis on wanting to get back out real quick, so still has plenty of time, 2.5 minutes on the clock. The first one really just a setup The second one very strong though, under the lip snap. Brings it all the way around and a bit more aggressive on that one, Joe. Seems like Poulos right here.
Throw tail and trying to reverse is Dimitri. And now Dimitri hasn't added a new score in the last now 5 attempts, but still has his lead. Minute 55 remaining. And Hiroto has priority.
Ooh, Shishi.
Crawford getting this wave. Backhand float. Right into a snap. Bigger wind up to shut it down.
So just so people know, we call...
It's an endearing term.
Yes, Shion Crawford's nickname is Shishi Boy. And for those who know him, we call him Shishi. It is a very caring and loving term.
As we see Hiroto now. Important ride. Big vertical whip and frames it up in a perfect way. He's loving it. Celebrates out of the turn. That was the combination he was hoping for.
Yeah, but Crawford probably going to improve on the 5.43, I would think. So to me, the requirement going to be up for O'Hara right here as Poulos up.
Setup work for Poulos. And shuts it down. Falls on the rebound, 40 seconds. Taro with priority. His wave before was a 4.47.
Watch out.
Yeah, you see Dimitri just showing you how strong this current is. You just sit there, it just takes you down the beach so quickly.
Kind of like just put him there for a little while. I was a bit preoccupied right there. Seems like he's okay. It's going to be a tight race towards the finish, Joe. A couple of scores coming through, and I feel like if Crawford increases his second place, O'Hara's going to need something close to a 7.
Shion's last turned into a keeper, 5.97. And now we'll wait for the last of Hiroto O'Hara, chasing a 6.97.
Well, this was well served. Great wave right there, up and over the first section. Really strong on the second one, too. What I will say, though, was a bit dirty coming out of it. Real strong turn, vertical. And then just a comparison right here, the 5.97 of Shion. Down the line floater, a bit slower right there towards the middle part in comparison to O'Hara's down the line snap, and then fits in the third one. So that wasn't a bad wave. And I don't know if O'Hara's going to be able to get another chance at that score, Joe. So waiting on his last.
Numbers in for Hiroto O'Hara, a 6.2. Not enough. Shion Crawford stays in second, and Dimitri Poulos takes the win here in Heat 14 of the round of 64. More action to come in this round. We'll bring in Kaipo, Flick, and Waxet for the call. The Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico, is brought to you by the all-new Lexus GX. Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer. By Pacifico, live life anchors up. By Yeti, built for the wild. And by Sambazon, bringing you the delicious powers of acai.
Huntington Beach, the site of the Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico. Men's round of 64, got 2 more heats, 4 more spots in the round of 32. Kuiper Guerrero, along with Flick Palmentier, Matt Shanoski. You can find him on Instagram as the Waxhead.
And we've got a new swell. It's been building throughout the day. The tide's already peaked, and this current is going all the way through into the pier. So it's the conditions these surfers have not practiced in all week. It's unique, and they have to adapt on the fly.
They need to paddle fast, don't they, Flick?
Oh, I think you've just got to be relying on the fact that you've done your cardio.
Jackson Bunch pops it, the fins out, the Maui boy coming through here. That's going to be Jackson's second wave, opened up with a 3.17. So Jackson wants to make quick work of it. Runner-up for a World Junior title. And who beat him in that final? We're going to get to that after we watch this. Heitor Mueller, the Brazilian, had a strong first round heat. Pops the air reverse there on the backhand, stabs a backhand Rio to finish. Mueller, just 20 years old, out of Brazil. On the paddle, and you can see the current. You talked about that, Waxhead. And the consistency of this building hurricane swell. This is Jet Schilling, our World Junior champ. Tosses that nice nose pick reverse, and Schilling kicks out. Great exchange. Flick, your thoughts? Oh, wait, more live action, sorry. Gacion. Does the Spider-Man, but is not able to stick the web down for that air backside hook.
Yeah, it was a big attempt, but for me, I think I've just got to go with Jet. It was a nice start, and he put it on the line for that first turn. He's been down here for a long time. He's been down here since about midway through this round, supporting Cole, Cade, Crosby, all part of that San Clemente crew. So he's been watching it all day. And yeah, he's opening up with, he's already got 2 scores on the board. We're waiting for that second one to lock in.
Yeah, interesting thing. Let's get through some replays first, though, Wax. This is Jackson Bunch.
Hunting down the line here, hits the ramp, goes into layback, rides forward to the whitewasher. Just good for that single turn. And racing down the line, Heitor here, just eyes off the section, but more of a chop hop. He stays under the lip line here, so it won't go too radical for this air reverse. It gets a completion. Nice way to kick things off, and that end turn will actually add a little bit of juice on the end of that.
And Flick, Jet went to town here.
Yeah, Jet going to town, nice turn there, up into the lip, gets a little reverse, also gets another little stab in the pocket here.
I like that he found a wave with a corner on it instead of that long wall that you have to race.
Yeah, we've been talking about that. I mean, the walls are so long, they're so stretched out today with this swell that's building and filling in, so yeah, good job.
See if Jackson takes this one. And Jackson doesn't get it. So let's go down to the beach with Rosie Hodge and the winner of our last heat, Dimitri Poulos.
That's right, we've got Dimitri with us. We also have a special guest, his little brother Alex, and potentially gave you your good luck charm out there. You had the 7, great surfing. Tell us about finding a backup out there though.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, he's definitely my good luck charm today. Yeah, I got the 7. Felt like a little confidence booster. I was just looking for any kind of major maneuver out the back, and when it gets bigger in HB, that's the main thing that they want to see. So that's what I was looking for, and then yeah, it was kind of a struggle fest finding a backup, but I got one little right, nothing amazing, and then was kind of just hunting, and yeah, I don't know, just kind of going with the flow, I guess.
And it's so fun to see these kinds of waves here at the US Open, but throughout the day we have seen it get a little bit more challenging. What's it like out there?
Yeah, it's tricky. I mean, every spot you compete at's its own animal, its own learning curve, and challenge to figure it out. And
I feel like here in HB it can be so temperamental at times. Like it could be insane for one heat and the next heat just a different looking ocean. So always just trying to stay flexible when watching it throughout the day and getting ready.
Well done, Dimitri and Alex. Thanks for being up here with us. Send it back to you guys.
Thank you, Rosie. And congratulations to Ventura's Dimitri Poulos. On the paddle here we see Jackson Bunch, the young man, 20-year-old from Paia, Maui, currently number 18 on the Challenger Series, just coming off of a quarterfinal finish in Bolito. And I was going to talk about Jackson and Jet in the same heat here. They made up the finals of this year's World Junior Championships. Taking a look at our Pacifico fan picks and the World Junior Champ with 51%, Jet Schilling. Jackson Bunch, who got second in that final, with 20%. And then fairly evenly split between Gassion and Heitor Mueller. Go to worldsurfleague.com, click on the heat, pick your pick, and we'll extrapolate all of that data, Wax, and put it in our Pacifico fan picks. You got a pick in this one?
Well, yeah, I was just about to say, I think it's going to be battle of the airs. All four surfers really proficient. Gassion is probably the dark horse. He had a third at Narrabeen, but it was on the back of his tremendous aerial work on lefts. A little shorter and sharper than this, but he's amazing above the lip, but so are all three. Heitor is one of the most progressive surfers in the draw, both on their backsides. So I don't think a two-turn combo is going to do it for them. I think we're going to see both of these guys go to the air.
Well, okay, here we go. Let's just get with live action here. Gassion coming into this one, number 13 on the ranking. So he's got opportunity. Big air for Jackson Bunch and sticks to the landing, wants to ride out in front of the whitewater flick. That's the number.
Yeah, that was a big air. That had quite a bit of height to it as well. You can see just how quick that water's moving. It's just pushing him directly underneath this pier. And we've already seen Heitor do this already in this heat. He already did a run around. And let's have a look here. Take it away, Waxhead.
Yeah, so he hits the ramp, and geez, he really did get lofty there. Considering the wind is on the line there, that's pretty likened to something you'd see doing an air into the wind. So he did a great effort to keep that board under his feet and to ride forward to the whitewash.
One thing about Jackson Bunch, wind is no problem for the Maui boy. From Paia, his local break, Ho'okipa, more famously known for its windsurfing and kiteboarding than for surfing, but a very consistent break. The Maui boys are very comfortable in the wind, and it shows with the performance of Jackson Bunch.
Oh, completely. I mean, you just think about some of the best aerialists in the world are coming from Maui. You think Albile, you think Matt Miola, like some of the airs that we've seen in the clips from Ho'okipa are absolutely incredible, right? And, you know, even this right now, this would almost be considered a light glass off over in Maui.
Maui glass.
Maui glass.
We've heard it so many times. Well, look at this. Conditioning is coming into play today in these afternoon heats. Jackson doing the run south to place himself back up current. 7.93 drops in for Jackson Bunch, and he takes the lead, Wax.
The interesting thing is with that run up the beach too, it's not a defined rip current as we would usually see up the beach. These surfers have still got to paddle through the lineup and duck dive about half a dozen waves to get back out there. We'll see more of this in the next 24 hours with an incoming swell. And with that tide push tomorrow morning, it'll peak out. So this is going to be a very unique 24 hours that we don't see at Huntington too often.
Well, let's stay with that, Wax. You think the swell is going to be bigger tomorrow?
I do. Yeah, I think it's going to be about double the size.
Wow.
And the current will have increased quite a lot.
It's going to be battle on the south side tomorrow. Gassion looks for a section.
Whoa.
Pops the fins, gets the rotation. And we'll see if he decides to come in and do the runaround or if he wants to paddle against the current. Looks like he's going to paddle. Strategy-wise, what do you think is the best call, Flick?
Oh, I mean, I think we've seen it sliced and diced a couple of different ways today. Two big backhand belts or just the one single maneuver, and that maneuver being an air. I think for people heats, you want an early start, no doubt about it. To me right now, just in the context of this heat, you've got to be going with, you know, Jackson's approach. He's gone for the one big maneuver. He's locked in, just showing that you can get near excellence just for the one big lofty air. And I think you've just got to find a way. It's all about wave selection. You need, if you're going for turns, you need a slight taper on it.
Yeah.
Otherwise, they're just so stretched out. You're going to get that one maneuver, or you're going to kind of end up doing what Nolan did in his heat and just keep continually chasing this thing down the line and not actually you know, be able to do any quality maneuvers.
Yeah, Gatian for one turn got a 6.5. He just went into second. Here's Heitor. Nice slash. And forces a second turn in before jumping up. Mueller 4.48, and he'll go into second place. Very close at the moment. Here's our Jet Schilling currently in third. Quick snap for Schilling. The San Clemente surfer has a nice finish. Powerful fin throw, Wax.
Yeah, I think the goofy footers are going to have more luck, a shame for Nolan earlier on, teeing off on those waves to be able to identify it and get up there quicker. But those surfers on the backside, Gussion and Heitor, kind of struggling at the moment. But if a section does come, they've got 20 minutes or 18 minutes to go back to a 2-turn, 3-turn combo. But I am waiting for them to really capitalize. But that was beautiful, smooth surfing there from Jet. Just exactly what he needs to maybe jump up into second at the moment.
Yeah, Heitor goes to second. Could be a temporary second place because we're still waiting for Jet Schilling and his number. His number yet to be punched in. 4.34 better. Jet Schilling takes that second place. So a big seesaw battle out here, Flick.
Yeah, it is. And everyone's kind of got one sort of substantial number.
Gussion. And this is a messy looking wave, but he's going to stick with it. Going to get some multiple turns. It's going to be interesting score for Delahaye.
Yeah, just building the house here, trying to get a nice backup score, something that he can build upon so they can really start to open up. And I think all these surfers going into this heat will have expected to get near the excellent range and have to get that required at some point. But as we see the replay, I wouldn't quite call it a grovelly wave, but definitely making the most of what's on offer, a 3-turn combo. And the judges would definitely give it merit, but you'd like to think he's not holding on to that wave at the end of this heat.
Heitor Mueller. This is a 5.03, Flick.
Look, it was a good read for a messy, wonky wave. I think the fade at the beginning was great. Let's have a look at what Jet did here. That turn, you know what, from the other angle, looked a bit more impressive. Last turn, fantastic. First turn, he kind of cut it a bit short and like a bit more of a little jab. It was almost like a little half turn. And it's kind of like he had this idea in his head that he needed to get these 2 turns on the wave instead of just focusing on the one big turn. He did still get it, but I just feel that it was more impressive from that first angle.
Yeah, he gets a 5.77. He goes into second. Heitor Mueller, however, I mean, Gatian Delahaye, Delahaye, a 4-point ride takes him to second. So like we said, seesaw back and forth. And the seesaw swings to Gatian Delahaye. He's now in second place running up the beach.
Yeah, I think, yeah, Jet's got a little bit more work to do, clearly. I mean, but everyone's kind of got one sort of substantial score on the board, or at least the backup score, right? It's really, really quite close at the moment. Only a few points even spreading first to, you know, fourth. So there's definitely room for someone to sort of break away. Got to be thinking that Jackson, you know, the moment he improves on that 5, I mean, he's going to just extend his lead well and truly, and he's got priority right now.
Heat leader Jackson Bunch with heat control, a valuable 7.93, just a smidgen below a excellent number for Bunch, and controlling the tempo of this lineup, and also as first choice of the first quality wave that comes through. Finally seeing a lull here, Wax.
Yeah, and the judges finally being able to lock in all those scores. The surfers getting that requirement via the beach announcer. They can look at their watches, of course, but when they're running back around, they're getting. You've noticed a few coaches running with the surfers and giving them the updates. We've seen that in the last 2 hours with that current. It's really important for those surfers to understand that there's still scores coming in.
Yeah.
The beach announcers can't tell them a potential score or even indicate to them. So often it's a game of just listening and trying to get that requirement as they make their way back out. Sometimes they still don't know what position they're in. They just have to keep their surf IQ and heat IQ aware and just try and build upon their last score.
See a Mylar balloon out in the lineup right there. PSA. Please don't bring Mylar balloons or any kind of balloons to the beach, as they can get away from you and float out to sea where we'll never see them again, and the fish, and they'll do damage to our marine life. So please refrain from bringing balloons to the beach. I know you want to celebrate the birthday, but do it without balloons of any kind, especially those Mylar balloons. Thank you. 14 minutes remaining here. And speaking of PSAs and public service announcements, Jet Schilling, I just want to acknowledge Jet for coming to the WSL One Ocean Shiseido Blue Project, and Surf Rider Foundation watershed cleanup up in the Santa Ana watershed. Did you know, Flick, that the Santa Ana River spans the length of 100 miles, and through that 100 miles of river, it can collect, after a big rain, can collect all kinds of rubbish that will then be deposited in our beautiful ocean there at River Jetties. We want to stop that.
It's all connected, Kaipo, isn't it? All the way from the inland, all the way to the ocean. Looks like we've got a paddle here. Jackson having, oh, right near that balloon that you're talking about. Stick it in the wetsuit.
Yeah. Oh. Okay, so Jackson with priority, he's not going to go. Chilling. Takes the high line, drops to the bottom, pops it up there. That was a big air for Jet Schilling, but landed a little high, Flick.
Yeah, you know what? We saw him do big airs like this. Narrabeen Challenger Series event, second one of the year, dropping excellent scores, near perfect, and or was it perfect? Near perfect or perfect? Near perfect. And just for big, lofty airs like that on critical sections, way more meatier than that, way more critical, and so it's definitely within Jet's capabilities to throw an air like that and stick it.
We're stepping away, but we'll be back with the conclusion of a very, very tight heat. Jackson Bunch is in the lead via this big air. Santa Ana watershed, 100 miles of river that leads to the Pacific Ocean and river jetties. Shiseido Blue Project, as well as WSL One Ocean and the Surf Rider Foundation, did a cleanup of that Santa Ana watershed. All hands on board. Remember, what starts upstream ends up downstream and ends up in our ocean. Thank you for Sustainable Ocean Alliance, the Surf Rider Foundation, Shiseido Blue Project, and all those involved. One of those involved is in this heat, Jet Schilling, right there, and he is currently in third place, needing a 5.44. Kaipo Girl, along with Felicity Palmentier and Matt Shanoski on the call. Matt.
You know, back in Narrabeen, a minute to go, he needed to get out of round 32, and he needed an excellent range score. He got it. It was a 9.17 in the final minute, Flick, and it was the dead set closeout. And the reason it went so high in the scale of the day, we hadn't seen anything like it. So we know he's good for clutch scores. He's really matured throughout the year. We saw him at the World Juniors take the win at the beginning of the year back in Oceanside, and he's just been on a roll ever since. But round of 64, changing conditions. You can see the current from left to right. These surfers adapting, and this is the longest lull that we've had in quite some time. So we've lost about 5 minutes of this heat. These surfers just sitting dormant, waiting for another set.
You know, Jet, talking about the Challenger Series. Last year was a tough one for him, finishing 15th, just 5 spots out of qualifying for the championship tour. Saw his good friends, Cade and Cole, make it to the Dream Tour, so that's put a fire underneath him. Flick.
Yeah, for sure. I think looking at that and those boys, they traveled together all year round, also Crosby as well. And I think it's tough. It's equal parts rewarding, but it's equal parts just as tough watching your mates qualify and just knowing how close you were. Jet is that little bit younger though.
Yeah.
So he's still got that.
He's still got years.
Yeah, he's still got years. And like, he doesn't need to be too hard on himself. I know he wants to be there and I know he envisions himself being there. But there's still time. Plenty of years.
And he was really gracious because he went on and cheered those guys on every single heat. So to me, that's a show of character. He didn't leave, get on the next flight, and just like abandon everything and pout. He went there, put a smile on, and cheered on his friends. Gatien is currently in 2nd place, looking to better a 4.7. Here comes Jet. Pops off the top there. Section in front of him, pops off the top one more time. Goes for a 3rd Rio, slams the oncoming section.
And slams the foam too. Take that. There's some serious energy and hormones going on, isn't there?
I like it. Get involved. Oh.
Hey, we like to see the passion. We like to see the emotion.
That was good. And Matt, you talked about it. He can perform under pressure. He just did.
Yeah, and Eli Hanneman gave him a little pep talk down there at the World Juniors and said he's got to show some more heart during that event. And that he did. He went through on finals day and he really showed that exact emotion which got him the win. So obviously he thrives on this pressure cooker environment, and you can just see, as you said, some hormones coming out there.
He's going to be fired up after this, and I think once this score drops, I mean, big 3-turn combo, he's only chasing a 5.44. I think that's it. When he hears this score read out, he's going to be super fired up, probably get even more radical as we look at this again of Gatien. And we're still waiting for that number to drop in too.
Gosh, everybody got waves.
Wow.
Hator.
Wow.
Yeah, the plot thickens, doesn't it? Waxhead.
Yeah. And then this is that behind angle. So we see how critical he got. We saw the pier view before, so it was a nice ending. Perhaps not as aggressive as it looked from the top of the pier down, but it was great technique, great timing, and he's looking to drop a low of a 4.83, but he at this point needing a 5.71. Have to wait and see where that drops.
Okay, so Gatien did improve slightly. Here we go with live action, and Jackson Bunch kicks out. Jet Schilling gets the number that he wanted, a 7.43 for the San Clemente surfer. Schilling to 1st. Jackson Bunch drops to 2nd. Gatien now needs a 6.44. Hator needs a 7.91. Gatien using his priority, looking down the line, skipping a couple sections, floats that first one, needs more than that, gets caught.
Yeah, you could see him forecasting something down the line. He could see it, he just couldn't get there. A floater was not what he was after, and that's not going to be enough for him to move into 2nd place. But 4 minutes 50, we might see more sets on the way, Kaipo.
Well, now let's watch. Right now, I think Jet's just getting some of the information from our on-site announcers. Darren Brilhart, Jeff Baldwin, Todd Klein, all up there updating the surfers. And we got a lot of speakers here.
There's a lot going on. Sensory overload out there.
It really is for the surfers as well, and the fans on the beach. It really is a circus, and if you're not a part of it, you don't immerse yourself in it, it will just eat you up. And a lot of these surfers do hop out of their heats, especially earlier when we were talking to some of the winners. Their eyes, they're just like a deer in headlights. It's the whole scene here. The people on the beach. Right now, it's just after lunch. There's hundreds of people. There's thousands of people on the beach. There's hundreds up there on the pier. So there's a lot of pressure here that some of these surfers are not used to.
Moving in a pack right now, our surfers. And that is second, third, and fourth priority. Not in frame is the surfer holding on to first priority. Heitor Mueller is a whole different part. So you can see the current continuing to pick up, Flick, as the swell continues to fill in.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting, right? I mean, anything could happen in this last 3.5 minutes. And, I mean, everyone looks like they're in form, too. Everyone looks very crisp. Everyone's turns has been critical. Or airs, you know. I mean, I think back to Jackson's big lofty air, that 7.93. I mean, since then, he hasn't really backed up his 5. Like, I thought he might have tried to improve on that since then, but so he's dropped down into second place, and I mean, I wouldn't be feeling comfortable if I was him. I know he's got priority over Gassion, but here we go.
Mueller needs a 6.54. Easy carve. Needs more than that. Vert finish, a little messy, trying to stand up out of that. Things that make you go, do you think he got the number, Wax?
A little bit slow on that ride out. I think it was a good effort, but I don't think it's going to be enough. I just feel like comparing to that 6.4, I don't see it going as high as that.
Gassion, you saw him go down the line. He's not going to get his number either.
And the speed, power, and flow, they're the elements that the criteria flexes on, and you think about this this wave, and does it possess that? So not so much power or speed in this section, loses a bit of momentum here, and here a lack of flow as well. So yeah, score comes in, Capo.
Under at a 5.3. So Heitor still looking for that 6.54. Gassion, 6.44. Basically 6.5 points for either of our regular footers to go into the top 2 and advance on this heat. Under 2 minutes remaining. More lines. And now it's time for Schilling, Flick, just to hold court. Oh, sneaky right-hander for Gassion. Oh.
Wow.
Tosses it out there. A couple of closeouts. You can see Jet there in the white jersey holding priority. Jackson just staying busy there. May as well come in. I take that back. He's still got a minute. I thought the clock had winded down way more. Maybe he can get another one. Oh, look at what we have. The Rad Power Bikes Heat to watch. We waited till the end of the day to give you an extremely exciting stacked heat. Kanoa Igarashi, 2-time winner out here, up against Morgan Siblick, Charlie Quivant, and Kolohe Andino. Flick, what do you think?
Oh, how much do you think Kolohe wants to beat Kanoa out here right now?
Oh.
I think it's just going to be on. I feel like they're just going to be so competitive. I feel, you know, Kolohe hasn't been on tour for a couple of years now, and
yeah.
Kanoa's there, and I just feel like, you know, I mean, this is both of their stomping grounds, no doubt about it. But so much CT experience.
I like it.
So many wins.
Yeah.
Like, this is, they're just going to be so hungry.
Oh, this guy. He did what he needed to do and came through. Jet Schilling, as well as Jackson Bunch. A rematch from the World Junior Finals. Both Goofy Foots advance into the round of 32. Remember, the heat to watch coming up after this. It's a good time to visit Huntington Beach because the Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico, is in town. And a must-watch heat right underway. The Rad Power Bikes heat to watch. The round of 64, we saved the best for last. Heat 16, Kanoa Igarashi, Morgan Siblick, Charlie Quivon, and Kolohe Andino. Talking through all the action is myself, Kuiper Guerrero, Felicity Flick Palmentier, and Matt the Waxhead Shanosky. Let's see what happened during the break, Flick.
Yeah, so Kolohe already up and riding, floats that first section. Little crack in the lip there, looking to get a finish here. So quick out of that third turn there. And he'll lock in his first wave.
Locks in a 6-point ride for Andino. The 30-year-old out of San Clemente, California. Kolohe Andino with 11 years of championship tour experience. Basically grew up, Waxhead, on the championship tour. Brother has been around, started as a young prodigy, and now he's one of the veterans.
That's it, and mentor to so many up-and-coming surfers from his hometown. A great influence and a real stalwart, as he said, on the tour. And here at Huntington, he's done more experience than any other competitor that's in the draw here at HB. And this is really just like apart from the finals at Trestles, this is like a home event for Kolohe.
Yeah, interesting when we talk about finals in the career of Kolohe Andino. Has made 5 CT finals, but was runner-up in each of those 5 CT finals. So the big win, it did elude Kolohe Andino. The big win was met head-on here at Huntington Beach for Kanoa Igarashi. Out in the water, Igarashi in the red jersey, a 2-time back-to-back US Open champ back in 2017 and 2018. This is the French surfer, Charlie Quivon, making fast work of that left before it closes out with getting 2 times up into the lip to Flick.
Yeah, a couple of little belts there. Something's telling me that he's going to need more. You know, you just think back to that last heat, how dynamic it was, the caliber of surfers that are in this heat. I feel that, you know, I mean, already seeing too that Kolohe has just already locked his 6 in. There's going to be more big scores to come.
Yeah. Also out in the water, in the blue jersey, Morgan Siblick, 24 years old, from Meriwether. Siblick was the 2021 Rookie of the Year, where he finished 5th. Wanting to get on that championship tour is a young Jet Schilling, and he's walking down the path with a heat win here, Rosie.
He's looking good, Kuiper. A 7.43, the right wave at the right time. A lot of emotion displayed after that wave. Tell us about it.
Yeah, no, I just surf with passion for sure. It's been a while since I made a heat, to be honest. All year has been like, I just hasn't gone my way at all this year, and that's okay. So I was just stoked to make a heat, and I was fired up to get through, so yeah.
Surfing the US Open 40 miles from your hometown of San Clemente, a good crew here to support you. How does that help your confidence?
Oh my God, it's all world. I've coached Jake Davis with me, helping me out a bunch. And I just moved in with Griffin Cole Pinto into his house, so that's been awesome. And yeah, I'm just super thankful for all the boys, and yeah, they definitely give me confidence. And to all watch them is just like, oh, it makes me want to do good.
Is Griffin a good landlord, good rain control?
Yeah, he's an all-world landlord.
Well done, Jet. Well, we're in the midway through the year for the Challenger Series. What's it going to take to turn your year around?
Just being grateful and just being honest with myself. That's about it.
Thank you, Jet, for your time. Back to you guys.
Yeah, great conversation with Jet Schilling. On to the round of 32. Charlie Quivon swipes that one just for a single turn. His first wave, Flick, a 6.4. So the French surfer putting up a fairly large number there. He's going to go to first when this score locks in.
Yeah, that's his super large number. Obviously, judges really appreciating that 2-turn combo. So you see Kanoa quick in and out there. But one thing I want to say about Jet is, hey, there was a lot of emotion displayed during that heat. Whoa, sets absolutely stomping through the lineup right now. This is the biggest set we have seen all day.
Wow.
But he was quick to put a lid on it during that post interview with Rosie. Like, that was the most calm I've actually ever seen him.
Yeah, you're right. He wasn't bursting from seams like he was in his post-wave theatrics there. He had it all reserved. Just cool. Look at them.
Wow.
Geez, that's a solid one. Look how far out it's breaking as well.
Out past the second tee here at HB. That's a sizable swell coming through. Oh.
Quite the paddle there for Charlie as well. And everyone waking up in Australia, 8:30 a.m., people on their computers, tuning in at work, they're in their lounge room, watching on KO Sports, or they're tuning in live on YouTube or on their app. They're going to be willing, Morgan, to get through this heat. And it's early in the morning over there in Japan as well. Late at night in France, everybody tuning in, different hours of the day. This is the highlight. This was our Rad Powered Bikes heat of the day, and it's delivering, Flick.
Whoa, okay, so Kolohe, two-turn combo, super late there to the last one.
6.9 for what we're seeing on the replay. Kolohe goes to lead, Charlie to second. Just a half a point for Kanoa Igarashi. Priority with Morgan Siblick. No waves yet for Morgs. Frustrating time for Morgan Siblick. 2022 on the after falling off the championship tour in 2022 after a brilliant rookie season. Finished the Challenger Series in 12th position, 2 spots out. Last year, Morgan Siblick finished the Challenger Series in 16th position, 6 spots out. Very close for Morgs, but not enough to get him back onto that dream tour. Can this be his year, Flick? I know he's got the talent.
He has the talent, there's no doubt about it. Kanoa,
hometown boy, home grounds, flicks the fins, and tries to make the most he can out of that fast-running closeout, Wax.
Yeah, I manufactured it. I mean, he needs to get a score on the board. Third of this heat already gone past. Kolohe looking fairly strong out there in the lead, but the conditions deteriorating. Although it's getting bigger, it is tricky for them to find a corner. They're really stretched out the waves right now. We have that fresh south swell really pulsing through up to 16-second period. It's making the sandbar here looking quite flat and lined up, so difficult to find these corners. You have to capitalize, which he did here.
Yeah, look, he had to go for it. There wasn't anything else. I think in the context of this heat, though, I'm just not sure where this is going to go. It wasn't super high. It wasn't super inverted.
Here's a 5.
Yeah.
So straight down the middle. Straight down the middle with that score for Kanoa Igarashi. Look how close they are to the pier right now. Looking left, paddles for that. Charlie's going to probably get bumped down in his priority. And sometimes, especially here at Huntington Beach, depending on the swell angle, bigger is not better. So things are getting a little tough out there. Look at but home crowd advantage. Kanoa Igarashi kind of sneaks in a little in betweener, but that wave had more shape, Max.
Yeah, you really don't like the shooting the pier idea, do you, Flick?
SPA.
What does that stand for?
Severe pier avoidance.
Okay. Well, that's for somebody who surfed Jaws on their backhand. I mean, that's pretty wild for you to say. But, yeah, coming off the bottom here, eyeing off that section, a lot of power, just good for the one turn. And some SPA, as Flick would like to call it.
Oh, mate. I don't want a bar of that thing. Scary. Barnacles all over it. Do serious damage.
Charlie, against the grain, against the current, finds a right, so it stands up for a first slash. Second turn for the French surfer, and just gets bumped off, but did some damage with a couple of nice turns.
That was wild. If we watch this wave, you can see the current coming across the wave as he's bottom turning. It's like a tide pool. You can see it all moving around there like a full whirlpool. Look at how fast that's moving him back into the pier. He's going to have no choice. If a wave's coming, they're going to go paddle. Look at the bottom of the screen. Look at Charlie paddle through.
No, that's a smart thing to do.
That's all you can do. You can't fight it. Remember many years ago, Sophie McCulloch 2 years ago was paddling out. There was a massive set. She was on the outside of the tee, and I saw it was going to cap, break, and she was behind on the other side of the tee. She had to go through and paddle back around again.
It's my worst nightmare.
So the judges really like that kind of like performance by Kolohe and Dino. 6.93 and Dino. Kanoa, he's got his scores in. Oh, we're waiting for the score. Sorry, we're waiting for the score for Charlie Quevon. And that could change the situation, and likely it will, but it is not all the way official yet. We're waiting for the score for this wave.
Yeah, so hits that one in the pocket. This turn here, you know, it was the first proper right we've seen of this this heat so far, but yeah, that current really tricky to surf. I think he did a tremendous job to get those 2 turns and just pluck it out of nowhere, that wave. He was under priority as well, so he capitalized, and at this point of the heat, he just does need a backup to go the 6.4, and he'll get that, and it will exceed his 2.83.
Yeah, and I'll pay off the score from Morgan Siblick, his first wave of 4.57. Still waiting for Charlie's 4th wave score, and likely that's going to change the situation in this heat. Well, with everything washing through, what we anticipated as a huge heat to watch, it's been a little sleepy just because of the challenge of everything that's going on. Okay, so Charlie, wow. No, I'm sorry. Our scoring screen, they gave us a number and then took it away. And then now it's just...
Well, I think the judges haven't it. They've got time at last to go through this right now.
No, they have to get the score in, please. Thank you. A six point ride for Charlie for that right. And Charlie, as we thought, goes into second. Kalohi in first, Charlie in second. Kanoa needs a 7.47. Morgan needs a 7.9. Wow. Here comes Kanoa. Wow, that was pretty cool. Whoop. Full rotation, didn't stop any of his down the line speed. Got another snap in there. Kanoa saying, "My house now. Look out." What'd you think about that, Flick?
I think look, I don't know if it's. I think it was entertaining. Semi put it on the line, but just the same thing again, a little bit. I mean, being hypercritical here, but let's have a look. Loads up here, eyes up this little coping, hits it, just very horizontal, not much height. Nice finish. Chasing a 7.47, do I think it's that? No, I don't.
He did get a full rotation on that. It was a pretty flat spin. I'm curious of where the judges are going to go.
I mean, I've been wrong, and I've been wrong before, and I could be wrong again.
And Morg's a couple of hits on the backhand. Now that's not going to be the 7.9 that Morgan needs, and he's going to take a trip to the beach, Matt, and run south.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. He's obviously not feeling the position he's in. The surfer's getting pushed way down, up the beach right now, so he'll make his way in through the pylons. He'll run up the beach about 500 feet and reset for this heat because he's buried way down. I mean, this is just a grovelly 2-turn combo. It's certainly not going to be the 7.9 required, judging by what we've seen in this heat. But the scale has been adjusted from what we've seen in the last few heats. If you're just joining us now, it's been a great day of competition, but it was about half the size this morning with no waves breaking through the pylons. Now, these surfers are struggling to stay in position. The current and the new south swell pushing through the pylons, a whole heap more sand buried in there too.
Check out our live rankings here. Morgan Siblick down in 33rd. Charlie Crevant down in 38th. So both French surfer and the Australian surfer, they got some work to do. They do have a little breathing room, however, if they do make it out of this heat into the round of 32. Shaded out are surfers who have been eliminated from competition.
Yeah, that's a really tight bracket there. You can see not much separating them, and no keeper results really for a lot of those surfers who have got, you know, between 4 and low 5s in their name. They really want to try and get a 5th here at minimum, so they can probably skyrocket about 10 to 15 spots up the draw.
Kanoa Igarashi on the paddle here, up current. Look at that. That would have been interesting. It's an overloaded pier bowl, that wave right next to the pilings here. Second one, a little bit of a draw to it.
Looking very Pacific Ocean Pier from the early 70s, Dogtown era.
Pacific Ocean Pier.
If you haven't seen Dogtown, The documentary, you can check it out. There was a wave there when up there at Santa Monica when the theme park collapsed into the ground. It was just a wasteland, and there was a manufactured man-made wave there.
Wow.
Made of underneath was dangerous. All sorts of like pylon, and I think there was cars under there. There was all sorts of rides that were demolished underneath there. So, but there was a
What's
wave.
it called again?
POP.
Wasn't it in Tony Hawk's Pro Skater as like a venue
Yeah.
you could skate
Yep.
on the pier and like near, I
Correct.
remember this. Yep.
Some Southern California, LA history for you there. But hey, we're in Orange County at Huntington Beach, Surf City, and it has been that since the late 1950s.
Yeah. Chloe Andino in front. We're taking a Bronzoy brew break. We'll be back with the conclusion of this last heat. Check out the all-new 2024 Lexus GX with a 3.4-liter twin-turbo V6, produces 349 horsepower and 479 pounds of torque. Standard all-time four-wheel drive limited slip locking differential, available in a rear locking differential in the Overtrail package. And that Overtrail package comes with 33-inch all-terrain tires. Kanoa Igarashi, the two-time US Open champ, trying to fight his way back into the top two. He needs a 7.17 right now to put himself in advancing position. Top two of these four surfers advance to the round of 32. Kai Bruguero, Flick Palmatier, Waxhead Chinaski. And what, Flick, it seems to me that Kanoa's kind of struggling right now. He's caught in 6 waves and still can't get the score.
No, I feel like he's out of rhythm. I feel like his wave selection's been a bit off. And but you know what? Yeah, okay, all those things might be true. But I just honestly think that the surf has deteriorated. Yeah, it's picking up, but I feel like it's so challenging. So that sweeps so hard as we see him trying to make his way back out now. And there's not much room on these waves. It's a glorified closeout right now. It honestly is. Like, you're really just searching so hard to try and find a tapered wall out there.
Well, I did say, actually, before that Kolohe was the most experienced person here at Huntington the Draw, maybe competitively. Kanoa, living here, that's, for somebody with that scoreline who hasn't been able to capitalise, that's a testament to how tricky it is. Morgan right now, with a 5.33 on the wave before last, so the angle that we saw, it looked like it was just a setup so he could move back up the beach, but that will end up being a keeper score for him. Now, looking for that 7.14, that's a very achievable requirement if he's able to get a wave. And here he goes, Kuiper.
Siblek takes to the air and is able to pull it down. Aussies like it.
Yes, that 5.33 from our angle, and it has seemed a little bit like that in the last few heats, watching that that far angle looking down from south to north, but the judges liked it, and he sends a, I mean, this is going to be a real question. He gets up there, yeah, it's pretty high, and lands out. We haven't seen much of it in this heat as well, so I feel like the score could be right there, Kaipo.
Yeah, he needs a 7, and the judges are going to take a look at it a couple times on their replay. Kalohi scratching into this one, and Dino slashes off the top, a little fin release, and then just forces it in the whitewater, looking to better a 6-point ride. I don't know if he did that.
I don't know if he did, but a takeaway for me is he looked fired up yesterday. He was on point yesterday. Changing conditions, looks great right now. I feel like he's sort of, you know, really surfing into some rhythm in this Challenger Series event. Probably the best I've seen so far all year from him on the Challenger Series. It just looks different. Something looks different. He looks fired up. Obviously, he spent a lot of time here, but it looks different.
Yeah, well, the heat situation has changed because that air for Morgan Siblick came in at a 7.33. Needed 7.14, 7.33. Siblick making a late charge now. He's up again and riding, slashing on the backhand. Vert finish there, strong finish for Morgs. Charlie needs to fight back in this heat after spending most of his time in that top 2. Feels good about that 2-turn combo flick. What do you think?
Yeah, it was nice. It was really nice, but I mean, I just got to go back. Morgan just improved on his situation, no doubt, with his last wave. Morgan's literally just put together a 2-minute heat. That all happened within 2 to 3 minutes. I mean, pretty incredible how quickly you can turn a heat around. So I think Morgan's improved on his situation, which means that Charlie's going to need a bigger requirement.
Yeah, this turn here sets him up for this. So when I think back to the 5.33, I feel like this is a little more dynamic and he's carrying a bit more speed through that end section. So I feel like he'll replace the 5.33, only needing a 5.6. It'll be right there. But Charlie, his requirement's gone up. So may have been his, whatever he needed beforehand, he'll get. But I don't know if it's going to be the 6.27. We'll have to see where the judges go with it.
Here's Charlie.
Yeah, so look, it was dynamic. It was well-timed. There's no doubt about it. There were 2 really well-placed turns, and here he goes again.
On the right, tosses it away. Previous ride is going to be the one that makes the difference for Charlie. Morgan Siblick will improve upon his heat total when the next score drops in for Siblick. 5 minutes remaining. 5.73. Siblick goes to first. Kalohi drops to second. Charlie, like you thought, needs a 7-point ride now. We're waiting for the last score for Charlie Quivant. There's all the numbers for Morgan Siblick, Flick.
Yeah, I thought so. I thought it would slightly improve the situation, therefore making it harder for Charlie. I'm not surprised. I'm just impressed with Morgan being able to turn it around. I mean, it's... And to get those 2 waves within that short period of time when the swell's stomping in as hard as it is the current is moving as fast as it is, I mean, it shows like great athleticism as well, you know, he's working hard for it.
Igarashi. And just has a couple of bad sections in front of him. So Kanoa's in 4th. Last score for Charlie did not change the situation. He remains in 3rd. Charlie needs a 7. Kalohi currently in 2nd place. A 6 will take him to the lead. Whipping through a fast off the top, but that's all he's going to get with 4 minutes remaining. Situation likely remaining the same.
Well, think back to Morgan at the halfway mark of this heat, where he got that at 5.33, came in, did the run around, got back out, reset for the heat, and a 7.33. The fitness paying off there for Morgan. Just a wave IQ, understanding that he wasn't in the right position and having to make that move. Working smarter, not harder, although he did have to do the run around. It's paid off for him. And I say that smarter because instead of just paddling against the current the whole time, he ran around and was able to get priority and move up the beach, and that's put him in a commanding position at the end of this heat.
Kanoa. And that's not going to be it either for our 2-time US Open champ, but he's just surfing this, having a good time. You know, the worst thing that can happen for Kanoa, okay, you get eliminated, then you can just focus 100% on the Corona Fiji Pro because it's not that far away. August 20th, the window starts, and we'll see Kanoa Igarashi over there in cloud break flick.
Yeah, it's not the worst thing for him having to fly off to a tropical island. I know there's already a couple of surfers that have made their way over there. I just saw Gabriella Bryan posted yesterday to her story, so she's already there. So it's not, look, all doom and gloom if he does get knocked out.
Yeah, not at all. Not at all. And for someone like Kolohe Andino, for someone like Morgan Siblick, making it through this Challenger Series is really important to them because both of those surfers have been on the championship tour and they want to get back on that championship tour, Wax.
Yeah, and Charlie, looking at this heat, this would have been something that he's identified as a real issue in terms of CT surfers in his heat, and if he can get through this, imagine the confidence he could garner out of that.
2-minute warning, and Morgs went from trailing in 4th to heat control right now with the lead and finds himself with first priority.
Yeah, super impressive from Morgan. I mean, right now, you've got to be thinking, yeah, Kolohe is sitting right near Charlie. He's going to utilize this priority. Looks like we're going to have a set, so there's decisions to be made here. See, Charlie's sort of trying to force the issue.
And that's Morgan. That's okay. No harm, no foul. He did use his priority, so it may have been a defensive move. Kolohe Andino now at priority, and Kolohe finds a clean second wave on the inside here, slashes a layback, pumps off the bottom, but unfortunately pokes the nose and goes down in the second turn. Kolohe is still in second place though, but now an opportunity with 50 seconds remaining for Charlie Crevon. Charlie's out there, Brax, right at that pier bowl right.
Yep, and I did a surf report this morning, tucked up in that corner, and there was a big gutter. There isn't a gutter there. Kolohe's standing up where it was deep water before, so the sand has shifted and pushed hard up against the pylons.
Interesting. So there was a deep spot there earlier this morning. Okay.
It was visibly shallow, and then there was a deep spot in between, yeah.
Oh, Charlie lost. Just to explain what's going on in the glare, Charlie lost priority, Morgan got priority, Morgan blocked Charlie just now. Now the clock for Charlie on your screen and splashing is down to just 10 seconds. So that switch, that last second switch of priority took away that opportunity from Charlie, Flick.
Yeah, it did, and you can see this frustration, and that looks like Morgs.
Australians, they're happy. Morgan Siblick moving on, along with Kolohe Andino to the round of 32. We're gonna move on to a quick break, but you wanna stick around because the 8:05 post show on the way after this break. Stick around, you're gonna find all about all the things that happened today. Top 2 wave, listen, cup noodle wave of the day, all that stuff after this.
Welcome, everybody, to the 8:05 post show. What a day for the round of 64. Huntington Beach came to life. Great surf and two solid competitors chatting about their last heat, and they're proud of each other. Siblick taking the win. Kolohe moving on in second to another day of competition at the Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico. Joe Turpel alongside Mitchell Salazar and the Waxhead. Mitch is going to call him Matty. I'm going to call him the Waxhead. What a legend. Matty or the Waxhead? Hi. The waves were fun today. You did some great condition reports. The current was out there as well, but definitely the best day of surfing we've had this week.
Absolutely. Adaption was the first word that comes to mind. We've had double the size and the swell throughout the day, a massive tide change, and most importantly, the sand. Move formations. Nearly no right-handers, but the ones that did come through proved excellent.
Kind of a tough day for the USA. 13 contenders in the round of 64, and we lost 8 of them through this round of competition, Mitch.
Yeah, and especially Nolan Raposa, too. He was kind of the hopeful at this event right here, Joe, looking for his first U.S. Open victory. Goes down in this round, especially after finishing runner-up in Bolito. Not really the result he was looking for, but he still has Ericeira and then Saquarema after that.
Let's catch up with former top 5 in the world, winner of the last heat, Morgan Siblick, is with Rosie Hodge.
Such an impressive heat for you, Morgan. Talk to me about going from first to first in such a short amount of time. Give us a recap of that heat.
Yeah, that was one of the most stressful heats of my life. Probably second here a few years ago when it was the exact same conditions and I lost first round, so it's good to get through. And yeah, I don't know, it's so tricky out there. The current's so strong you can barely paddle against it, and yeah, I don't know, I just pulled that one out of the hat, I guess, and yeah, I'm stoked to make it.
You came 9th in Bolito. You went 24 spots up the rankings. You got through this round now. What's it going to take to turn your year around?
Hopefully a big result here. Yeah, hopefully keep going through this event. I'm feeling good and confident, and it's always good to get through a heat like that. On paper, I was kind of tripping and I was so nervous paddling out for that heat because you got Kanoa, Kolohe, and Charlie, and I know 2 of those guys have been on tour forever, so I was, yeah, I don't know, I was just stoked to get through.
And the advantages of traveling as a pack, noticing that the Aussies have really stuck together, you down here supporting each other.
Oh, it's so epic. We got such a good group of boys pretty much every year, and this year in particular, and yeah, it's been good vibes. Yeah, I know, I felt like I've changed my mindset a lot this year, and at this event we've just been trying to treat it a bit more like a holiday and having fun instead of being all serious and grinding it out down on the beach all day. And yeah, just getting out and exploring kind of LA and yeah, just having fun while we're doing it. So I feel like that mindset's really helped a lot of the boys, and yeah, you never know what can happen in these events, so you got to make the most of these trips.
And lastly, saw you and Kolohe having a chat during the heat. What were you guys talking about?
I don't know, it's just chatting about how hard the heat was and how hard the conditions were, and yeah, I was just going, give us a wave because I want to make it more than you, bro.
Morgan, thanks for your time. Back to you guys.
Epic, Rosie. Love that. Morgan Siblick is just a character. You know, we got to really get to know him in his rookie year when he finished 5th in the world, but he's been going through the ups and downs of pro surfing and big results off the tour, now crawling his way back. Good start here, Waxhead.
Yeah, and that board he's got was really interesting. I could see the volume forward up there too. Look forward to having a look at that tomorrow. But that was a huge scalp. I mean, up against CT competitors, you know, he wants to be at that top level. He's been there before. And just to prove to yourself that you can do it, that one will really, he'll remember that one for a long time.
Yeah, and the way he won that heat, you know, getting back in with the air reverse and then also doing a couple of big backside turns. He was getting left behind at the start, so he's got to be proud of himself, Mitch.
Yeah, and the main thing is confidence, Joe. You know, you use that throughout the entirety of the event. It's obviously favorable for you, but as he said, a big result right here. That way you're not going in Portugal and Brazil needing a big result over there. So at least if you move into the top 10 right here, you have a little wiggle room afterwards.
That's right, Mitch. Well, we did have some strong energy from the Brazilian Storm this morning. Round of 64, Heat 3, Rafael Teixeira moving on with Edgar Grosjean, Waxhead.
Yeah, the Brazilian Storm really coming to show here in the Challenger Series, and these guys were just attacking it. They were leaving absolutely no stone unturned, lefts, rights, keeping really busy, and I think they just woke up with it on the right side of the bed.
That's right. This is where we lost 2 guys from the USA, Levi Slauson and also Owen Moss.
Yeah, and I thought Rafa surfed a perfect heat, nearly 15 points, Joe, and his technique is exceptional, really, when it comes to the backhand bottom turns. Great fight by Levi, though. He was in second for a good portion of the heat. And then this wave right here, the buzzer beater by Grosjean, got him the score, especially with the slob right there at the end. It was undeniable, and he did just enough to move up into second place.
That was a cool claim. He's like, look, I grabbed slob, that rail right there, showing the judges that was technical, got rewarded for it. Teixeira and Grosjean moving on. Sloss and Moss resetting for the next event in Ericeira. Round of 64 continued to pulse because the waves got even better as well. And we saw more fireworks. Round of 64, heat number 4 from a great crew. Ryaru Ito went absolutely hammer town, getting an 8-point ride. And some friendly fire, you'd think, with two best friends fighting for a lot. Joao Chianca eliminating his good friend Sammy Pupo.
Yeah, and Ito actually got his first and only excellent score so far on the Challenger Series in this heat. As you mentioned, the former runner-up, Joao Chianca, he looked great. Samuel was in, second place the vast majority of the heat, though, Joe. So for him to drop down in the last few minutes, it was a heartbreak, Matty.
Yeah, and Maxi put up a valiant battle, but just those, Ito, it was just, I saw him go through the regional qualifying series, and you know a lot of these Japanese surfers attack sharp when it comes to beach breaks like this, but to do it against this caliber of surfers, we talked about confidence, and that is a key ingredient here at Huntington.
Well done for these athletes, but a tough one for Challenger Series ranked number 2, Sammy Pupo. Missing the finish, big brother can't believe it. Samuel had a chance to potentially clinch if he went to the final. We'll have to keep that on ice until the next event of the season to update the scenarios. And Joao Chianca getting past his good friend and Husano, and Ito was so happy to get his first score in the 8 to 10 point range of his career on the Challenger Series. Expecting great things from him with the swell increasing into tomorrow's action as well. As that leads us to a fun part of the 805 post show. You always wonder who's it going to be to celebrate. The Nissan Cup Noodles wave of the day, Marco Mignot to the sky. One of my favorite airs I've seen in a long time, Mitch.
Yeah, and we had the chance to call this heat, Joe, and not only was it an exceptional air, it was very high in terms of the altitude as well. Look at the hang time he gets out for this thing right here. That ramp, Matty, just delightful things to see out here in HB.
Yeah, really one of the few rights today that offered anything like that, and it was lofty, and it was his best wave that he's ever had in a Challenger Series, and the highest heat total that he's ever lodged as well. And what a way to do it. That was a stacked heat.
That air was for France, it was for Mexico, it was for the world.
It's for Mignot as well.
We deserved that. That was massive. I wouldn't have been mad if that was a 10. I just loved how much he pushed it. Congratulations, Marco Mignot. Let's see more of that as the swell continues to increase. I think tomorrow we're going to see some big size. Surfline giving us the forecast, saying that Friday is the biggest day of the waiting period.
Yeah.
Mitch, what are you seeing there?
Well, I think the increase in size, and one thing I think adaptability, as Matt's been saying all day long, is going to be another crucial aspect of this too, because with that south-southeast energy, guys, we're going to be seeing a lot more of that sweeping real south swell from south all the way to north, especially when it comes to the pier bowl. There's more sand stacked over there right now. We did see the right come into play later on in the afternoon. It's really going to be the size in the morning, Joe, that's going to be standing out.
I like all the days. Even tomorrow 5 to 7 feet, and even when you look at finals day 2 to 4, that angle and the wind direction, that's really fun, Huntington Beach.
Absolutely, and I mean the surfers, they really don't expect too much when you come to Huntington. Everybody who lives here, it is Surf City, but it is a beach break, and it doesn't change that much. So it is exciting for the viewers. It's also exciting for the surfers and all the fans when we do get a changing conditions like we have here, because it's not often that happens.
That's right. Well, we had a really fun way to break down the top 5 of the day. Let's see who ends up at number 5 on the list. Congratulations, making the top 5 moments on the 805 post show. Edgar Groggia from Brazil, doing a great job with a big rotator.
Yeah, and this slob was not only impressive. I think the fact that he was able to, really surf under pressure was even the best part about it. Mentioning right there the slob grab, he was able to get it in the dying seconds, Joe.
Number 4 on the list, a familiar face, Jadson Andre, Waxhead.
Yeah, I mean, he'd been super keen as usual, hanging around the contest side, everyone's favorite, but he was really just plucked that one out of nowhere, and he couldn't. It was almost like, wow, I landed it. What are we going to score that? And it was enough to get into the victory.
Number 3 on the list, the champion from Snapper, Mikey McDonough is back.
Yeah, and his efficiency today was noticeable. I thought his wave selection was on point, and it was super honest. during his post-heat interview too. It's hard not to feel the pressure when you're in a position of success so far, Joe, and he's looking good to make it into the later rounds.
This guy was feeling the momentum. Mateus Hurdy, a couple of big 8-point rides, Wax said.
Yeah, confidence. I mean, he was throwing away 7s and 6s as well. So not only you know, the highest heat total and the highest not single wave score, but he could have actually got through this heat with his backup scores.
So impressed once he gets on her own, throws down something big. He just wants to keep on going. His support crew's going, okay, settle down, settle down. You've got it, but he's a showman. This is what he loves to do. But winning the show, number 1, Marco Mignot did the 9.67 that we saw earlier, but it was the whole package, 18.24 combined total.
Yeah, an 8.57 on that wave right there set him up for this one, the highest single wave score of the event. One of the loftiest we've ever seen in competition, and the best heat he's ever surfed in his life, Joe.
Well done for Marco Mignot, putting together a solid performance here on the south side of Huntington Pier. Tomorrow, waves should be a bit bigger, and now we're going to get the women back in the water as well.
Yeah, big day tomorrow. Nadia Dostadova, she's number 6 right now. She needs a big result right here to position herself really in the top 2. I expect big things from her. I think Bella Kenworthy's going to have another awesome day tomorrow,
wow,
too, Joe.
Bella Kenworthy, a big win this season. All eyes on her representing Southern California.
You don't think Sally Fitz will be fired up after her induction into the Walk of Fame across there today? She was with some of surfing's greats, literally, and to be, you know, literally on the pavement over there, it's going to mean a lot to her, and she'll be Huntington means a lot to her already, and I feel like she's going to be fired up.
Well, we're looking forward to it. Fun part about this event, it's on tomorrow. We can just call it. It's ready. Let's plan for another massive day for the round of 32, kicking off at 7:30 in the morning. We're going to send you the highlights with a beautiful song called Red Somber by Strange Case. Enjoy it. We'll see you bright and early.
You've been on my mind like Superfly. Play it one more time. Out of line and I'm out of my mind. Yeah, I know it's gotta end, but I guess I don't mind. And I don't really care at all. And if you wanna kick it, you know who to call. Cause if you've had enough and not enough at all, then you know where you can find me now. All I need's a little bit of time and a little bit of money. I hope that I don't blow it. She said you're spending all your time making songs to me about love, but you don't show it. I'm home alone, but it's not a home at all. I'm on the bed. Drop the ball, and I don't really care at all. But if you wanna kick it, you know who to call. Cause if you've had enough and not enough at all, then you know where you can find me now. A little bit of time and a little bit of money. I hope that I don't blow it. She said you're spending all your time making songs to me about love, but you don't show it. Something wrong is going through my head. I say I love you, but it's just pretend. All I need's a little bit of time and a little bit of money. I hope that I don't blow it. She said you're spending all your time making songs to me about love, but you don't show it. Something wrong is going through my head.
This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.